Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. It's pre-show time for week 4, the week where everything changes, gentlemen. Does it not? It does, right?
It was last week. It was the week of upsets. The patch isn't going to change anything, Atlas.
Oh, but I mean, at least there is a patch, right?
There is a patch.
Well, let's have a look at the standings before we get into it to see what the LCK looks like for now. Right now, T1 still on top. Gen G hot on their heels, though. That's the biggest surprise for me of last week was the fact that D plus Kia dropped that match.
We collectively thought Gen G was going to be third, and so far they've been really punching above their weight. Really nice win streak going at the moment. Obviously, the only game that they lost was their debut game against T1. Outside of that, they've looked incredible.
Yeah, I mean Under and there's a Leaf Sandbox is still like they're showing a little bit like rough the matches against like the strong team, but still they deserve like they proved themselves that against weaker team they're doing pretty great.
Yeah,
and KT, you know, they proved that they could win against anyone.
They're very KT.
I was going to say, you started that with and I'm like, no, I don't. I don't think any of us do. Home Life Esports as well on the rise. But let's have a look at the POG standings here as Canyon fought his way back up to 400 points in their second match of the week, actually looking fantastic. But a lot of people joining Closer who had sole possession of those 400 points, 2 of them being from T1, Owner and Carrier, some great performances, and Pays, breakout.
I tried to hype up Pays and Tony. I was like, oh man, isn't it cool that he's like doing well in the POG standings? And he was like, no, he just has a really good team around him. I'm like, well, let me be enthusiastic about my challenger.
Basically what he was saying is Chovy robbed, right?
I mean, let's be honest, like his teammates is great.
His team is really
fantastic.
good. I know.
And he like, you know, like I would say as a rookie, that's probably one of the like strongest opportunity they could have, you know?
It's very true. However, he is also coming from Gen G Challenger, which Chronica and I have recently commentated.
Not good.
And it's not great. Now that Pays isn't there, they look completely lost. Speaking of lost, let's go to predictions, shall we? Because I have some explaining to do about how poorly I did last week. Valdez and Wolf did a great job. You guys 1 point behind me, and then I was 5 out of 10. I think I am a solid 5 out of 10, just in general, so I'm kind of okay.
You started so well, Atlas.
I could have gone for the 0 out of 10.
And then in the next 2 weeks, immediately throw it. Immediately give it back to the community.
Straight
you know,
in
it's
the
like,
bin.
run it. I love it.
Dang, all
really
right,
appreciate the
predictions.
commitment. Yeah, we were DRX believers.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that anymore. I don't think.
I think
we're over it now.
Yeah, I think we're done.
Yeah,
we'll see.
It's not happening anymore.
Yeah, I'm also done betting against Live Sandbox. Just not going to do that anymore.
That's what he says on air.
I mean, that's what I did. That's what I predicted.
That's what you predicted, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I predicted.
Yeah.
Still ready for the Kwangdong win. Anyway, let's get into some of the stats from last week. Pick and ban rate, Cassidy still sitting up at 100%. Caitlyn there as well in her multiple roles. And the cat you can ignore because she's dead now.
Yeah, the one champion will get removed pretty soon. Like hopefully, we know, next week.
Yeah.
And it's pretty easy. Like honestly, like Caitlyn is like against a good team. Like it's really hard. Like there's no like the consistent answer. And the Cassidy, Maokai, those extra champions. Like I've been saying, it's like it just makes the easiest. It's so easy to win the game, basically.
And out of all these champions, even with all the changes, the only one I actually expect to disappear is specifically Yumi. Everything else I think will remain relevant. Elise, for example, not touched. And as long as the meta is just spam gank, Elise does it well because she snowballs really well and she has great early dives. But Maokai, Sejuani, not going to go anywhere either.
Nope, it's looking like things are going to stay relatively similar. And speaking of which, let's have a look at the things that have done well. High win rate picks being Lulu, really making a resurgence from her first week woes alongside Zeri. We've got Fiora there as well. Kassadin, of course, no real surprise to a lot of people that have seen Kassadin picked in the right positions. We'll see whether
Don't blind it.
Kassadin picked in our first series tonight.
Also Victor too. Don't blind it.
If you listen to Uni, don't pick it at all.
All right, and these are the bait picks. Jax making...
Oh, I know what you want to talk about.
Making Valdez pretty happy. The Jin making me pretty happy. Oh, there we go. And Renekton making LS pretty happy even though he's not here. It's just great, isn't it?
Yeah, Yumi also clearly with this win rate, I don't know why the champion got nerfed. If the win rate is low in LCK, then how good can it really be?
That's true.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be hopefully it's gonna be 0 pick and ban.
Well, there are other supports as well that have been played throughout the LCK, mainly the AD carry variety, and we have Law standing on side with Kaiser to take us through the AD carry supports and what they mean. Take it away.
Thank you guys, and hello LCK viewers. We're back here in the LEC studio for another interview, this time with Kaiser. Kaiser, thank you so much
Should have asked
for
Kaiser.
joining me today. I want to talk about bot lane, of course, with you. We've been seeing some weird stuff over in the LCK when it comes to support. AD carry is mostly being played, Heimerdinger is more standard. This is something we've been seeing since Worlds. But I want to know, before coming into this season, did you think this kind of stuff could happen bot lane?
I mean, honestly, like, Ashe, maybe.
Yeah.
Ashe, maybe, because it was like played before, right? Mandate was really strong, Umbral Glaive really strong. Everyone knows that, right?
Yeah.
But Caitlyn, Twitch, Kalista, I don't think anyone saw that happening, and I'm not even sure if it's that strong, right? Like, I think no one really plays it except for like maybe Carrier, right? Or
Yeah.
I think Barrel pulled out the Switch once.
People tried, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how the meta develops. Like, I think Heimerdinger is still really strong. Like, even on the nerf patch, it's going to be still meta for sure, I think. So as long as Heimerdinger stays in the meta, I think these ADC picks will also stay. And I mean, I hope they do something about it, you know, like Halo Blades is a bit strong
Yeah.
early game. But yeah, we'll see. It's fun to watch as a viewer, right? Like, it's spicy, like new picks, right? But yeah.
Well, you're going to have to hold that thought just for a moment there, Kaiser. We'll be back with you in a sec. We want to go through 13.1b to see whether anything has changed. Some champion buffs are here. Do they mean anything, gentlemen?
I think they gotta buff more, huh?
This is okay. If you're a main of these champions, it's
Closer?
fun, but
Pause champ?
for chance, yeah, the Joey buff of all those makes me the most excited. Yumi, the big thing here is the attack range. Attack range generally is one of those things where once it gets nerfed, it gets really hard to play. Movement speed AP ratio, another really big one, because that to me was one of the main reasons why Yumi was able to allow AD carries in particular to do things that should not be allowed, because you are so much speed, you have so much ability, and the early laning phase wasn't that bad. Now all of that's gone. So hopefully, this is just, we're gonna, you know, Yumi's gonna take a well-deserved break and she'll come back when she's reworked and not as frustrating anymore.
Yeah, and Freak on YouTube explained to me why this completely removes her from pro play, and I believe Freak.
Trust Freak.
Dave's a great guy, and he's a good friend of mine, and he wouldn't disappoint us like this. So she's gone, guys. We have to remember. Okay, Heimerdinger nerfs mean nothing. Kassadin nerfs also kind of mean nothing. What about the Maokai nerfs?
I think the sapling, I think the jungle speed from the Q is gonna be pretty rough. But the thing is, like the Maokai, the value of the sapling is still there, you know. It's just the damage, it just damage decreases. So the value of having the vision fight is not gonna be, you know, it's not gonna be gone.
So what this is doing is in line, the buffs for Lucian in particular, in line with a lot of other changes that we're gonna see later down the line. But an attempt at making Lucian Nami less extremely overpowered. Lucian has basically gone to 100% ban rate because even the kind of counters that they tried didn't really work. And I don't know if that is going to be enough personally, because the issue is that it's just the current state of bot lane really allows you to kind of play towards that one item power spike. And I don't know. These nerfs, like they're small taps, but the meta right now is so consolidated that it's hard to imagine that these nerfs alone will have a big impact.
Yeah, I mean, especially for Gangplank too. Especially the item changes, so that's why I assume it's a nerf. But early lane is just so important this meta.
Yeah.
That's why the Gangplank was not just showing off.
Yeah. So Gangplank, it seems funny putting him up here because we haven't seen him play. We've seen him hovered a couple of times, but Gangplank really isn't a champion that we needed to worry about. But with maybe IE now being easier to build early, maybe that's where you find your Gangplank angles.
Yeah, I think the champions that actually benefited the most are champions that can go quick blades. So to me, Trist and Xayah in particular, are really big benefactors from this patch. Early quick blades on champions like Xayah, combined with the blank and mana buffs that they've given to AD carries, means that she is able to shove more reliably, and her 2-item power spike is actually really big. Also, we reverted all the Grievous Wounds changes. So Morelos has armor has a magic pen again. Putrefier isn't an item anymore. Lord Doms and Mortal Reminder are now basically the same item again, with the distinction that they had previously.
Yeah, I mean, for Eclipse, I think especially for Jace, I think we won't probably see the Jace as much. We're not gonna. I don't think we're gonna see the much more the Jace compared to before. The Omnibamp got removed. That's kind of. I feel like that's a pretty rough nerf for a few champions, especially for a few champions.
And what about Chemtech Drake?
Still not.
Still got
Individual Drakes are nice. That's fine. Those are okay.
That's a little bit of a shame.
But none of the things that Kaiser was talking about have been addressed at all.
No. Well, Kaiser's got one more thing to address. We need to find out whether the cat is indeed dead. So let's head back to Kaiser and Law.
10.1b, is the cat dead first? And do you think we're going to see some evolution on bot lane meta?
So this is like the 4th or 5th nerf for Yuumi, where I thought the cat is dead.
Yeah.
And she keeps coming back. I mean, I do think these nerfs are like a lot harsher than usual, right?
Yeah.
Or like than normal. And I think especially against the matchup, she was already like struggling. Maybe like, for example, against the Lulu matchups, the range nerf really hits her hard because she can't trade as well then. And if she can't trade well, or like if she can't get shields, she also gets less mana, right? So I think she's probably dead, but I'm always like with this champion, I'm not 100% sure. Like you can never be sure with her. But yeah, I think we can say she's dead.
It's been 3 years of this. Hopefully, it's the last time we see you. Kaiser, thank you so much for the interview and popping by the LCK broadcast.
Thank you.
And good luck on group stage. And guys, back to you.
Thank you so much, Law and Kaiser, fellow Yuumi cat on a book antis. We absolutely love it. We're hoping that she's dead as well.
Just wish I could have known how Photon's doing. I just hope he's okay. I've heard he's doing great.
I hear he's also doing absolutely fantastically, and hopefully we can maybe check in with Law next week or something like that to find out what Photon's been doing. But let's get into what we really want to talk about, guys, which is player ceremonies and who had the best ones of the week. This one, my personal favorite, and wasn't what I thought.
Yeah, basically that Wheeler ceremony was it's a Korean meme.
It's a Korean meme about get that money, get that car,
run me my money,
get the house.
And also this one, so this was very confusing to a lot of people because it looked a little bit like Jin doing his ultimate, but Envy had just finished playing a game of Caitlyn, so I think we can assume that it was an ace in the hole.
I still don't know.
I mean,
it doesn't matter. It's my personal favorite regardless. The added risk of that chair.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. The chair is definitely good, and the still photos, Envy looks great. We want to hear from you on Twitter, though. Make sure you tweet at LCK and let us know which was the best ceremony. And there is also a Twitch poll going on as well, so if you're watching on Twitch, make sure you participate to let us know exactly who is going to win that one. Gorgeous stuff. Okay, and now I think it's time to get into what we're going to be experiencing this week. Let's bring up what we're going to see and have a look at which of the matches to watch. Of course, Saturday Showdown is going to be a banger. Nongshim versus Kwangdong Freaks.
All of you are saying it sarcastically. I am actually really looking forward to this match.
How dare you assume my sarcasm?
Was I wrong?
No, you weren't, but still.
I mean, it is really important for both teams. I mean, that is why.
It is.
The main reason why is the Saturday Showdown, because they both need to win like really, really bad. So, especially for the playoff too, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of big matches here this week as well. Genji KT also on Saturday is going to be a big one, and D+ Kia versus Life Esports is one of the most contentious as far as our predictions are concerned. Speaking of which, we can bring them onto your screen as well. Let's have a look at how terribly I'm going to do this week. Well, I'm taking you guys all down with me, except for on the D+ Kia Life
After
Esports.
last week, I'm going to assume we get half of these wrong.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the first match, we're getting it wrong.
It'll be somehow.
It feels like this should be a pretty clear-cut week, with exception of D+ Hanwha, but it never is it?
No?
I mean, I think KT against DK could be, you never know. Like, especially I think the KT usually you never know, right? You know, but you don't know.
What about Genji KT? Because that's like BDD against his old team.
I
There's
don't see as much.
a bit of like
I think Genji
revenge
is so
story there.
consistent.
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine Genji actually dropping, but deep.
Oh, it's not. But when it's a KT match, it's never anything
Never
about
about the
the
opponent.
opponent.
Wow.
It's about KT and whether they decide to win or not.
It's about on them.
Yeah. Well, I'm very interested to see how things are going to go, and I'm also extremely invested in the match that we have coming up right now. So let's throw it to the opening and get to the casters to really start the day.
Can't help the rising and falling. Like a moth to a flame, we are summoned. Now we gotta take that ride. Show some pride. Like a warrior. Burning up like a fire. Too late, no one can put me out. And we gotta fly. Yeah, ready now, we got the power.
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We are here on the first day of week number 4. It's me, Valdez, with Wolf, and we're going to start off with a very fun matchup. Kwangdong Freaks up against Live Sandbox.
Yeah, we certainly have two pretty straightforward matches, again, going into where these teams sit right now in the standings, but
On paper.
on paper, so to speak. I actually have like the list of matches today right here on the paper, the matches for the whole season right here on the paper too. But in all seriousness, today, as we look at the standings, like we can look at the standings and we'll tell the story, right? Because we have two matches that look like they should, in theory, on paper, whatever word you want to use, will be one-sided. And we had the week of upsets last week. It's a new patch this week, so there is some variance expected going into today's matches, but we do have two clear favorites.
We absolutely do, and we can get into the standings to kind of show this off. Kwangdong Freaks did have a much better week last week. They were part of the reason why we did have some upsets. They even took one game off of DK, and of course they 2-0'd KT for their first win. Now it is KT, but it was still Kwangdong looking much, much better day in and day out. Live Sandbox, they did fall themselves, but still seemingly a strong team here in the LCK.
Yeah, I think that Kwangdong Freaks definitely on the up and up now that June is back as a mainstay in this roster. Their play overall looks better. The drafting has looked better and cleaner. They're playing for their win conditions. But they're the underdogs, right? Now, both of these teams are our youngest teams here on average age. Here
this is
in
actually
LCK.
Korean age, so probably minus 1.5 to 2.
Yeah.
For the international age. Still extremely young on both sides.
Yeah, these are the youngest teams we have in the LCK on average. So, a lot of potential here that needs to be honed, obviously, for both of these rosters. But this matchup is really important for Kwangdong Freaks if they can take an upset win, because Live Sandbox is now a top 4 team, potentially a top 3 team in the LCK. So some of the toughest points you can get here at the end of this round robin if you want to have that recovery road where you make it to playoffs. Because the way to sugarcoat it, right now it seems unlikely that this team is going to make it to playoffs. So they really need to get their heads into gear here. So you can see Birdall versus Dusante, as Dudu's really only picking up wins on Kasante right now in the top lane.
Yeah, he's 3-0. A lot of those recent, and it's most played for Birdall as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that as a big pick up in the top side, as it has been. And 13.1B has not changed that at all. Both AD carries are improving furiously. What do they have up their sleeves to face each other? Well, looks like only Taeyeon is wearing sleeves in that one, as Envy's just got the sword sleeve cert on, so maybe Taeyeon has got something more up his sleeves. We'll have to wait and see, Wolf.
It is a new patch. It is finally the long-awaited 13.1B. We'll have some bigger and larger changes in store for 13.3, but we have this patch now for 2 weeks here in the LCK, and it's been a patch that has been long awaited because of the stale nature of the meta. That's why we have that point of the match about the 80 carries. What picks do they potentially have hidden up their sleeves? And we don't know right now, but based on what we have been seeing around the world and based on our personal takes, even before we saw challengers the last 2 days, there's not a whole lot of difference here of priority. Some small changes, some small nerfs, some champions with less power than they had before, but they still functionally work the same way. So going into this series tonight, I wonder what CV Max has in store here for the Kwangdong Freaks, because maybe he's found an angle, maybe he's got some way to abuse this patch early.
Yeah, he definitely is a strategic mind here within the LCK. We'll see what he does have. Live Sandbox here. Their bot lane has really improved, and of course we did have the focus on the 80 carries, but Kyle has time and time again proven himself as one of the best supports we have here in the LCK, which is really, really awesome to see him just continue to improve season after season.
He has looked very good. This team as a whole has been such a surprise. The cool kids who never panic, showing up here in the LCK, and what seemed like at first was upset after upset, you eventually have to question whether the team is the underdog or the clear favorite. And in a match like today, yeah. But in a match like today, they are the clear favorite, right? There is no real discussion to be had. Unanimous predictions across the English and Korean side going into this one. Not a single person is predicting Kwangdong to win this one. And we zoom in onto the mid lane here, which is the key player matchup. You can see Bulldog has done so much with very little and in so many losses. A lot of these stats coming from his damage percentage, DPM, being very high from Victor, the pick that he's picked where he's scaled up and done a ton of damage. His laning has been incredible. You can see his CS difference at 14, despite being a weaker team here in the LCK. Still sitting at top 3 in the LCK. His laning has gotten him a lot of edges, but he hasn't been able to translate it into winning the game for his team just yet. But Closer, on the other hand, this guy has been insanely consistent.
Yeah, Closer very strong. You might see the damage percent and say, oh, he's nice. What's going on? I mean, no, Closer is also tied for the best in terms of POG standings. He has been incredible. I feel like he didn't have as good of a week 3 as his weeks 1 and 2. So we'll see if he can kind of reach that 100% once again, because we know he already showed us what he is capable of. And now he's got a really strong opponent against him. Absolutely, the mid lane is where we're all going to be setting our eyes on in this match.
Oh, absolutely. I think a lot of Closer's damage numbers you see there are based on that really rough Cassiopeia game he had against Chovy, where he tried to counter the Rise and then was shut down. Really cool teleport deny from Chovy. Also, we'll note that his most played champion is Sylas. He's more of a frontliner, so he's not playing that much Leandri's Azir, for example, or Victor, which we do see on the other side of the rift here with Bulldog. And I mean, going into this matchup, I think the mid matchup is going to be important. I think a lot of eyes will be on the bottom side of the map, the 2v2 there. We'll see if Maokai's presence is as high as it was before, because I think it will be. I think the nerfs really are not going to be pushing him down at all. I think what he offers with his kit is more valuable, more important than what the numbers will say, what the items will give him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that in the current jungle state, we did have some big jungle changes coming into this year over last year. And it's, as you mentioned, I think it's a kit issue. You can ban a bunch of, nerf a bunch of items. You can try to nerf the Maokai himself, but I don't think he's going anywhere for a long time. Kind of reminds me of old Camille jungle. Obviously, different things that they provided, but in terms of its strength is what I'm referring to.
A Maokai has a knockback, 2 great roots, right? He can knock you back after rooting you. He can set up for that. He can root your entire team, essentially, if he sets up a good ult angle. And these things are super powerful, both in side lanes and in the early bottom lane matchups where you can set up kills, but just straight up for team fights. He's not going to be seen, though, in this one, Valdez.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I think Elise has certainly climbed the ranks as well. Team's just able to use her very strongly in the early game. The dives that she provides at level 3 can really change the way the game does play out. And our junglers are quite strong here, so they always use the Elise whenever they can. Lucian, still permabans.
This Lulu ban I really like because it essentially forces your hand on pulling a Lucian ban out, because you're like, all right, well, this weakens the Zeri pick into that, and it also weakens the Wukong that we see oftentimes when this Maokai and the Elise are banned. So it's a really kind of clever way of weakening a lot of red side picks here, actually, from Live Sandbox. But they will not get the Lucian. The Varus taken away too, and Ashe could be first pick potential here if she is left available. There's a lot of other strong ones. She is going to be up. Ryze also something to consider here too.
Ryze is up there. He received a very small nerf.
Caitlyn.
Yeah, Caitlyn's
Who
still
could
available.
forget?
Caitlin's here. Ashe is here. There are a lot of great picks, and Kwangdong, leaving a couple of them up, so perhaps that they can get the Ashe if Live Sandbox go for the Caitlyn and vice versa.
Slowing a Caitlyn down with Ashe, though, depending on what support you end up having for the Caitlyn, can be very tricky to do because of her range. Much stronger into a lot of more slow picks. But you can go for Ashe Sejuani here. Sejuani's open. It's a lot of synergy with the arrow and the Sejuani ultimate, the prison. And I think that's a pretty good response here for Kwangdong Freaks. And we may see later on this Ashe get flexed into the AD carry position. There's a lot of flexibility. Kwangdong Freaks, because of the new openings of champions like Xayah right now in this meta, you don't actually have to show your hand here just yet with what this Ashe is going to be. But you know that the Sejuani is going to work very well with it. With the bans of the Elise here, the Vi, feels like a pretty safe pickup.
It's a really good point you made. Now that there are more AD carries that seem viable, you don't have to rush to pick them up as soon as possible. For ones like Caitlyn and Ashe, obviously you do, just because of their strength, but because there are more in the pool, you don't only have to play like Zeri every single game and stuff like that. So the Ashe Sejuani comes through, and the Wukong will be the response.
I don't think that Live Sandbox need to grab necessarily a support here because there's so many viable options, but we're going to play reactionarily and take the Karma.
And if you put Closer on Karma, you're doing something wrong.
Well, I thought perhaps we'd see Closer pick up a Sylas here, actually, at this stage in the draft.
Yeah.
Or you could grab a Cassante, because you can play Karma, but you could also play Lux, but you could also play Soraka. There's a lot of picks that are going to be very good with this Caitlyn in the early game.
Still up.
Yeah. So I'm a little bit surprised to see the Karma grabbed up this early, but it is arguably the best support that you could get of those in that list. I think the Sylas pick really needs to be looked at here, though, for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah.
If they're not intending on banning it, they definitely will take it themselves, and it is looking that way right now for Bulldog here.
You would hope so. I think that CV Max teams, though, in general, he always has a very specific view of the meta that is generally not the overall, general consensus. So he might say, no, I think Sylas is bad. We're just not going to even, if Closer wants to play him, sure, go ahead. Now, I'm not saying that that's what he thinks, but CV Max has made crazier calls in the past.
They will ban it.
There it is.
So not going to be picking up here for Bulldog. He's 1-2 on the champion. We've seen mostly Victor from him, obviously, but Sylas looked pretty strong. Regardless, still not going to be picking it up in this draft. You have the Wukong ult to steal, Caitlyn ult, and Karma not feeling amazing in this comp, so far doesn't feel great. Could ban Cassante now as Live Sandbox. With a Sylas ban, you could blind Gnar and then respond here with Bulldog's pick to make sure this is not going to be a weird Karma flex. Find out what's going on before you end up in a nasty situation where you get tricked, right? If you want to pick your top side, now's the time. Jax here going to be blind, though. A little bit of a tougher blind pick than the Gnar, I'd say.
It's pretty interesting. I think it definitely puts a little bit of stress onto Bertel, who, as we have seen, has been a somewhat emotional player so far here in 2023. And, Jax blind is really showing a lot of faith in this pick.
So we a little bit buffed on this patch, but I don't think that's what you want in this draft. Will be the Akali here. And even though this one is straight up, it seems like with this Jax pick, the most likely pick that you're going to get in terms of damage here to shore up what is a utility bottom lane here with a rocky front line is the Azir. You have good follow-up to the setup CC with the Ashe Arrow and the Sejuani. But now Live Sandbox is just like, well, if you want to play this great pick, I've already picked Akali, even though it's blind. Will Bulldog have the answer? It's not a free win by any means, but you are talking about one of the more experienced players here in Closer versus Bulldog coming in, having to play now the Akali counter matchup with this Azir. I'm going to be honest, I overall like the draft of Live Sandbox here a lot more. It has a lot of pushing power in bottom. It's Closer's Akali. There's flank angles you can take. The backline can be very exposed here. Azir also going to be under threat in sides. The Gnar pick, pretty safe overall into Jax as long as Brodal doesn't make any mistakes. I like the point you made, though, where we have seen those mistakes, right? We have seen some overextensions. But again, overall, a draft here for Kwangdong Freaks that is much harder to execute, I would say. And that has not been their forte so far this season. It has been draft advantages, generally speaking, and playing around Bulldog's laning. That's found them success.
This is going to get pretty interesting. I think that I would agree with you. I'm not a big fan of the blind Jax myself, especially when there were a lot of things that could have been picked into it. The Gnar is fine. We'll see how Bertel does. A couple of Bertel fans here. King Bertel, White Team. He definitely needs a little bit of whiting, because he is a very strong player. We know what he's capable of, but I feel like he has been really struggling with, potentially some nerves, potentially some pressure issues.
Yeah, it's something we've heard about so much when you look at the history of his time briefly on Genji and on Damwon Kia last year. And on this roster, he's a strong point potentially for them, but hasn't been able to live up to it. The rest of the team, though, has definitely been able to carry the slack.
Absolutely. Well, this is going to be a fun first match. Kwangdong Freaks looking to continue with some strength into Week 4. Let's see how it goes as we hop into the Rift for Game 1. Well, we're here. It's Week 4, and we have a new patch. Again, we have made already at least 5 or 6 jokes about how nothing has changed.
Yeah.
What's
one more?
Though, especially... What's one more? Yeah, sure. You can throw it in there. That counts. I do think that the LCK generally is a very stubborn region when it comes to draft priorities and certain compositions and stuff. They will go for stuff that they find comfortable. Again, I also agree. I don't think that the patch changed too much, but I think there is a possibility that we might see some new picks at least coming into the meta.
I think Xayah is the big standout one. I think Chronicler and I both are looking at this pick in particular as potentially could shake up the AD carry meta quite a bit. We didn't acknowledge this really in the draft, but it is going to be the Jhin AD carry and Ashe support. I think that was pretty obvious, but just wanted to make sure that is cleared up for everyone.
You never know nowadays.
We have seen some of the reverse for both of these champions, so in this type of composition, you definitely want the Ashe as a supporting role, and you want that Jhin damage and follow-up to the setup CC you have. So Ashe arrow into Sejuani, and then you have the follow-up Jhin big damage onto that single target with potentially even Nazir pulling that target back. So it's not a pick comp per se, but it can be played that way very easily around objectives, especially in the early to mid game.
So a pretty interesting path so far from Willer. He went from Raptors up to the top side. There was a ward spotting him doing Raptors. A lot of wardage, actually, from both sides to spot the junglers. And might just end up being more focused down on the bottom side. Just the way it has been always for the last 3 or so weeks.
Use the Halo Blades for Ashe with Fleet Footwork here for the Jhin to put the most amount of pressure on here early at level 1. In this lane, you can see it's going very well for them so far. But as those levels start to come through, for Envy and Kyle, they will be able to use that range advantage onto June when he tries to go for those aggressive plays with the Halo Blades. I like the barrier choice, actually, because it offers you a lot more tradability if Envy and Kyle want to go in. If they miss the Mantra Q, then you actually could barrier that fight and actually beat out the Caitlyn with those Jhin crits coming through. So, really nice summoner choice here. And they're putting the pressure on big time here in this bottom lane. -1.
Yeah, Envy missed that cannon. Can actually matter for some of these earlier timings. The cannon is a lot of gold at this point. And Willer still has not taken his red buff. And this is something that you can do if you want to save your red buff for a time where you will be more effective with the red buff. If you take it earlier, you're using a lot of that damage on jungle camps, which can be nice for clearing a little bit faster. But if you take the red buff absolutely last, can be a somewhat greedy thing to do, but it does allow you a little bit more time to potentially affect your lanes with that buff.
Yeah. Youngjae comes over here, way up in the lane, Envy.
Oh, Kyle in a little bit of trouble. He is going to blow the flash. The flash comes in from Youngjae, though, as he's not quite able to get the kill. And here comes the counter gank now from the side of Willer, who does have double buff. He just picked up that red as now heal. Going to be used on the side of Kwangdong. And Youngjae doesn't have flash anymore, so first blood goes to the Caitlyn. And Envy's feeling pretty nice about this position.
Yep, Willer gets a pretty nice counter gank timing here. He was hovering on the bottom side, I think in case, starting those Krugs may have actually been a preventative measure if Youngjae came down here early, actually skipped part of his jungle to come over here and take that early gank opportunity. But he comes over here at the exact right time, and because of the range advantage he has, and because Jhin is limited in how much damage he can actually do, once the gank is finished, as you can see Taeyun track his bullets here, once you don't get this kill here, heal's committed, flash for this, force a flash, now you're kind of stuck, because Caitlyn is going to be able to chase this so insanely well with her range. Willer comes over here, has the red buff as you mentioned, and Kyle has the leash set up already. Really clean here, grabbing Youngjae. Envy picks up the kill. Willer gets a lot of freedom in the jungle. Huge exchange here for the side of Live Sandbox.
Yeah, it is pretty massive. And note that Willer in the gank, he holds on to his flash. So now for the next, 4 or so minutes, 3.5 minutes, we're going to have a pretty nice position for Willer, who already got that assist. He's going to have flash advantage, could even look to get a bit more aggressive. Things going very well early on here for Live Sandbox, just due to a couple of gank timings from the junglers.
Yeah, and both of these junglers actually super reliant on their flash to set up ganks. With Wukong, he gets so much extra mobility with his flash and his W to get on top of somebody. When he has his red buff, he used to get very sticky. And then for Sejuani to buffer the charge, you could set up that flash play, so it's very difficult to avoid. Usually can force a flash at least, but now you're kind of a sitting duck here as Youngjae pre-6. You're not going to be able to put pressure on in any lane because flashes are up for every player, minus Kyle. So it does weaken Kwangdong Freaks for the next few moments here.
Yeah. Envy, as a player, I think, we saw his kind of unfortunate re-debut, you could say, in the first match against DK. Nobody's going to forget that one if you saw it. But ever since then, he's gotten a lot more aggressive, a lot more self-confidence, and I think that definitely comes down to himself and also the coaching staff supporting him through his hard times. So it's nice to see him in a position like this on the Caitlyn, just running straight into Jin. Ash looking for the plays as Taeyun, they're trying to force his flash, but the root still comes down, and that is going to be another kill for the Caitlyn. And Zenvi looking for a little bit more, even going to force the barrier from June. This bottom lane is pretty much over.
The gank timing here is perfect too, and Youngjae knows he can't actually compete with Willer at this stage, so he can't come over here and stop these ganks from happening. He can't shadow the lane, and Kwangdong Freaks, not respecting the fact that Drake is up, you want to make a play like this so you can actually start stacking these Drakes early in the Caitlyn lane. So huge opportunity here to grab another summoner, take a kill. Barrier is just a nice bonus, but this should be free Drake going over to Live Sandbox. And because it is the Chemtech to start things off, chances are the Soul's going to be good. Now, it's at least not Hextech, but I guess we got one good one bad one here in terms of the early elementals. As Youngjae looking for something up here. No flash, remember.
They're not going to stop the back. They do see the teleport coming in, but they just say no. And remember, Youngjae still doesn't have his flash. So at the end of the day, you know, forcing that could actually lead to a more dire position for your team.
Yeah, and without the flash, it's much more difficult to actually force that, as this is really unfortunate for Taeyun, just misjudging the range of that Karma leash, and will be rooted after flash. Heavy forces a barrier there. I think June might have gotten away with it, but you don't question it. You know, you don't see if you're going to get away with it or not, because that's another kill going over if that actually does take him out. Don't think it would have, but if it does, then Envy has 3 kills, and the game is already in a really bad spot here for the bottom utility duo here, and it gets much worse.
Yeah. And the Ashe itself in the lane obviously can be a little bit of a bully. It provides a ton of utility in terms of vision and can trade decently well. But if you get behind, you're losing a lot of what the support Ashe provides you, at least in the lane. Obviously, it's still going to be a fantastic kind of ult bot with the arrows. But now June is kind of just taking giant ace in the holes from Envy over and over because he kind of has to take it instead of Taeyun.
Yeah, and to further elaborate, you know, what Valdez means, Ashe is attempting to be kind of a lane bully here with this Hail of Blades, using her slows, stacking up that support item very quickly, getting a lot of gold early, then doing more vision control. Youngjae taking a very nice pathing here all the way around, has 6 and flashback available.
Yeah, a little bit of an opportunity here. There is the arrow, and the flash in front! Kyle says no! And Envy still dies, but it was really cool!
Oh man!
Double kill.
Kyle, you know, he has this.
Taeyun.
He has that, you know, colon slash face, you know, the sideways grimace here after that one, because he made an incredible play. It didn't ultimately end up mattering. Now he's down a flash too, and it's a double down here on the bottom side. 2 kills for Taeyun, and this is a huge wraparound from Youngjae that leads to this momentum completely shifting. So everything we were talking about Ashe falling behind, her inability to bully here, still utility, right? That utility comes in very quick as level 6 is reached. And this is the power of Sejuani Ashe we were talking about in the draft. And you can see it on full display here. Now she's got that serrated Dirk online and can potentially come back here and put some pressure on in the lane. This is not going to stop all of your problems getting this double kill here onto the Jin, who picks up a Gale Force, but it's certainly going to make you feel a lot more comfortable as Youngjae just waits for this one. And Kyle's flash to block the Sejuani ult is just chef's kiss. Doesn't end up mattering, but you got to respect how clutch that was.
And it looked really cool too. I mean, especially when you don't slow it down, it just happens instantly. Very cool stuff. Still leads to Taeyun with the double kill and a Gale Force, as now this bottom lane should have evened up at least a little bit more. We'll see, you know, how much the Gale Force can get going outside of, you know, going for all-in trades. As let's see where these teams decide to go next. I mean, the Rift Herald has been up here for over 2 minutes, but no side has looked to go for that just yet.
It's really, I think, a product of how awkward this bottom lane is, with the lack of control really ultimately on both sides, enough to where they feel comfortable rotating up, because it's really strong push, especially for this Caitlyn Karma. So Taeyun and June kind of have to stay down there. On the side of Live Sandbox, you know, you have an Akali that's not truly online just yet. A Gnar here who's trying to get over there and trying to get some prio, but doesn't have much when he doesn't have his Gnar bar. So it is a very awkward Herald to take for both of these teams right now.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of which, Youngjae's here again. There's zero vision for the side of Live Sandbox. For all they know, Sejuani could be in that brush, and guess what? She is. Now, Willer is coming down here, but it might not matter, as again, Kyle's gonna get in front, but this time he has to die for it, as they're trying to get on top of Envy, but here is Willer looking for the follow-up, as Envy will be dodging those, as Willer does get in front, but the damage not quite enough, and he will get frozen and killed at the end of the trade.
And some heroic plays again, almost stopping disaster as Live Sandbox, but not quite enough. And that's another flash expended here from Willer, who doesn't actually end up turning that one around. The red buff nearly ticks down Youngjae, but it's not going to actually amount to it. They do save Envy.
Oh, little trade here, big wave, but Dudu's just going forward, says he can't really get out. There's the stun, and there's Dudu getting a solo kill.
And Birdall, you can see it on his...
who opted into that one.
You can see it on his player cam. We've seen so many of these moments where Birdall almost does it right, and this is not an issue where he misplayed. He just miscalculated the damage there.
Excellent arrow.
Excellent arrow. It's the crossfire here, because you could tell Envy and Kyle knew there was a possibility Sejuani is in there, but they actually didn't consider the angle from the arrow coming top side there. Willer flashes forward here for the knockup, but it's not enough to actually turn this one around, so he loses flash and does die. Birdall with the Narbar here, and the Hyperproc feels like he's in a good spot here to actually take this, pushes him into the wall. But unfortunately, Counter-Strike is going to be pretty good. And when he flashes here, he actually turns, which gives Dudu the opportunity to close the gap there.
Yeah, and there was a lot. It felt very forced, right? Like when you watch that trade again, like even the wallop misses. He is going for it when he's down a lot of health. Yes, he is going to Mega Gnar. He's going to get that bit of a buff in terms of the health and everything, but it's still not enough, and that's not even really a trade that Birdall kind of, you could tell, he didn't really like calculate that one, try to set it up. It was more so like he was getting out-traded, and then he kind of saw somewhat of an opportunity, but actually it was miscalculated because Dudu's like, well, you're just dead now because I'm in range, and I can kill you from here at Jax, so. I think
he kind of saw blood in the water when he was like, I think a Hyperproc here, and my Narbar is popping. I've got an opportunity to force this and push him into the wall, and just a miscalculation of where his damage is at right now is the pressure attempted to be staved off here by Envy with that ace in the hole here, but this is still going to be a wave crashing through. Kyle sees Youngjae. Just have to respect that arrow prison synergy here.
Guess who's here again? It's Willer.
Yep.
But this has pretty heavily gone in the favor of Kwangmo Freaks now in the bottom side. The Ashe Sejuani duo really bringing in a lot of power, as we can see. And Willer is spotted, so they're just going to back away. They say, well, maybe next time. That's totally fine. As an arrow straight into the Gnar, as under the turret, Dudu is looking for the kill. He's not going to get it, and down he will go. Baited in by the Ashe arrow.
Found some redemption Birdall has here. That has got to feel amazing after getting solo killed moments before, then getting ganked by an arrow, and still just miscalculation there. This time on Dudu's side there under the turret. Birdall gets back into ranged form and takes him out there with one final auto there. And you can see Dudu was like, oh man, I was probably 50 health off there or less. Still not enough. This game is wild because it's been so many back and forth near misses on both sides. Feels like it was what this game is defined by, is the Herald is still not taken. And this means that we haven't seen any opportunity here for Closer to actually grab any extra gold here. He's just sitting on lane farm. Still slightly ahead in that regard, but he hasn't started to come online. And usually Closer is not sitting on a 0-0-0 when we crest the 15-minute mark. He's made an impact somewhere. But because of the game state here, this hasn't really been an opportunity, as we are going to see the Herald now collapsed onto.
It does feel like it has been a little bit ham-fisted from both sides. Like, you get this lead, you get a nice couple of ganks off, but it's not really rolled into all that much. Like, Live Sandbox got that first Drake, and that was pretty big after they got the gank in the bottom side. But other than that, you see a lot of the top teams in the LCK, they'll, like, get a gank, they'll push at least into a turret or something, or at least they'll pick up a big objective after that. But it's kind of just been going back and forth in this game, as we're going to take another look at what happened here under the turret.
Yeah, arrow comes through, does get stunned here into the Counter-Strike. Autos once, twice, and then misses the final one. Cancel one of those autos, looks like there, and just a miscalculation. Good angle, though, on the arrow, and he does catch him there, because he has to stay and defend the turret plate, which I think was the main thing that starts this all off, as the plate was very close to going down. What's really interesting about this game state for Guangdong, I think, is given that it's also Infernal Soul, by the way, so very, very important Drakes to be taking up here, is that they've actually gotten to this point in the game where Jin kind of skipped some of his hard parts. He has his Gale Force online, his Rapid Fire Cannon is almost done too. You have Leandri's, which is the correct build here, I'd say 100% for Bulldog. And you have a really good team fight right now that Liv Sandbox kind of awkwardly doesn't have. The Caitlyn didn't get all the plate gold she normally gets in a lane like this. She doesn't have any acceleration here in this game. And she's kind of going to this part of the game where you have a little bit of a power drop, doesn't have cleanse, so has to respect the Sejuani, right? Has to respect those Ash arrows, so even though she has a lot of range, won't be able to keep up with the damage that this Azir has. So Guangdong Freaks should feel pretty comfortable, I'd say, going into this next Drake fight to pick up a Drake lead. As Closer also not accelerated in this game, isn't going to be steamrolling Bulldog in a side anytime soon.
Nothing has happened in mid lane. They have just farmed it out, and that's it. I mean, nobody even really got close. As here's another arrow. This one looks like they did spot where Kyle was backing, but unfortunately just a little bit early before anyone could really commit that heavily into the enemy jungle. But at least, you know, June has been really accurate with these.
Yeah, for a moment there before we saw the ward, I thought perhaps, like, man, Kyle is just going to take another one. This guy just keeps blocking.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they saw him there and tried to stop him. And they were successful in delaying his back, but there is no follow-up, as you say. And Guangdong Freaks, as this Drake spawns in 12 seconds, have the Azir, have the Sejuani in position. The Ash Arrow down for a little bit here. This Herald going to take out a lot of the health here in mid, but still advantage in prio here going to Guangdong Freaks. You could see that Closer is trying to find maybe a flank angle here, trying to catch Bulldog unawares, but he's got a lot of vision set up. See that Akali clearing the ward in the Tri-Brush as we speak. And start to tussle around this Drake slowly, and that Leandri's is really going to start stacking. Rapid Fire Cannon, like I said, now finished here for Taehoon, who has a little bit of a lead itemization-wise.
We'll see how well they can peel for that back line. I think Willer will have an opportunity to get on top of the double immobile 80 carries, essentially, from the bottom side here. As you can see, he's looking to tussle with Young Jae, but not exactly feeling too good about his chances at the moment, as Guangdong have taken control of the mid lane for now.
Liv Sandbox has had incredible mid game. That's really been, to me, what stood out for them, especially a team this young that has, you know, Closer who's, is that your veteran? Like, that's saying a lot, right?
Yeah.
But the power of this team and team fights around, you know, third Drake, fourth Drake, first Baron has been amazing. Willer's control of Smite, his flank angles, been great, but in this comp, they're struggling to actually win the war of attrition here, and the Narbar is a hindrance more than a help, because they could just sit back, toss out these Ashe Ws, and say every time Bulldog puts a Sand Soldier up, you get hit by it, Leandri's is burning, Leandri's is burning.
So are they just going to give this one away? I mean, the timing on the Mega Gnar was somewhat forced almost. There was a lot of damage coming out from the side of Guangdong, but you mentioned the poke. I mean, Envy is just out of the fight. They totally gave up mid side. They do not have Mega Gnar anymore, so they're just going to teleport Closer up to the top side, but that is way behind the play, as Dudu had a free lane in the bottom side. The Sandbox definitely kind of floundering around there, and they're going to give away a lot to the side of Guangdong.
Not decisive enough, quickly enough here. No threat for Closer to collapse onto. No Gnar angle, right? Like you mentioned it. I was talking about how it's a hindrance in this draft when you're behind like this against the poke damage. And I think it's the right call to actually not force heavily, but if you're not going to force, maybe realize earlier and try to get across map, because you lose your entire bottom turret here too, due to, as you mentioned, Closer gets very minimal damage done here on the top side, will delete some of Bulldog's minions, but he's well happy. Well, I think he's well worth it to just say, okay, that's fine, because I now have the first Infernal Drake, which is going to be, even in itself as an individual elemental Drake, going to be so powerful for this comp.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty massive, and we'll still be, you know, looking for an angle here for Liv Sandbox to do much in this game. The Caitlyn, as you mentioned, didn't get, he got like a couple of plates down on the bottom side. It was decent, but nothing huge. Definitely very even right now, you could say, or even behind Taehoon at this point in terms of the itemization. Not sure how much he's sitting on. And we'll just have to wait and see how this one is going to go. Guangdong are setting up right now around the Baron. We've seen a lot more earlier Baron takes nowadays in 2023. I think kind of leading from the end of 2022 when teams started to do this more often.
Yeah, it definitely feels like you know, T1's revolutionary early Baron takes have made an impact on the LCK, right? We've seen teams realize that they can control the map. Of course, this is Young Jae.
They're going to have the
No
Cyclone
plan.
here, and Young Jae is Sejuani, so he says, yep, thank you very much. He also has Aftershock, so no damage comes in, no follow-up after the Cyclone, and now Willer is down in ultimate, and they're sieging the turret.
Yeah, this is actually, I think, a big disaster here for Live Sandbox. There's no plant, so maybe you see blood in the water, but it is Sejuani, as you say, and now the plant's back up. Just like I can just
And he's
float around.
still Sejuani, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean,
That didn't change.
look how much vision they have here, too. I don't know why I got really high-pitched on that, but, like, look at it, Valdez. They've got a lot of it here.
Wow.
There's no flank angle for Wukong, who has no ultimate.
Hey, Bertle got the red. That's pretty nice, actually. Dudu forced to hop away. A little bit of alleviation down on the bottom side of that pressure.
Truly a very passive game, but Kwangdong Freak's getting all the little edges, right? Spear of Shojin coming up here early for Dudu as well, which is going to help their team fighting quite significantly. With, I think, the front line, you know, with Sejuani there and obviously just how Jax is, I think this is actually a great item choice because you don't need actually a Leandries in this draft. You don't need a stopwatch. You can just go straight for Shojin and say, like, I'm actually going to be team fighting with this Jax because we have a lot of slows and utility in this composition. You know, Permafrost, etc. also going to be very useful for him. The Jax actually is not just a split push menace in this game, but actually can offer a lot of damage. It just straight up, when somebody gets rooted by Taeyun, that's it. Jax gets on them, they're dead. They're punished, right? And getting on top of this Caitlyn is going to be the hardest task for this composition, for this Jax in particular too, in 5v5s. You have enough of a lead. I think that the lead affords you this itemization as Jax here, and we're getting to that point where, you know, it's now no longer an early Baron, it's just, hey, I have vision around top side,
Yeah.
and we could start this if you do not respond. We have side lane control here too on the bottom of the map.
Well, that one was stolen away. I'm very happy to say this jungle is still ours. A little bit of that vision was taken away, but I think you said it best, Wolf. It's been a relatively passive game outside of, you know, a couple of scuffles down in the bottom side. And other than that, it's just been tiny little leads built up bit by bit here for the side of Kwangdong. The pressure on the bottom side now is huge with the lead that Jax has gotten. The lead that the team has gotten from the side of Kwangdong, I think they've done very well to, you know, use some of the vision up on the top side and clear out what Live Sandbox could see around the Baron.
Live Sandbox is
Kind of waiting.
Yeah, Live Sandbox has been a team that's relied so much on set plays in even mid games. We've seen so many moments where you see the long closer wraparound on the Silas, right? And Birdall tanks 2/3 of his health bar just because he knows the hijack's going to come through, the big play is going to be there. Then you're, or closer on is Akali. He's going on a long con flank. He's looking for that back line. He's trying to blow somebody up. But with this much vision coverage, like Kwangdong Freaks have really choked them out of this game. They have an Ashe too, so there are just no secrets.
Okay. Nice sidestep from Envy. Didn't have to use or do anything really.
I mean, what is your angle here as Live Sandbox? You're relying on Narbar. Oh no.
Yeah, here comes the poke. And Envy not going to do the same for Kyle that Kyle did for him. And Envy also going to get poked out. And, you know, oftentimes when we have a lot of team fighting and sometimes the Jhin doesn't do as much damage as other hyper carries, everybody is, you know, moaning and groaning. But when we're all just sitting here and he's able to get 4 free shots with support from his team and 0 support from the other team, then he looks real good.
They know the Akali is topside because she's showing there. Willer is seen as well, so they could just go, all right, we can actually just lock this down. Let's commit. There's no risk. And if we get this pick, we get the Drake guaranteed. And if we don't, we still push them back, and we can deal with the Akali split pushing. She still hasn't gotten that turret. Closer's been trying to work on this turret all game long and hasn't been successful here. Looks like he might, if Dudu leaves him alone here, Willer shadows him, finally get that down. But it's at the cost of Soul Point here. And we're looking at a 4,000 gold lead now. Birdall has been very invisible this game because he hasn't been able to set up on a flank, hasn't been able to get his Narbar in a position. They have worse poke. They have no engage options
The
in
team
this
as a
top.
whole is just kind of sitting around. There's no flank wards. And it's like a shooting gallery. They just get to do whatever they want. Like, why is Taeyun just allowed to just shoot off 4 bullets? Nothing's happening. Like, Sejuani just ults the Karma, who doesn't even flash, and it's like, okay, well, 3 kills, I guess?
Well, these 2 wards here, you can see them below the Raptor pit. Those control wards set up for that play means that Willer can't flank. He has no way to get in there without them seeing and knowing about it. then they could just cancel the play and walk away. So it's the choke of vision here for Guangdong Freaks that eliminates the Akali flank, eliminates the Wukong flank, and it's just kind of a checkmate game. As here we go.
They're trying to get on top of Youngjae as Youngjae trying to help out June. Very nice assault over the wall, but Envy's able to sneak in a little ace in the hole. And there you go. They do get that one kill. Maybe this will be a little bit of pressure relief for them.
They have no control of sides right now, so I don't think they can turn this into a Baron, and that's the only objective really on the map. The timing of this pick, really unfortunate. Otherwise, if you get this pick right before Soul Point, you feel really good about what it means because you have a little bit more control for the Drake, but because Closer is just sitting under inner turret here on the top side of the map, and the Gnar has been under inner, feels like all game long since his turret was destroyed early on in the game. You get a kill here, but what does it mean if you can't get anything from it?
Taeyoon, gotta be careful, buddy. This time he's got Gale Force to get out. As now we've got a teleport flank. Taeyoon is just dead as the positioning was not good there in the mid lane. Big arrow into Kyle, but they don't really care about that. Another kill over to the side of Liv Sandbox.
See if Liv Sandbox are willing to pull the trigger this time, because you got the 80 carry, you did get the arrow here, you lost a lot of health in this exchange, but you can just rush right back to this Baron potential take here after backing. Wukong ultimate coming back online here, and if you don't take this opportunity now, I mean, there might not be a better one. You know, you've gotten two kind of gimmies in a row. This is what starts this all off here, of course, is June very far out there, and he is punished by the ace in the hole. And then while he's gone, we see the same repeat play. Once again, Verdal's over here, has Narbar. Taeyoon is very far up in the lane because Youngjae's here, so he feels safe. Like, okay, got my jungler here. We can put up some deep vision, because that's been the whole game plan here for Taeyoon and the rest of this team. It's very, very clear CB Max's coaching for this draft is choke out the vision, and this time they push too far.
It's just vision supremacy, right? You've also got the support Ashe. You were kind of gifted that, right? Remember the trade of Caitlyn for Ashe, essentially, and Liv Sandbox went for the Caitlyn, which is fine. But certainly does give Guangdong some edges versus vision control.
The Flame Horizon of Vision score here that June is picking up.
As now we're trying to get on top of Bulldog. Feels like the first time I've seen the Azir use buttons in this game. As Closer is going to get in there and kill him, but might be able to get out here. He gets a big heal and a big shield, and Closer went on an assassination mission and gets sniped by Taeyoon. This time Kyle not able to get in front of that one.
Kind of hilarious how that one all panned up. It was like, wow, everything missed, and Closer basically got away, and it shouldn't have happened, and then he died anyways. And now Guangdong Freaks here with an exchange on the mid laners, thinking maybe they could start up Baron, but with this Narbar in a good spot here for Verdal, they think better of it here and start pushing back through mid. They won't be able to set up an Azir turret without Bulldog being here, unfortunately, because that would be amazing for them to try to push bottom side here and set up for what will be the soul fight. So it's a trade once again, and finally Liv Sandbox have felt like, okay, we have enough damage on this Akali, we have enough to force when Guangdong Freaks are being greedy with their vision takes, and they are starting to challenge on the map. It's going to be a really important decision now that is made here for Liv Sandbox and Guangdong Freaks, because we could see Guangdong Freaks afford, as we watch this one more time here. Ace in the hole comes through, is enough damage for Closer, doesn't commit the flash. Then he narrowly dodges everything with his Shroud, and then dies anyways because of no block. Feels bad.
I mean, Kyle kind of looked like he was in front of him, but it like tipped his head or something.
They are rushing this down here before the Drake
trying to get this as Guangdong are getting in position. We do have Mega Gnar actually at an important time now as in goes Youngjae. Nobody denies him, and this fight is so early from the side of Willer, and this time he gets it stolen away. Youngjae will go down in the end, but absolutely the better trade for Guangdong.
Liv Sandbox now losing control of the mid lane here. A TP going bottom side. Guangdong Freaks just trying to take this despite losing control of their team. Not having a jungler here, like being down a member. Just saying, okay, we're going to push these lanes so that we can buy enough time. As Dudu, will he get away?
Yeah, well, Closer's trying to go in, but a little bit out of position he was. Dudu has to force the flash out of there. This
is a really good trade, though, onto Dudu's health bar here. He's going to be forced to back, doesn't have teleport, so maybe Liv Sandbox could actually get this Drake. They need it so desperately.
Ooh. Taeyoon going to play it safer. He doesn't have vision there, and that was definitely the right call to not push any further or open up an ult at that time.
This is so important for Guangdong to secure right now, lest this game slipped out of their fingers.
Bulldog trying to poke away. You see Meganar is in here. Bertle is trying to do something, but he just immediately gets pushed away as, yes, the Infernal Drake will go the way of Liv Sandbox. As now Kyle gonna get sniped out of vision. A nice shot from Taeyun, but it is Liv Sandbox stopping the Infernal Soul.
Yeah, the Infernal Soul going over, or not going over just yet. Liv Sandbox denying it, but still losing these players means losing more control of sides, and this is what the Drake lead affords you, which is why Liv Sandbox had to take that risky Baron attempt in the first place, because Guangdong Freaks could have actually just said, oh, you can have that one elemental, we'll take Baron and then push with this Jack. So they had to try to rush it early. It's kind of backfiring here a little bit as Guangdong Freaks not getting the objectives on their terms, but getting this Baron and then winning the fight means they could take 2 inhibitors down, so it's a win at the end of the day. And this gold lead with all these turrets going down has ballooned to 6,000. And it might be confusing because you're like, wow, looks like Liv Sandbox is actually doing stuff now. They're actually killing people, but the way that they have gotten these picks hasn't led to control over objectives. They start this Baron because they know that if they do not, Guangdong Freaks can actually trade objectives. Then the smite here, uncharacteristically very early from Willer, is taken away by Youngjae, which sets this whole disaster up afterwards, because despite the fail to secure this Drake as well, they can just take that Baron buff and take 2 inhibs. Really nice Emperor's Divide here as well from Bulldog. Not enough to secure the Drake, but turning this around. And man, the shots have been good on this Jhin.
He is quite the Jhin player. He has been picking it up a decent amount. Already has 2 games on it before today. And yeah, I mean, the question is really, you know, Liv Sandbox, if they didn't go in there and stop the Infernal Soul, would they have kept the inhibitors alive anyway? I think against Guangdong with Infernal Soul and Baron, they probably would have taken the inhibitors anyway, but it probably would have happened a bit slower, is the only thing. As another nice arrow, but Baron buff is about to run out, and that might mean the end of the push. They might try to get the last little bit here with this last push, as Willer's got a great angle, able to get behind Youngjae, flashes on top of Taeyun, even has a stopwatch, as that should be enough to keep him alive, as now the sweep just misses everything. And Bulldog now is in a terrible spot. Down he will go. And the push maybe went on for a couple seconds too long.
Yeah, trying to break those Caitlyn traps was where I started to get a little bit worried. You don't know where Willer is, and yes, there is a Sundisk turret up, so you feel like you could pretty much do anything. But this is not a Maokai push, you know what I mean? This is not a, okay, we could just force this no matter what. And Willer is seen here, right? And they still are pushing forward. The Caitlyn trap is expelled, and this team is just not on the same page. Youngjae is going up and trying to set up a permafrost, and they just get punished super hard. You feel like, okay, we're safe. We can go back to this Azir turret. Closer takes a lot of damage from it, but regardless, really great play from Willer. Has the stopwatch set up. And finally, he finds a flank angle on this Wukong. He's been, because of vision, so stifled. This time, they had vision, but the reaction was a little bit slow.
Yeah, also a very nice teleport flank to Closer to get a fantastic angle in there, so Bulldog just left to the Wolves, or to the Akalis, I guess, in this case. They both have the death cap, lots of damage from both of our mid laners in this case. And finally, in 5v5s, we are beginning to see that, you know, if Guangdong Freaks get themselves slightly out of position, that Liv Sandbox are actually able to find some angles, as Bertle maybe has settled in a little bit, being able to time some of those Gnar bars a little bit better.
Yeah, it's the weird thing about Bertle is it almost feels like it's only ever anxiety around the 1v1s on turrets and stuff like that. Like in team fights, he doesn't really choke. He doesn't really mess those up. He doesn't really make any major errors there. It's just really in lane. You get to the later parts of the game, his macro sense is good as long as he's not trying to duel somebody under a turret. The guy actually comes up clean.
Stopwatch purchased by Envy.
Yeah.
I was wondering what he was going to go back and buy, and definitely the correct option in this case. He already has 4 items, enough damage, and could eventually go into the GA out of that stopwatch as well, as Closer will be stunned up. It is a Kali, though, at the end of the day, so he should be totally fine. Doesn't even have to ult.
Yeah. It's an interesting choice there. I mean, June is going to get this ultimate up very quickly. He's level 13, so not going to be the end of the world that he commits that or anything, but losing the Jhin ultimate feels a little bit worse. Guangdong Freaks not getting too much from this. These inhibitors still down for a minute, so they're trying to use these waves to get that prio on the Drake, the Infernal Soul they've been wanting so desperately here. If they secure it, that's basically game, as Bertle's Gnar bar here triggered very early.
Arrow comes in. They're trying to push them away. Cleanse, or Mikhail's, I guess, onto closer. Yep, that was picked up by Kyle. And Willer trying to set up for this Dudu level 18 as he is a little bit out by himself, but guess what? No Meganar now. Bertle's at half health. He's getting poked out. Liv Sandbox still trying to use their Caitlyn. Envy doing a good job.
And there's a huge wave bottom, and Dudu has teleport, so Liv Sandbox have to be scared about Baron trades and also that Jax just teleporting in and ending the game. So if they get caught here on backs by June, it's disastrous. So Bertle has to go back. They should be able to identify this, and now they're just going to start up the Baron. And like I said, if you're the one on Soul Point, you can't afford to do these trades. And this is just a lot of the map being unlocked once again here.
The question is, you know, they can't afford to do it, but was it the correct play in this situation? I feel like they almost just went to Baron because they had better positioning on the Baron.
I think the Baron's way more valuable in this case with this Jax.
Yeah, they're definitely going to try to push in with the Baron and try to end the game before the Infernal Soul comes up. That will definitely make it worth it. Envy in a very bad spot, but he does have the stopwatch. No flash in this case, but still is enough. Look at the poke damage now that's coming out from the Jhin, from the Azir, and they are going to take down all of these inhibitors.
This composition from Guangdong Freaks just had such a clear identity, and it was utilized so well.
All right, here comes Closer. He's trying to do it all by himself as he takes an incredible amount of damage, and he goes Bulldog, just going to take him out. This should be the end of the game as Dudu is just terrorizing people in the backside as well, as he's got that turret on him, but he does not care. Down will go the Nexus. Guangdong able to push in and end at 37 minutes.
CV Max, man, he makes a draft. He says, we get Ashe Jhin. We're going to push around the map. We're going to play around bottom side. And this was a great game from Young Jay. He was just always in the right place, setting up several kills for the Jhin early, pushing the Caitlyn back into a position where she couldn't actually have power in the mid game. And they just put wards all over the map. Every single objective before it spawns, there's deep wards. Bertle can't play the game. He can't be in a side lane against Jax. He's just always under threat. Closer, same thing. Every time Willer comes up to try to support him in his side, he gets spotted and gets pushed out of the jungle. He's got to be concerned about arrows coming through. Sejuani ult, so the Wukong, the Caitlyn, and the Akali really just struggling to find value through what felt like a long mid-game. Like, we got to the late game, but it still felt like we were in mid-game because there were no team fights. Just pushing for vision, pushing for setup on objectives. And you could just really feel the coaching here coming to bear, actually, for Guangdong Freaks. The way they played around vision, how much this Ashe got done with that Umbroglaive, and how few opportunities were given to that flanking Wukong, really only having that one big moment there defending the base. And sure, there were a few catches, there were some overextensions by June, by Taeyun, but overall, this was a very clean game from Guangdong Freaks, and this team just suddenly seems like it's very unlocked now that June has joined the roster.
Yeah, they made it really suffocating for the enemy team, and you could see that Liv Sandbox were really just lost. I think they have done well with a lead, but here in this game, they were not able to figure it out, and Guangdong Freaks seemed to have the answer. Bulldog did insane damage in that game. A lot of that towards the end, no doubt, in some of those crazy team fights as Bulldog's parents still here looking for the win. We'll see what happens, guys, as we will go to a break in the space.
이쪽에 뒤텔 없겠지?
아직 텔 없어. 노텔이야 얘.
그래?
나를 이제 미니나를.
미드 억제기 넣고 캐틀 프리 용 맞았어 나공 쏠게 공 쏠게 나 공 7초 이거 억제기 가자 이거 미안 나 끊었다 하나 더 풀? 괜찮아 괜찮아 억제기 갈게 미드 억제기 상태 좀 많이 안 좋아 바텀 그대로 바텀 할게 바텀 얘네가 박아야 돼 이거는 바텀 하나 맞았어 이거 천천히 얘네가 박아야 돼 나 칼리 노플 칼리 천천히 한통 빠져 천천히 나이스 캐틀 볼게 공 맞아 오고 풀이야 오고 이겼어 나이스 캐리 인정
Yeah, decent scatter is going to come through as now Dudu taking control of Cuz. He's very tanky, but Bulldog is keeping everybody else locked down. And yeah, Cuz is there to be tanky, but it just does not work out. And now Dudu can do what he wants. He finds the Q. The final chapter comes down, and this could be a penta. We've got a Quadra already, and there it is! Pentakill for Taeun! Because Bulldog's teleported in. He's finding free autos now, and he's shooting so fast with the rapid fire cannon. Enforced Alcove Gaming is just limping away from this fight. BDD is going to die as an afterthought as the reset comes through. Bulldog grabs the pickup. He's going to let his team take care of the rest of it as he's just jumping a billion times.
It's an official T1 Baron. A lot of damage will come through, but here comes a massive knockup. The three of them just sitting against the wall. Owner will take the Baron down, but the rest of the team goes down and no cash in. So Duck Dom in a little bit of trouble. Zeka goes forward. He's gonna get knocked up. There's that gnaw. It's gonna help him. A massive knockup from Kingen, trying to zone them away, but everybody jumps in, and it's a steal from Flynn. They get the Elder, and we see Viper now.
Before he gets here, though, and the answer is no, as Pace gonna flash to get out of the way, and the chains, the Emperor's Divide gonna be picked up. The Gnar is not massive, but the Emperor's Divide is, and Closer will tear them all up. He's gonna bounce on top of the Renekton, goes golden beautifully, and Chovy is still alive. Can he get it done? Another Emperor's Divide!
That's where the fireworks are really going to be, is one more time.
Another one, and this time it's going to connect on to Peanut. As cease and desist comes in, but Bertle's still going to be able to grab that kill. That is real comfy.
Just isn't going to work.
Oh, Wallop, Gnar into the wall. Closer taking a lot of damage. Petrifying Gaze. And he escapes! Now pays off to the side, but he presents a huge target. But maybe he's exactly the target that Gen.G wants, distracting the rest of Live Sandbox. There's the Prowler's Claw we were looking for, and the triple kill for Gen.G. Gonna flash, as there's the final chapter. Morgan just pushes them away, tries to get them out of the pit. Cuz gets in there, Karras, he locks down the Elder, bro! They have the big buff, but the big damage belongs to Keen! And KT say we need no dragon! If you're in the death chamber, you still lose! Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. What a banger of a first game we had in this series between Kwangdong and Liv Sandbox. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by the lovely Huni and Chronicler here to break down that series where we discover who is worse out of Karma and Jin. Sorry, baiting Chronicler there, it's an inside joke. I apologize.
No, it is. I quite like it. So, I was right, which is why I like it. I've been saying that Jin, really, not too bad, but Jin isn't the real issue here. It's giving over the Ashe and Sejuani. I think Ashe, if it's not banned, you gotta B1 it. I think Caitlyn is good, but Ashe to me is just so incredibly oppressive. Even if she doesn't get Sejuani, she got both.
I mean, also, this is a really good example of the game of the K lane. If you're not good at it, if you're not good team, like it's not only like one player. It's just like it's tough to play.
Yeah, this is a pretty
large sample size as well.
And it's also, yeah, it's the entirety of the LCK. It's both of these champions throughout the years as well. So, yeah, Ashe Sejuani has always been pretty good.
And also something that Huni was really complaining about, and I'm going to echo it, was no cleanse.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the biggest blunder I've ever seen, especially you're playing against Ashe Sag, and in teamfight, you can't even auto anyone. And Karma being ends up had to go first item the Mikhail, and that's not enough, obviously. You'd rather have 2, you'd rather have a 3 with a QSS, you'd rather have a 4 if you can.
Just get your jungler to build a Mikhail's, you know?
And we actually did saw a nice example of the Akali versus Azir as well, because even though we saw that the Azir isn't great at keeping down the Akali post-laning phase, doesn't really help there, Birdle did make sure that there was no playmaking potential for Closer in the early game.
Yeah, exactly. We actually didn't see much of a pop-off from Closer until later in the game. But let's get into our first highlight here as, I wish we had the rights to play My Heart Will Go On, because if you don't have a cleanse, you better hope you've got a Karma. That's going to be coming up here, as this first play actually worked out very well for Liv Sandbox.
These first 2 were great.
Yeah, I mean, I said the game is like, damn, this is the game, you know? Like, game is actually over because it's Caitlyn.
You did say that,
if the game is actually without making...
And then it was even more over here.
I was saying, like, oh, yeah, like, the Caitlyn looking great. Like, what happened? And then they make mistake, and they can't come back.
Look at this.
And imagine you have a cleanse here.
If cleanse, you're fine.
Yeah,
you don't need a cleanse if you've got a Karma.
Just walk over, man.
Kael is such a bro.
I mean, honestly,
really tried.
I would own her really high on the Youngja play here, like, which is like, it's crazy that he was just ganking on the bottom, then where he had to go there, and then after this play, basically there's no bottom prio, and just Jin just like Caitlyn, if you're not having prio and then not able to swap after, not getting the leaf turret, it's a bad champ.
Yeah, and actually, Huni, you said something great to me as well, is Caitlyn requires the snowball to keep rolling. If that snowball ever reaches a bump in the hill, you kind of fall off the tracks a little bit. It is difficult to keep going and keep creating those advantages. So I really liked that point as well, because I think this really did knock Liv Sandbox off a little.
Yeah, you're really talking about late game and you having a front line, and neither of those things really came true.
Yeah, they didn't. Let's get into our next highlight here, though, because this game was certainly a lot more back and forth than a lot of us expected on the desk, and this was Willa getting a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, I mean, this was like the Liv Sandbox had to make like one play that they just went for the Nash, but Youngja he decided to finish the game on his smite.
Oh, like, wow. 12:31, I think, was the last health total before it was smoked, so like really crisp timing.
One little thing as well, you notice that he throws the Glacial Prison into the Gnar so that he doesn't get Gnar'd back before he gets over the wall as well, just to guarantee that he gets into the pit. That was very cool. I didn't even notice that the first time.
And to me, going into the next game, these two teams are very clearly a pretty close match. Kwangdong continuing the improvement and performance that we've seen of them. Gotta not give over Sedge and Ashe. Like, that is...
Yeah.
It's a 4-win streak at the moment. The combo is just so versatile and so strong.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are strong at the moment in the meta, and Liv Sandbox have chosen the red side, so we will see a difference of side selection, which I think is important. I think counterpick has become so much more valuable. It's so weird because we had this like middle period, weeks 2 and 3, where blue side was being prioritized. We saw some blue side being prioritized last week as well, but it is starting to feel like we're coming back to red side prior. I don't know which way.
It's like
It's week 4 now, right?
Time has actually gotten very hazy for most of us.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you keep playing like same meta, same patches like for a long time, the counter pick value actually goes higher than like when it's just the patch new released. So I think the people, it's really good to see that in the pro play they're figuring out like the good new stuff that which counter which.
But we are on a new patch, right?
Not as a pick yet,
guys.
We've seen those picks like a lot. So.
Yeah, I would say we're on 13.1 B. 13.1, and the B stands for a bit of a change. Let's have a look at the POG for this one and see who's going to pick it up. It's Young Jay that collects it with his sweet, sweet smite abilities.
Yeah, smited or smote rather the Nash when the flip play came through from Sandbox, but also turned the game around crucially.
Yeah.
These two gangs are probably what decided the game.
He completely dead. He just basically break the bot lane, the 2v2 prio, and he absolutely deserved the POG here. Just these two play make just Jhin just able to just keep able to prio like until the game's ends basically.
Yeah, also Jhin going for crit build, which made me very happy.
Oh yes,
Atlas a
yes,
little bit
sir.
of a believer.
I'm almost a Jhin believer now, and that is that's saying a lot.
It's tough.
As this was one of the big moments that I think a lot of people would have thrown the votes over Young Jay's way for, because this was pretty game deciding.
I'd say, yeah, that was it. That was the moment, and like some split votes, that June vote, that's my favorite one. Because June, to me, has completely reformed this team from what we saw before, right? Really showcasing again why this player was so highly valued on DRX challengers.
No, exactly right. But sorry, Hooney, we're going to have to get to you after this next game because we need to get into game number 2. We've got some high-octane League of Legends coming your way. Take it away, Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you, Spacers. Sorry about that, Hooney. Once again, denied. Maybe next time. But jokes aside, yeah, Kwangdong, very good stuff. I think that Live Sandbox gave them a couple of tools, and they took those tools and they built a wonder with it. It was very nice to see.
Yeah.
I miscalled that Willer smited early. It was actually Caitlyn's headshot that got it just right in range.
Yeah, I was actually going to address this as well because I doubled down on it because I thought it was an early smite as well.
Yeah, sorry about that, Wolf. Got you in trouble.
No, it's okay, but we did see obviously on third look that was not the case there. And
it's just, you know, that kind of thing also needs to be communicated as well. You know, if you're going to lay in the damage, if the enemy jungler is coming in, generally you don't just want to flip it. Either you try to change the damage onto the sedge or, you know, say, I've got a headshot coming up, you know, the smite's going to be coming in. It definitely seemed like Willer was caught off guard by that.
I do think that some of the problems for Live Sandbox in that first game were related to people not being on the same page around skirmishes, around being decisive and trying to force fights. It all started with Young Jay getting those 2 kills on the bottom side of the map, which is why I voted for him. The smite was pretty good, but I think that was kind of a cherry on top moment for me, as we will see the Sylas ban actually on blue side here in first rotation, and thankfully the Ashe will follow.
Yeah.
I mean, I love seeing some Ashe, but after last game, it you know, it was pretty oppressive, right? I mean, you could see the vision score difference. You could see how oppressive Kwangdong were with the pick. So
yeah,
I'm down for just 1 per series.
Yeah, just one per series, or maybe 0. You know.
Yeah, 0 is also fine.
0.5 on average, perhaps. You got to get something really strong if you're giving away Ashe. And Live Sandbox identify that. They ban it on red side. Will we see the Lucian ban here again? We've seen a lot of Lucian bans popping up here on the red side. And even in the last game here on the new patch with the slight nerfs.
Be a good angle here for Envy if he wants to go down that path. He's only played it once, but if it's left open, I think it's definitely a strong pick right now. Varus also still up. Maokai, I think the easy lock in here for Kwangdong Freaks if you want to react, because this is very intentional from Live Sandbox, right? They're trying to trade this for a Varus lane, it looks like, with the Renekton ban.
I think it's worth. I mean, Jhin is still available. We saw that Taeyoon is a fantastic Jhin. I think going into Maokai, Jhin would be my choice, but it seems like CV Max and the crew have a different idea.
They definitely considered it, and that's exactly the line of thinking I was going with. Now, Envy has not played a single game of Jhin this season, so even if they wanted to go down that path, you know, it's not something that Live Sandbox have shown us before, not something that they like to play necessarily. So we'll see the Maokai, of course, now given over. Question is what comes with it, because the new Quick Blades build we've seen on Ezreal is very strong. You could go for a Ezreal Karma lane instead if that's what you prefer. If
you are really kind of allergic to playing the Jhin Maokai, as Atlas is.
Some are, yes.
The Caitlyn here is also fine. A very different look, though, for this draft, and is going to be clashing against that Varus poke and wave clear. So it's not the Caitlyn, kind of pressure lane like we saw last time attempted. It's not like the Caitlyn versus Zeri we've seen so many times.
One of these days, we're going to see a different aggressive pick in a Maokai. I don't know if it's going to be today with Youngjae playing Nidalee, if we're going to see some more Lee Sin or something, I'm not sure. But especially with all the Elise bans, could be the answer into Maokai. But it will just be Sejuani and Jhin.
Interesting. It could have been Jhin support for Live Sandbox here potentially as well, but very unlikely. Not a super powerful lane. And now you're kind of priced into picking Karma as Live Sandbox again here. Lux can work out very strong, obviously, into the Sejuani. And they actually will give it over to Kael to be his first time this season on the pick, but it's classic, right? And it is very strong into this lane matchup. Okay, Valdez pointed out to me that he actually has played it once. I actually
One
have it
game,
on my
yes.
sheet. I just missed it there. Yes, he's 1-0 on it.
He has
thought
played
had
a lot
Yeah.
of things, so
He is
makes
1-0,
sense.
so my apologies. Everyone at home.
I just remember that game where he was playing the Lux, and I'm like, I think he played the Lux.
I thought so too, and I just completely missed it on my sheet because my X is written weird. Anyway.
Handwriting issues, we can both
This
relate on
Aurelia
that.
ban is really interesting. It kind of leads me to believe, because even though Closers had amazing games of Aurelia, right? This is not a draft where you're really in need of an Aurelia ban, but I think it means that, like, okay, Birdall could flex this. It's really strong for side laning. I don't think that Guangdong Freaks are feeling like Birdall's trying to just play a passive top lane in this game. They want to actually have a little bit more control. And it also could just be that Bulldog wants to play a control mage here and doesn't want to deal with that pressure when he's in sides. So, potential Victor warning. I'm just putting it out there.
A Victor warning is in effect.
Yes.
And
A severe
definitely-
Victor warning is in
Yep.
effect for your area.
Could be the way. Kassadin is coming in, and yeah, I mean, it could also be that maybe Dudu wants to get his hands on the Gnar. Could also be an option.
Yeah.
Especially with the Silas ban that we did see early.
Definitely true. That's actually a good point. This Jace is very flexible in this draft. Could be mid or top. And as red side, you have the power to flex this. Trendemir has been hovered a lot to the Jace. We've seen it a lot with Jhin in the past. I actually much prefer the Yone in this meta because of what he offers you in team fights. Trendemir has so much CC he has to face into this comp, whereas the Yone should be able to break through a Maokai ult if he wants to go for it. Could still be the pick here, obviously with a Gnar in the top side of the map, but a lot of magic damage missing in that type of draft. The Victor pick, the Bulldog zoom in, is it coming? No!
Oh?
Thankfully not.
Yeah, could definitely be the Akali. There's a lot of straight up kind of annoyances if you do play a pick like this and you're in melee range against a Maokai, against traps, against a Lux, but if you do manage to get on top of them, there is still the squishy underbelly, you know, some of the somewhat immobile 80 carries that we do have on the side of Live Sandbox. I'm just calling them all 80 carries now, just that's the way the meta has gone.
Yeah. Well, looks like with this Akali pick, they wanted to deny some closer Azir playability, right? Because it could have been the Jace mid. Don't want to be playing that one into Akali. Pick the Akali here, and it makes it a little bit less comfortable for closer here on the Azir, as we've seen. But he's going to pick it up regardless here. So you're looking at, right now, as Live Sandbox, a little bit of pressure top side with the Jace into the Gnar. Can be a very strong matchup there. Azir early prio into the Akali. And then what you're hoping is going to be a lane that's controlled by Caitlyn Lux on the bottom side here for Live Sandbox. But as Youngjae showed us in the previous game, doesn't always go that way. You've really got to be careful about where your vision is set up. And even a ward in the Tri-Brush, or on the River Brush in this case for Live Sandbox on red side, might not be enough if you see that big wraparound. We have seen Sejuani's flash walls, looking at you, Peanut,
Yeah.
to make these ganks possible.
Umpty as well.
Umpty.
That's his thing here for 2023. It's just flash any wall that's in his way. The Maokai could absolutely do that as well.
In a lot of ways here, Valdez, feels like we're kind of running it back. There are some big changes in terms of the Akali switching sides here, but it is the Akali into the Azir. There's a lot of side lane control. If there's no pressure on the Gnar, if the Jace doesn't get ahead, in fact, if we see the Jace fall behind and they play around top side and leave the bottom side to try to be self-sufficient, the Jin Varus, we could see a mid-game once again where Kwangdong Freaks are very oppressive, have a lot of control over the map, and that Akali becomes even scarier than Nazir when you have that level of control.
Just talking about Willer and Baron steals. Going 2 and 2 together. Bulldog looking for the bite it on the side of Kwangdong. Of course, that is their motto. I didn't just randomly say that. That has been on a lot of the
He does sometimes do that, but not in this case.
Yeah, not in this case specifically, but other times, you know. This is going to be an interesting one. I think Liv Sandbox may be trying to go back to the norm. Let's see how it goes as we jump into the Rift for game number 2.
Scary times. Don't walk into that. The identity of both of these bottom lanes are so similar, obviously, and the big difference being that June will be playing as a support Jin this time, and it is Lux, not Karma, but you're still looking for, as Liv Sandbox, a lot of push, a lot of control with this Caitlyn, and as Kwangdong Freaks, you're going to be looking for some extra poke and range damage to follow up your Sejuani later on. Now, the Ashe arrow being missing is a big problem, but you can, of course, combo the Sejuani ult into Gnar, you can combo it into Deadly Flourish, or Chains of Corruption, as we've seen, so still works out in a very similar way. Both of these teams kind of having similar identities in that regard, but changes in the mid lane, changes in the top side, and I think it's going to be another one of those games where if Kwangdong get oppressive vision, it gets very difficult because of this Akali pick this time around.
Yeah, we saw Closer struggling in the last one. I think the Maokai, you know, it did receive some small nerfs on this patch. Also a Demonic Embrace nerf. I don't think that's going to matter at all. We talked about this right at the top of the show, about how his kit in this jungle meta is just really, really strong and what it does provide. And, you know, no Ashe in this game, but Maokai does provide a lot of vision control from the jungle with this pick, and he does still a lot of damage, even though there were some slight nerfs, and also has some great gank pressure as well. So wouldn't be surprised to see another bot-focused game here, especially with the amount of harass that both of these bot laners can put in.
And the poke and the siege that Liv Sandbox's comp has is so protected by the Maokai, even in the later parts of the game. You can just siege a turret, say that's mine, there's nothing you can do about it. If you want to try to come and collapse a flank, Maokai is there to stop you. As really nice ward placement here. Youngjae will be spotted, so that's a little bit of extra information to Willer. As this lane is, in the early parts of it, we do see the Comet and Dark Harvest, actually, for Jin. Do like that tech coming through, so just trying to stack up some additional damage here. And if your Varus is hitting his arrows consistently, and you can actually follow up with those autos, you will get a lot of Dark Harvest stacks in this lane early. And this is actually very oppressive so far. Almost makes you wonder, you know, if this Caitlyn Lux should have been another wave-clearing support, because the Caitlyn synergy with Lux is based upon the reveals you can get with Lux, the extra damage you can do at range, but mostly the trap synergy with the binding, but isn't going to offer you the same sort of wave clear as a Mantra Q or what a Soraka can give you. So you can see some problems here in the early levels.
Yeah, it's part of why we see a lot of, you know, lane summoners, maybe part of the reason why we even saw Envy take heal in the last game. Not saying it was a good idea, but so much of the bottom lane nowadays relies on, you know, level 1, level 2 trades and the ability to, you know, get position in the lane and get that priority just because you're able to take very early trades and start pushing into your opponents. And this time he did go cleanse. No Ashe in this game, but still, you know, Chains of Corruption, still the Jin exists alongside the Sejuani, so definitely the right call in game number 2 at least.
Yeah. No barrier needed in this lane. It is mostly about the burst damage from the Varus in this case with his cooldowns, and not going to be trading too aggressively against Jin support unless something goes very wrong. So, pretty calm, chill early game here. No kill pressure as The back timing for Taeyun and June gets really messed up here and interrupted, so they're actually now kind of defending under turret, so the tables have turned a little bit down there on the bottom side, but taking a peek at this lane because you can see the Jace does have a lot of power here in the early parts of this matchup, but Dude has been laning it well.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting to see so much priority on the Gnar in this game. Not in the draft, but in the bans.
Yeah.
You know, the Sylas early, the Aurelia next in the second phase, and then just kind of saying, okay, well, they already banned Cassante, as we do have a big trade in mid. Closer getting pretty close to the kill. And speaking of which, Dudu looking for his own kill. Feels like maybe he could have flashed in and tried to force that, but immediate retribution would come through if he did not get the kill, which it looks like he was just barely off.
Notice the triangle of 3 wards in the top of the map here for Kwangdong Freaks. One in the brush below top lane, one in the river, of course, the scuttle control there, and then the one next to Raptors that was placed deep early on. So there were insta-pings on Willer when he decided to go topside there, and I think Bertle was trying to aggressively set up some trading so maybe they could grab a kill early with this Jace pick, trying to make this prio worth it for the Gnar early, and now he's going to try to push this wave, or let this late wave push in, so it's an awkward spot for the Gnar. But I think Dudu has handled this very well with that aggressive setup of vision there. It's very difficult for Willer to actually come over here and make an impact without being seen, especially with the prio that Akali now has mid. So he's heading bottom side here, and we'll see if he can make the same impact this game as he did the last. Youngjae is here, and they have that ward just now expiring.
Yeah. I think both junglers just assuming, you know, that vision obviously going to help out a lot, as you mentioned. Willer is down a level. Looks like he is down almost a full camp and is now going head-to-head with Youngjae. And because of the wave state, Kyle and MD are totally safe. Although it does look like, with a little bit of a push in mid, perhaps they want to go for an early Drake, or at least some early pressure into the enemy jungle.
I think this is wise.
Okay, they're going to Twisted Advances. Now they're trying to get the damage onto a Sejuani. That's not what you want to see, as Youngjae is just dead. Bulldog is going in 1v4. Yeah, that was...
That was very forced, let's say, and a really nice punish.
Extremely forced.
A really nice punish from Liv Sandbox, and you know you have a lot of resistances to break through on this Aftershock Sejuani, but still, when you have this amount of locked up CC onto this one single target, no one else is there. Bulldog is a level 6 Akali, so there isn't a lot of long-term damage in that fight. It's more burst in this case. You feel really good about catching the Sejuani there, even though she's a level up on your Maokai. I think that's part of why Youngjae and crew felt really comfortable, because they've been tracking this Maokai very well. Like, okay, we have the advantage here. We have a little bit of push in bottom side. Let's force this fight. But it's a little bit disjointed. Akali's very late to show up, and you need a lot more follow-up damage, or just follow-up damage in general, if you're going to make that happen.
Bulldog looking for the 1v1. Closer getting pretty low. At least wants to get the flash out. Turret shot taken, and the flash in from Youngjae not going to amount to a kill. They will push Closer out, but definitely we're looking for a little bit more there, as Taeyun is getting low. No level 6 for either of the Liv Sandbox bottom laners, though.
Yep. Now clearing these wards, and risky place to back here. We'll get away with it. Wow. That's the kind of choice you can make that will save you some time, but could potentially lose you the game.
Yeah.
And we'll get away with it.
That is a choice you can make, is what I thought you were going to say, Wolf. Both, I think, are correct. June is struggling to just even stay in the lane, as it seems like they know this is happening. Willer is going to spot it anyway.
Level 6 advantage, but no Jace.
Give it away.
Yeah, there's no Jace here. He backed. He has no TP. So Bertle can't come over here and contest. I think if Bertle is even a little bit further up in the lane, you just ult there and try to actually steal that one away.
Good timing from Youngjae.
I think this is going to be the exchange here with Sejuani. Look at where June is in this fight without any support. Closer's keeping Bulldog out and can, of course, dash over the wall. Bulldog isn't going to be able to stop that Emperor's Divide from coming through, so Youngjae just really pushing the envelope very far without having any support from his team. And June ready to help set that scenario up, but they don't have 6 yet.
Yeah, Taeyun wasn't there. You're in the enemy jungle, so the mid laner of Liv Sandbox can get there before the mid laner of Kwangdong Freaks. Just a mistake, you know. I don't think that was very much a big trade, or a big play, rather, for the side of Kwangdong. I think Liv Sandbox were able to easily capitalize on that one.
Just good, quick punish, you know. Closer with the dash over the wall, sets up the Emperor's Divide. They have the light binding, etc. So not respecting the CC. sometimes these mistakes do get made. Sometimes there's a little bit of a disjointed call on an objective like this, especially the rosters this young.
Are they actually going to try to come in here? You see Youngjae is seeing whether or not he's got an angle for a steal, but he's not going to force that. Just the first Drake Live Sandbox get that in trade for the Rift Herald that they did give away because they weren't able to fight on the top side again. No Jace.
Nope. Teleport for both of these top laners coming up fairly soon. And, you know, not going to be forcing anything on these early Drake. The Herald going over to Youngjae is nice, but he has to find a place to utilize it here. And with this Drake going over uncontested, he won't be able to use it for the second of the game here. So finding a place to use it is probably going to be a kill setup required here in one of these lanes because, you know, mid lane you have a little bit of prio, but it's Nazir who has ult back up. Top side, it's Gnar who's falling behind this Jace pick. So the Rift Herald being taken really not too significant at this point in time. Youngjae is really trying to fish for an angle here. If he gets his, you know, ult off here, or sets up a play, he doesn't have flash, maybe you could find it.
I mean, Closer saw him. I'm not sure why he's still here. He's going to sweep them away, but in goes Bulldog. He's looking for the kill under the turret. One more auto will do it. Closer, you know, maybe just thinking he would have enough to get away, but it was certainly not enough.
Yeah, that was very aggressive, and you know it's coming, right? You know the Rift Herald they're fishing for a Rift Herald angle, right? And he's not even going to drop it, and he's standing on a ward, yeah. So you know he's likely going to be there. You have a ward set up, you see it coming, and you don't respect it. And he has ult, so he feels pretty immortal here, right? I mean, this is about as transparent as it gets, and he has the ability to dash back here. So first, ults, handles it very well, uses his dash. Well, there's just too much damage on this call stage. Bulldog almost cancels one too many autos, and that was a very scary moment, but still very well-coordinated drop there of the Sejuani. They do not actually commit the Herald despite that because the Akali takes so much damage. So on one hand, mission accomplished, got a kill with greedy Closer, but still not getting any of that plate gold from this Herald that you really wanted.
Yeah. Youngjae is going to have to drop it somewhere very quickly. Mid's probably not going to be the place because it is Azir. Like, they had an opportunity potentially after that gank, but not using it there. So maybe just going to run down bot and drop it down now as they don't have a kill onto Azir this time. Although he's kind of changing his tune. Now he's going towards mid. So maybe just going to force drop it in mid.
Like I said, the timing of this for Drake is horrible. You know, you're not going to be able to use it to just say, well, it's not going to get that much value for us, but we can just push this for Drake advantage. Because it's taken at such an awkward timing here.
He's just going to drop it here. Still no flash for Closer. And the jungler of Live Sandbox, as we can see, Willer, is down in the bottom lane. His team's got cleanse, so he stands in front of that, keeps them both safe. And actually, Willer has to flash away from that one. So now no flash on the Live Sandbox jungler. The Rift Herald was dropped mid with, you know, Willer not being able to support there. And it feels like Kwangdong are slowly clawing their way back in this one, and Youngjae just cannot miss these ultimates.
Yep, cleanse down for Envy now. He's just surfing between mid and pot right now. I think part of this for Live Sandbox was just a misidentification of where Youngjae is going to go. Kind of feeling like, okay, he could be bottom here, but let's try to set up a gank. And if we force a fight here and don't overcommit, maybe they'll just have to drop the Herald awkwardly. They know it's timing out. And then they commit while they're wondering where he is. And then suddenly you see the flash there from Willer because he's like, wait, did we go too far? Did we mess this up? We don't have enough follow-up damage just yet. And unfortunately for him, you know, he wasn't really in much danger there, but I guess scared he's going to get rooted, right? There's so many things that can lock him down. They do overcommit without full information here, and Rift Herald does just crash through into mid. I would like to see how much vision they have of where Willer is, or rather where Youngjae is at that time. If we watch the replay, we'll take a closer look, but either way, you know, this it does feel like a clawback, as you say, from Kwangdong Freaks in this game a little bit. So many threats that need to be respected, and we are getting to the point where Varus is going to be strong in mid-game fights. And the Caitlyn definitely needs a lot of support to actually do well in the mid-game when she's in this little bit of a trough here.
Second play picked up by Bertle. You know, Bertle essentially went for the blind Jace, perhaps assuming it was going to be Gnar, and it was. The Jace, very good, just blinds, just because he's able to survive very well in the lane, even though Renekton was banned. Renekton probably would have been the best in terms of just blind, survivable, kind of steady top laner.
Yeah.
Bertle's getting a pretty nice little lead up in the top side.
Could have been flexed as well, you know, so... Yep.
was a really easy pickup there, and then they trusted him with it when the Gnar came through. Really easy red side control that you have in the draft. As you can see, the plate gold here, you know, pretty significant advantage to Kwangdong right now.
Youngjae spotted. You can really feel the pressure that Youngjae is putting on. It feels like he's always in the right place, getting a lot done, even though, of course, he did get caught early on, but other than that, he has been pretty solid.
I believe I misspoke about that. I think I said that backwards in the plate gold, but anyways, just wanted to correct myself there if I did say it wrong, as this is a really important Drake to fight for here, just the solo mountain. It is likely that we'll have a soul that is unimpactful based on the fact that it's Cloud Mountain here, but stacking those resistances up really huge for both compositions. Birdall going to commit his teleport here top. So what decision will Kwangdong make? Will they hard force this, look for a pick, or are they going to be willing to kind of sit back? Because you have to pull the trigger here in moments like this, especially against this Leandri's Azir.
Trying to get stuff out of closer early and fight for vision, as now they're going to go all in onto the Sejuani, but Youngjae is all alone in there, and down he will go. Gets a bit of damage on the Kael, but yeah, that's just going to be Liv Sandbox forcefully taking the fight, taking down Youngjae. They will get this Mountain Drake.
If you're not decisive as this composition here as Kwangdong Freaks, they will get you. You know, the way this was set up was quite unique, right? With Closer setting up the Emperor's Divide into Willer's ultimate, while Kael is catching the enemy there with the light binding. So a lot of CC, turning this comp weirdly enough into its own version of the pick comp that we saw last game with the Sejuani. And that's a Drake going over. That's 2 Drakes stacked. As mentioned, it is one of the weaker souls here with the Ocean Soul, but still significant, especially in terms of how this comp is going to function in the side lane with the Azir and the Jace. This is just a really cool play from Closer. Willer is there. So no matter what, as long as you hit this Sejuani with your Empress Divide, the follow-up CC is going to be there. Really nice accuracy from Kael.
Yeah.
Mid-air hits the binding.
I think that Youngjae had flash in that play, but maybe assumed that he should be fine. You know, they didn't have full vision of exactly where everybody on the side of Liv Sandbox was. So he's like, okay, you know, this is coming through somewhat unexpected, you know, for Azir solo ult onto a Sejuani as well. So.
Yeah, that was the beauty of it. It was just super decisive from Liv Sandbox.
Yep.
You know, they were so well set up for it, and he just pulls the trigger.
Ends up being the play to get them the Drake, so definitely very nice. Unfortunate for them, you know, you mentioned the Drake Soul. It could have been Infernal or Hextech, but not today. I suppose a little bit unlucky for Liv Sandbox, as they are going to take down this Rift Herald. Do see that Kwangdong are kind of grouping up for this one, considering getting on in there, as Dudu is no longer with us. Down he will go, and Birdall just gets a free solo kill, essentially. Very nicely done, as Dudu, not respecting that, did not even flash.
Closer has flash and ult too, and he was actually setting up potentially a trap there on the other side of the fight. This is just extremely one-sided here. And this is the kind of decisive play we've seen from Liv Sandbox in the mid-game all season long, where you just see an angle, you go for it, you call it out. In this case, Birdall sees a Gnar trying to set up for the flank there with Narbar coming online, but he's mini Gnar, he takes him out, he's deleted. And then the rest of the comp is funneling into the river with this Flash Azir with the Emperor's Divide, so Kwangdong Freaks can't turn and punish. And they win on both sides here, grab that Rift Herald, push that turret down. Going to be looking like a whole turret here top side here for Birdall, because Jace just presses W and says thanks for 600. Even going to pick up a Gromp for his troubles here.
Wow.
And this is a ton of money now
Bonus
into
Gromp.
These carries. The Soul Laners have tons of money now. You have the Eclipse here early for Jace. You do have the Leandri's early, but now just so much money picked up with it. And this is the decisive call. Dudu actually has no Narbar whatsoever, and the second he's seen like that. Let's go in here. I thought he was maybe halfway there, something they were trying to collapse. No, he has nothing.
Yeah, and he just walks over a sapling, and that slows him down enough for Birdall to get a free full combo straight into the Gnar. No flash. Dudu trying to save it, trying to say, okay, well, we're going to need this for the fight, but instead, they just lose him instead. That means that it just goes over. It is the Rift Herald, the second Rift Herald they were fighting over, but as you mentioned, there's a lot of map control, a lot of gold on the map now that are picked up by the side of Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, the turret damage in mid is pretty significant. If you take that out, you can set up for these next few Drake fights with the Sundis turret extremely well. So taking that damage as Kwangdong Freaks on mid turret, the damage alone is significant because it makes it more difficult to protect.
against this long-range Caitlyn. You can see it's sitting it down at like 25% health right now. And this low state feels so advantageous for Liv Sandbox. And
are they gonna try to kill Burrow?
Carry?
No. Okay. Just getting worried there. June was like running down to the bottom side.
The second they show like that, they're just gonna push mid.
Chains of Corruption come through. Nothing is hitting for the side of Kwangdong. Liv Sandbox will respect it though. They're gonna back away and just throw out a Maokai ultimate. A bunch of ultimates being thrown through. The laser into Youngjae's face doesn't really matter for him. He's got a Warmox, but take a look at what's happening. Meanwhile, Bertle's just getting free stuff down on the bottom side. Bulldog's like, maybe I can trade with you.
Nope.
No.
The answer is no.
You can't, actually.
This is such a great macro play from Liv Sandbox. You see Bulldog is down here. Bertle sees him, calls it out, knows they're potentially looking to flank there, set up for a kill onto the Jace. Then they just toss their ultimates in mid. The Chains of Corruption miss, and Liv Sandbox's #1 goal is to get mid turret. So they use the Jace as kind of bait to pull them down, then use all their ultimates, just toss them in, guarantee mid turret. And when there's a big response from Kwangdong Freaks, they're a little bit indecisive. Bertle also gets bottom turret, so you get a 2-turret for basically nothing play here for Liv Sandbox. And Kwangdong Freaks kind of dropping the ball and committing here, because their composition is so hard to play out from behind when you don't have that much vision control. And now we have that ability to set up in mid here with this third Drake coming online at Soul Point. And it is significant, right? It's not Chemtech Soul, but it's
wow.
And it's not Infernal, it's not Hextech, but it's certainly still going to be useful here for Liv Sandbox, and they have enough control to look to set this one up.
Yeah. See just how oppressive Maokai and Lux alone. It feels like Ashe Sejuani, but like not quite as good.
In a different way, yeah.
Perhaps a bit more damage? I don't know. Still has a lot of lockdown, and still a ton of vision control because of saplings and, of course, every single Lux ability.
Bertle is so huge right now. If he hits Taeyun, that's like the end.
Well, he missed. But they are very aggressively trying to fight over this one. Kwangdong are like, this is our Drake. They actually do have the Meganar here.
They're just trying to wait this Meganar out with the Leandries and the Jace poke here.
Well, it looks like Liv Sandbox might just be a little bit late to the party as the ult comes in onto Willer, as now Meganar in the front is just going to be burned down 100-0. That is a Fed Jace and a Nazir with Leandries.
Yep.
So he's just dead.
This could be a Baron angle, because we are getting to the point where this damage is real. You got a Leandries Azir. Clear this vision real quick. You know that you got that pick on the Dudu. He has TP, but he's not going to have an R-bar, so just force this one down. You can win a fight here if you can turn, and you have the choke point control with control ward here. Caitlyn traps. Good luck, Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, the zone control is insane, and they do flash away from the Emperor's Divide. I think the Liv Sandbox could have just gone for this, but they're scared about the flip. They don't want Youngjae to steal it away again. That might actually be a good call. They don't know exactly where he is. They're trying to zone him away while also hitting the Baron. Definitely a risky call, as now Envy's over the wall. He's so low, as now they're in the pit. They get on in there, and Maokai's going to be the one that takes the Baron. So Liv Sandbox thanking their lucky stars, I guess, as Willer will be forced to flash out of this one.
Little bit of indecisiveness and greed here from Liv Sandbox. I think the call to do the Baron is correct, but how it was handled was where things fell apart. Because like you said, there was a little bit of a, let's hold the Baron aggro, but also turn, but we don't have vision and we don't know where the Akali is. This fight here, a little bit slow on the trigger for Liv Sandbox, waiting for that Narbar to tick down. They still burst him down. As things get a little bit awkward here, where Envy is on the Baron taking a little bit of extra damage, and then when this ult comes out, everybody's like, we can't drop the Baron aggro. They take so much more damage from the Baron, and then this Lux ultimate, its support Lux, isn't really going to hurt Bulldog. Envy goes over the wall here and is essentially delete.
Youngjae's in the pit.
Yeah, that was about as 50-50 as it gets.
Yeah. And now this time, I don't want to call it wrong, it did look like Youngjae smited it a little bit ahead of time, down to 400, and then Willer got it. Not 100% sure, but it's what it looked like to me on second watch.
A little bit of a potential for the Forest to kind of help steal that one away, too, in this type of draft of this composition.
Yeah.
As we've seen Gumayusi do on many occasions. This is where you have insane poke and a really long leash with the Maokai ultimate that Kwangdong Freaks have to respect. If they try to flank, if they try to actually collapse here, Maokai ult comes out. If you do nothing, here it comes.
There's the Maokai ult. They do not commit to the dive as in goes Taeyun. Really trying to force this fight, actually. Just straight up, they are going to get a lot of damage. And Envy as down goes to Caitlyn again. And Bertle is alone on the front line. He does insane amounts of damage, but they will shut him down. And Kwangdong almost catching them by surprise. Stop the push. At least Closer gets the turret in mid.
The second the Maokai ultimate is no longer going to be blocking them out, they pull the trigger so fast and go so deep, and Envy is being greedy with how close he is pushing to that turret, because that's the objective, that's the goal, is to push that turret down. That's why they committed the Maokai ult, but he's picked, and there's no real front line in this composition outside of a Maokai who's not that tanky in this case. Let's look at this. Maokai ult comes out, blocked by Youngjae, and everybody has the opportunity here when the Chains of Corruption comes through to collapse in. Bertle pushed back, and then look at the follow-up stage. Sejuani ult. Jin's damage continues to be a problem as Jun is just like, I'm untouched, I'm completely safe. And it's 2 kills going over the side of Kwangdong Freak's turret defended. And you usually don't get those opportunities against a Maokai ult, but they were very decisive once that ult went down.
Yeah, really good stuff. And imagine if Kyle didn't take Mikhails in this game because his AD carry had cleanse. Then maybe Bertle would have just died without much of a fight. But he's able to receive that. I said Kyle. His name actually comes from the item, so that's kind of where that's from. But yeah, just really good stuff. Mikhails, yeah. I was trying to say the player, and I said that. As insane vision control right now in the red jungle. In this red buff side of the blue team's jungle, I should say. Bulldog trying to stop Closer from pushing is actually leveled down at the moment.
This is really aggressive here from Live Sandbox. The Drake is spawning, but they don't have soul point. And Dudu's just left to his own devices here to potentially grab some bounty gold here on the top side. It's a trade of turrets, but the advantage definitely in terms of gold going to Kwangdong Freaks here. So no punish here whatsoever on this Gnar.
Yeah.
Kwangdong Freak's going to feel very good about the amount of gold they just picked up from this exchange, especially when you consider that this Drake isn't that impactful on its own alone.
It's kind of crazy, you know, Kwangdong, they actually lost a lot to get the one Ocean Drake before. They lost Dudu, and then they eventually lost Baron. But now they can just kind of ignore it and wait for perhaps Taeyun, I mean, who is going lethality, so in terms of scaling, maybe just wait for Bulldog to really just get maybe a third item in this one, as they're going to try to pull this one out and prevent Youngjae from getting a steal. That was pretty close from the side of Jun.
Ultimately, though, again, just a solo elemental. Soul point acquired, but because of that last Drake going over, Live Sandbox here not in a position to really threaten any huge swing at this point. So Kwangdong grouped up, had an Akali flank angle, and they're like, no reason to commit any flashes or try to steal this. Let's just let it go. Try to play around topside vision here for the Baron that spawns in 75, because that's a real fight you can take. Where you have, if you have vision, a lot of problems potentially for Azir, right? It could be picked off by the Akali. A lot of problems for the Lux and the Caitlyn who are trying to come over here and clear vision. This is the win condition you definitely want to play around here for Kwangdong Freaks. Not forcing an awkward Drake, but actually just getting that deep vision, especially control vision around Baron. Getting back by items and then group for this once more, try to push mid. And, you know, with no Azir turret set up here for Closer right now in mid, like, they're not going to have perma-pry out here or anything like that. He's coming from top side. They will clear a lot of this vision, but this is probably going to be the moment where this game is decided. Almost 100% is this Baron.
Yeah, very true. As Star Guardian and Akali, definitely a top-tier skin, you could say.
Top tier.
Top tier.
Pick a top tier, he did.
I wouldn't say S+, but, you know, maybe in the A tier. At least.
Hey, A is a top tier.
Yeah.
It's not the toppest, but, you know, it's top.
It is part of the top tiers.
Yes.
It is in the top tier of tiers.
It's not B, that's for sure.
No B. B is
That's high tier, but it's not top tier.
Is B high tier? I don't know.
I mean, it's above C, I'd say so.
Does that make it high tier?
C is mid and then D is low, right?
D is low. D is like, I don't know. Maybe D plus is okay, but D. Youngjae in a little bit of trouble as he is very tanky, but it doesn't matter. He's just going to get sweeped up again. Feels
Closer.
like I've seen this before.
Yeah, Closer just hates this Sejuani, man.
Yeah.
You feel safe. You're like, well, they're not going to look for this because they'll lose a lot of utility in the team fight. Nope. No jungler, no steal available. And unfortunately for Kwangdong Freaks, they set up that vision. They went for a back timing. And then
were not in position for this at all, had to fight through the choke point, and just, that's it. Sejuani's deleted, Bulldog was off on the side. And it looks like my theory about what Kwangdong were trying to do with that vision was just a little bit off base. There was some potential there, but they just let this one go. Is watch where everyone on Kwangdong is when this happens. Because of that back, Live Sandbox group up here faster. And Akali is so far away from this, it almost looks like Bulldog is just like not trusting this is ever going to be a thing, or he wants them to slow it down so he can rush to a side because he's so far away that it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Again, it's like, there's no way Closer just ults the Sejuani, right? Yeah. Youngjae has flash, he should be fine, right? Well, turns out if you get CC chained 100-0, it doesn't really matter what champion you are.
He never got that Warmogs charging, you know?
Yeah, just...
He wasn't out of combat.
This is a very cheeky spot now for Bulldog. Is it going to be enough? He does have some pretty insane assassination potential. This is Meganar as well. They're looking for Closer, who just flashed, as now he's going to be dogpiled here on the bottom side. They will be able to get this Azir, as in goes Bertle, who just destroys the Varus and knocks Youngjae in, as Bertle says, nuh-uh, we are not losing this game, not like this.
Great play from Bertle.
Bulldog will go back just to his doom, and now they're TPing in the mid. It looks like Live Sandbox want to end this game.
Looks like we're going to a game 3 here, Valdez. Favorites Live Sandbox dropping the ball a little bit in the early parts of game 1. The oppressive vision letting the Ashe through, but going into game 2 with a little bit more of a standard draft here. Second game for Kyle on the Lux. They're going to pick up the W. So much damage here on this Jace that even though you pick off the Azir, he buys enough time, and Bertle, level 18, swings around.
Well, that's just not fair. June's going to be 100-0'd as Willard just pressed a twisted advance button. Dudu might be able to take him down, and that he does, but the team that's taking down the Nexus is Live Sandbox. They will take game number 2. And we have a series on our hands. We're all tied up at 1 as Live Sandbox. Maybe a little bit of sleep in game 1. Certainly we're able to turn it around big time.
Bertle shakes it off, some of the frustrations in game 1. Plays a very good game 2. Decisive plays in the sides. Taking out Gnar before that first exchange around Baron, and then going into this final fight where he just instantly deletes the backline. Everyone commits so far because the comp has to kill this Azir that has stopwatch. And he just turns it around. Should be proud of his play in this second game. And we're going to a game 3 where Kwangdong Freaks will have side selection. I think it will be red side they go with here. They will get those counter picks again. But I don't think you're getting the Ashe, right? And so we have to see how Kwangdong Freaks want to approach this one on blue side. Will we see some Lucian priority? Will they be able to get the Maokai themselves? Because I think a lot of this series has been about the drafts and how the Caitlyn has been either very successful or not. In this game, the former. So look at the damage here on Bertle.
Looks like game 1 just for the other team, as I guess Red Side is having some fun today. And yeah, it really was the Bertle show. Like, Closer had some moments for sure with some of his pickoffs onto Youngjae, but again, it does feel like both teams are struggling a little bit in terms of communication and when to go in as a team still, unless it's a little bit obvious, and Closer's kind of just doing his own thing.
I think we have seen big improvements from Kwangdong Freaks, though. That much we know for sure. Live Sandbox having somewhat of an off day here overall, but in game 2, turning it around big time, and that third and deciding game, they will not have side selection, so an upset still possible.
As there you go, the fist. Maybe they can push it through, punch it through to the next one. But guys, we are going to take a break and have the space afterwards.
야야야 아칼리 맞을 사람 해봐 다 잡아
이거 봐줘. 날아올 수 있다. 잠시만.
나 이거 미드
미드 패치 가봐. 미드 끝내러 가자.
미드 가자 미드 가자 40초 끝내나 너가 타워 쳐봐 뒷밖에 없어 세훈아 끝내러 가자 웬만하면
끝내자 이번에.
난 치지만 그냥 와
진 못 받아 이거. 얘 돌풍도 아니고 뭐 아무것도 아니야.
나를 초식해 미드 가서 그냥 끝내자 이거
끝내자 미드 가서.
미카엘 있고
나를 초식에 나를 지금 끊겠다. 하자.
야 바로 가자 바로 가자
끝내.
나를 텔 나를 분노 상태 중 미타부터 나를
오케이.
쓸게 이거 나도 멀긴 해 작긴 한데 야 타워 쳐줘 밀고 아래
아래 쳐줘.
타워 묶었어 야 내가 박을 수도 있겠다 그냥 타워 쳐봐 타워 쳐봐
끝내. 나이스.
나이스 너무 멋있다 근데 잘했어
Yeah, decent scatter is going to come through as now Dudu taking control of Cuz. He's very tanky, but Bulldog is keeping everybody else locked down. And yeah, Cuz is there to be tanky, but it just does not work out. And now Dudu can do what he wants. He finds the Q. The final chapter comes down, and this could be a penta. We've got a Quadra already, and there it is! Pentakill for Taeun! Because Bulldog's teleported in. He's finding free autos now, and he's shooting so fast with the rapid fire cannon. Enforced Alcove Gaming is just limping away from this fight. BDD is going to die as an afterthought as the reset comes through. Bulldog grabs the pickup. He's going to let his team take care of the rest of it as he's just jumping a billion times.
It's an official T1 Baron. A lot of damage will come through, but here comes a massive knockup. The three of them just sitting against the wall. Owner will take the Baron down, but the rest of the team goes down and no cash in. Duck Dom in a little bit of trouble. Zeka goes forward. He's gonna get knocked up. There's that gnaw. It's gonna help him. A massive knockup from Kingen, trying to zone them away, but everybody jumps in, and it's a steal from Flynn. They get the Elder, and we see Viper now.
Before he gets here though, and the answer is no as Pace gonna flash to get out of the way of the chains. The Emperor's Divide gonna be picked up. The Gnar is not massive, but the Emperor's Divide is! And Closer will tear them all up! He's gonna bounce on top of the Renekton, goes sold it beautifully, and Chovy is still alive. Can he get it done? Another Emperor's Divide!
That's where the fireworks are really going to be, is one more time.
Another one, and this time it's going to connect on to Peanut. As cease and desist comes in, but Bertle's still going to be able to grab that kill. That is real comfy.
Just isn't going to work.
Oh, Wallop, Gnar into the wall. Closer taking a lot of damage. Petrifying Gaze. And he escapes! Now pays off to the side, but he presents a huge target. But maybe he's exactly the target that Gen G wants, distracting the rest of Live Sandbox. There's the Prowler's Claw we were looking for, and the triple kill for Gen G. Gonna flash, as there's the final chapter. Morgan just pushes them away, tries to get them out of the pit. Cuz gets in there, Harris, he locks down the Elder, bro! They have the big buff, but the big damage belongs to Keen! And KT say we need no dragon! If you're in the death chamber, you still lose!
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. And congratulations, Live Sandbox made it to the series here for this particular game. I felt like their draft was way better this time around. But thankfully, I don't even need to think about that because I got two experts here to take us through it, Hooney and Chronicler. Guys, what do we think of the draft? Well, I think we know what Hooney thought of the summoner spells.
So, overall, looking at this draft, the big thing here is that Ashe is in the game, which is good. But unfortunately, it opens up a whole nother can of worms. The biggest problem for me with the Kwangdong draft was going into 4 and 5. The Blind Akali didn't really get anything done, even though they were trying to set up for it with the Castle and the Aurelia ban. And then the Gnar also, that was a counter pick.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely agree. I mean, they picked Jace and then the Azir, like they're later on the value is like way higher. And the Gnar answer was not great enough in the middle game for sure. And the Akali as well. Like always, no matter what, Azir has a choice to be, depends on if they want to fight or she has just one lane prio. She can just choose. If you want to fight, we don't have to fight. I just push the lane. They can't do anything.
It's tough as well to see that we keep forgetting that Jace Blind actually does have counters. We see like Maokai and Wukong picked into the champion with great success in the past. And then instead we're like, let's do Gnar. That'll work. When Gnar has just been pretty overall. And we keep going back to it, and there are positions where Gnar is good. This wasn't really one of them.
And I know Hooney was telling me that he thought that Gnar can win the matchup, but I think it's a bit too close to even take the gamble. Like, may as well pick something that can...
But it's my Gnar, so it's a little bit different.
Yeah, Hooney's Gnar is actually good. Let's jump into our first highlight here, though, because this is the start of the problems for Kwangdong Freaks. As
for Kwangdong, I do think that in the early game they can actually win early skirmishes, but not if Youngjae dies immediately. As Bulldog tries to flash here, we were joking, this flash actually probably saves them, because if he goes in there, he doesn't get out, and then maybe Caitlyn gets a kill and the game is over even faster. But the most unfortunate part, if you might be wondering, where's Hooney? Don't worry, we'll get to that. Is that with that, already you put your bot side in deficit, right? You're already starting to really find that Caitlyn pressure that often you see. And falling behind in the jungle matchup and falling behind with like Akali and Sedge, I think is really, really tough.
It is tough. And then they went on to make a bunch of other decisions as well. Around the Dragon Pit to try and fight for a Drake that they weren't in position for, and then around the Herald as well. And thankfully, we have Hooney to take us through exactly what went wrong and what could have happened instead in these moments.
We got new tech.
If you play right here, if you need to see like this Dudu, he has a top lane prio, but he's about to lose the Mega. Like that's the first key. And if you see it, the LSB, they're getting mid prio. This is really good thing for Live Sandbox. They will have a first control, which is with the Maokai, Jace, Azir into Kate Locks. You can never walk in. And here, LSB, like my suggestion, I thought in the game actually, I don't think, like there's no way with the mini Gnar and they have a first step on the Kate Locks, like the Akali is actually coming from the bot to lift her to decide to fight, with especially due to a mini Gnar and then losing the top lane wave as well. And look how Caitlyn, the trap is perfectly set up, and Dudu cannot do anything. You can never walk up, and being as up, you just lost whole wave on the bottom, whole wave on the top. You missed opportunity. You could just get the bottom tier 1 for free, like completely free. And I feel like this is it was a last hope for Kwangdong Freaks, but I think this is they make the biggest blunder. They cannot make the play, and they can't come back anymore after this.
Yeah. No, I agree. I actually think that like you and I were having a conversation about this, Hooney, while this was happening. And fighting for second Herald is a trap that a lot of teams have fallen into throughout the LCK. And let's bring up the POG, who's going to pick it up, and then we can return to the conversation immediately afterwards. Bertle's going to collect it. His Jace was monstrous.
He's holding a toad.
What?
He's holding a mushroom. Look how happy he is. I love that. The first POG, so we haven't seen this before.
Yeah, right.
Bertle has definitely had a rocky split so far. As he has in the past, player that is marred by pretty high highs and pretty low lows, had a really good Jace game. As Hooney pointed out, this matchup can go either way.
Yeah, I mean, Jace, the main key is like the consistency. And this game, I think whatever he shows to us, the consistency wasn't perfect, and he didn't make any mistake, and he was winning lane. And as I said in the draft, like just later on the value, it's too easy.
And a few votes going towards closer there as well, but I think definitely well deserved for Bertle there towards the top side of the map. But what we want to see is a bit of tidying up of the Kwangdong macro play, and thankfully they have red side. It looked a little bit better over that side of the rift. Do you think it changes things a little bit, boys?
Tough one for me. Kwangdong clearly struggle if they fall behind, so the first 1-2 skirmishes are going to be really big for both these teams because neither of them, I think, are good enough in macro to come back.
Yeah.
I mean, as well, I think from the draft, I feel like they should just pick something that actually has a lane prio and that they can proactively make a plan. I think that's a key for the Guangdong Freaks.
Well, we'll see whether they can do it as we head back to the casters for the third and final game of this series.
Thank you, Spacers. As always, we're all tied up 1-1. The series is well and truly on our hands, no matter how much we wash them. It is just here.
I put series repellent on before this.
Yeah.
I thought, you know, for
it doesn't work.
Live Sandbox 2-0. That was my pred. Kwangdong will pick red side as you and I talked about before we even sent it over, and the space was also like, they're definitely picking red side, right? This is no mystery. So Live Sandbox now have to operate around blue side first pick here, and we'll see what they go for because Caitlyn probably going to be banned. You would hope at this stage, based on how this series has looked thus far.
Well, definitely Ashe should be.
And that has remained true now. Two games in a row.
Live Sandbox say, okay, well, we don't want to do this trade of Caitlyn for Ashe, but we really want to play Caitlyn if they leave it available, so...
That's what would make sense, Valdez, but...
or they could change it.
They're changing it up completely, it looks like here. They might be the ones fishing for the Jin Maokai. I think that Kwangdong Freaks should realize that this is a pretty good Maokai ban angle, but with these bans of the Elise and the Vi, it looks like they're expecting they're going to get their hands on it here, potentially on the red side. So maybe something like a Lucian trade for Maokai in this draft, depending on if that final ban does go over to him or not.
What if Live Sandbox ban Lucian? Kwangdong ban Maokai? It's just only ADs and jungles, but no, it will be the Sejuani that is taken away this time.
If there's a ban on Lucian here, the Sandbox could go for a first pick Zeri, actually, in this draft, and it feels pretty decent. You can have the Wukong into the Maokai, and you can have a little bit of extra peel for the Zeri. I hope to zip around teamfights, do a lot more later. So the Varus ban, still same possibility, but I'd rather just see first pick Maokai because he's just so flexible, and that is what looks like Live Sandbox's plan here.
Yeah.
Then with no Varus, no Caitlyn, no Ashe, Lucian stock does go up significantly, but so does the Zeri stock I was talking about before. If you do want to play that here as Kwangdong, CVMAC is going to have to make a tough choice here now.
Yeah, what is, you know, with all of these top tier picks banned away, what is the biggest thing that you want on your team? That is the sometimes most difficult choice to make in the draft, and it will be Zeri Lulu. So this trade we were talking about, Wolf, is going to be Live Sandbox to get the Maokai and probably Lucian Nami against Kwangdong, who will prioritize the Zeri Lulu.
Could be a different Jin lane here, but the pairings are kind of removed, right? You have no Varus, you have no Ashe.
There's always
Caitlyn.
Jin Karma.
Now, that could be the option here, but I much prefer the Lucian Nami that we were talking about.
Same.
Even though there's a lot of synergy there with the Maokai, that same sort of synergy is going to exist, just in a more close range, high damage profile here on this blue side. Now, the Wukong pick into the Maokai too can be very frustrating to play out, actually, because you're going to lose. A lot of the time, you want something that could push really hard at level 3 towards the red side blue buff. When you have playing this Lucian Nami and you have that pushing power. As no jungle pick here, going to be prioritizing the Cassante. So Wukong, they agree, like, it's kind of awkward to play that here. You might just get abused by that root. You can't dodge that one with your W very easily. Lucian Nami come over there, they lock you down, they push you back. And see what Kwangdong Freaks end up playing here. Looks like they've got something special in mind.
Dudu's looking for his 4th win on Cassante. Love the prio here, the fact that it doesn't get banned in this game at least. But yeah, definitely a bit of a gambit as you were talking about, and you'll notice that
don't ban
Sandbox,
Silas. Yeah, don't ban Silas as Kwangdong here. Just grab it yourself, and if they want to play the Gnar, they can make that choice if they'd like to.
You'll notice that only the Wukong will be banned away. They will still have to respect the Kassadin.
I think this is a pretty easy Silas pick. Viego with this works well with how Zeri operates on the map, but looks like they want to save a counter pick here for Bulldog instead of dictating the pace here. And it's, I mean, you're picking the Azir now into what could very likely be a Silas.
Or an Akali.
Akali also a strong option here.
But Silas feels very strong, especially when you're picking Gnar.
Yeah, this is the awkward part. Like, if you pick the Silas first for Kwangdong, maybe they avoid that and, you know, end up getting a draft where they don't have to deal with the Silas Gnar, but now it's pretty obvious, right? So, red side, this is why you pick the Viego first. And rather than, as I was suggesting, picking the Silas earlier.
I mean, I guess so. I do think, though, that it is Live Sandbox making a mistake with Silas available and picking the Gnar here. Like, how many times have we seen this?
It's not a free win by any means, and there's still a lot of power in the mid-game in this draft here for Live Sandbox if the Gnar bar can be managed correctly. But it's a tough matchup to play into K'Sante if you make even one mistake in sides or in the early game. Can get ganked, and Youngjae is going to be putting most of his focus, you have to imagine, on the top side here outside of an early protection of the Zeri Lulu, because the Illusion Nami is always going to have that pushing power. It is going to be cleanse for Zeri, heal for the Lulu, so no barrier, kind of already letting us know that this is not going to be their attempt to try to win this lane early and look for the early all-in. Much tougher to pull off with this set, so I think the Gnar pick is a very risky one, and you and I both, I think we're on the same page about how that was something that looked like they were going to walk into, and that's why I like the K'Sante first. If they don't ban Silas, you grab it. They even waited just to make sure that they would walk into the trap first there. Love it.
The text behind Bertle's thing is just grrr. No further explanation needed for that one.
I am worried that Live Sandbox, the execution of this draft, will falter around some of those mid to late game team fights because there's a lot of power in Zeri later on. Silas can set Zeri up so extremely well. And then the Viego pops very hard when you start getting those health bars low, those resets start coming through. Like, if Gnar messes up the engage or just gets counter Gnar ultimated, whatever, however you say that, then suddenly, like, Viego steals the Gnar and then hops forward, and then you have a whole other host of problems. Feels like a much easier to pilot composition here for the side of Kwangdong Freaks.
It is so easy to chase them down, too. Like, you were just talking about that. Like, imagine trying to get away from this comp. You're not going to. We'll see how it goes, guys. Let's jump on the Rift for Game 3.
Is this one of the rare times, Valdez, where you would have actually preferred a Jax pick for Bertle into the K'Sante because of Silas?
Yeah. Anything but the Gnar into available Silas, for sure.
I just wanted to get
Silas has got a good matchup into Azir as well. Like, I don't know. It's like you're giving them the perfect slam dunk pick on R5.
I did just want to get you on the record saying you would prefer a Jax pick into K'Sante.
In this case, there are a lot of pieces of the puzzle that needed to come together first for me to see the picture where I would prefer the Jax.
But they all came together, and even though the Jax pick in itself has its own host of problems, at least it's not giving over a critical ultimate to the Silas.
Yeah. It almost feels like they didn't believe that Bulldog would go for it again, but I think that Bulldog is a very capable player who is absolutely able to pick up the Silas, and I don't know, he's played 3 games of it so far. He's 1-2, but it's Kwangdong who haven't seen a lot of success. I don't know, it just felt very obvious from our standpoint. But obviously we're not in the draft call as it's happening.
First strike Lucian, by the way. Lucian getting a little bit nerfed in terms of his early damage, the same of Nami with her E on this patch, but
The damage nerf is so small in the grand scheme of things. The kit still operates the same way, where you just proc Lucian's passive as many times as you can and trade aggressively forward. You can push past the Nami bubbles and try to look for all-ins at level 2. If you have barrier, it becomes a lot easier. It can be very difficult in this case, but Taeyun and Jun playing this one out at level 1 very well, get the faster 2. But Envy and Kyle not falling into that trap. Say playing under turret with the level disadvantage. Well, for here, be an interesting timing to try to threaten this Azir. It does scan this river.
Wow, they're really trying to get the splash out early from closer, and that they will. And now your Azir, who, you know, by the time the next gank comes through, you'll probably be level 6, but so will Bulldog, and he'll have flash. As, okay, they're just trying to follow up here. I mean, this is an incredible amount of pressure onto the mid laner of Liv Sandbox, who is probably going to have to back now.
Yeah.
I mean, very interesting play to go for this much aggression in the mid lane.
He's got Dematerializer, he's got First Strike. We talk about this all the time. Rush out the Rod of Ages. Any gold you can pick up here early, any advantage over your laner, if you could force this plate down, if you even get some damage onto the turret here, get teleport advantage, these small things get you a faster Rod of Ages. Faster Rod of Ages means you're more able to be a frontline. You're more able to tank it up, do a lot of damage, handle side lane pressure, which there, you know, will be not a whole lot of if this sort of trend continues here where he gets these advantages. And, you know, can be very problematic. Now, as a result of this back timing here for Bulldog and the lack of teleport, he will find himself somewhat behind in CS. The wave been put in a good spot here for closer, which is smart considering that he's, you know, level 3 and doesn't have his, well, not level 4, but doesn't have his ult. Okay, this is not the trade you want.
Yeah, Taeyun not handling this very well. Ends up having to flash and cleanse.
That was actually a moment, too, you could tell in Kyle and Envy's, you know, even though they have 2 wards in the river, they're like, this isn't right. Like, they're like, do we kill him here? Like, this is too easy. Like, I don't actually trust this. Even though they have 2 wards, they're like, let's be happy with the double sums and back off here, because something's not right. Did Viego flash a wall or something? Like, this is too easy.
It looked too good to be true. Speaking of which, Dudu looks like a pretty easy target, although Willer is really struggling with the angle, and now I think he's too late. They're going to get the ghost. If he had just come in from behind and committed to it from the tri-brush, probably would have been a dead Dudu, at least closer to a dead Dudu.
Sapling value here pretty big for Willer. It does identify that Youngjae is up here too, so they're not going to try to make anything of this. Will just be a back for the Maokai. First item pickup. Zenvi gets a little bit disconnected there. Kyle holds the wave. We'll come over here now and pick this up. Huge opportunity potentially for a kill and maybe more summoners, but like we talked about, there was a fear that something wasn't quite right about where Viego was on the map. You gotta be careful about stepping that far forward though with no barrier in this matchup. There's a nerf of these 2 champions, but they still function much the same as we've talked about here.
They still have the same kits, they still have the same power spikes, just some slight damage done to their damage numbers, if you will.
Yes.
And it's very slight, as Willer is here. Not going to go in onto Youngjae, as the mid lane, of course, closer still does not have flash. So I think Willer's just trying to stick around and hope that his Azir doesn't go down. And he will be successful at that, at least.
Holding his teleport, by the way, I think this is something that Bulldog has been very criticized for because he's heavily preferred Ghost a lot of the time. Him holding his teleport here means that if there is a big dive with the Maokai at level 6, he can actually teleport down to save it. Now, as I'm making this point, he teleports back to mid here. But it looked like he was really wanting to save it just in case of that Maokai level 6 timing here on the bottom side to help out Taeyun and Jun if that needed to be used there to make sure they don't actually get blown up when level 6 is reached across the board. You have the Nami ult follow-up, you have the culling. So holding on to that one for quite some time, but ultimately does use it here, right as I'm making the point.
We did have Willer kind of just following Youngjae around the map, just trying to say, okay, I want to know exactly where you are at all times, just being a human ward, essentially. Seen that many times in the past. And I think it's very important, especially when the timing on Closer's flash is getting closer to being back.
It's been a slight advantage here on the bottom side of the map. You're just ever so slightly. Taeyun's flash, cleanse coming back online fairly soon here. Otherwise, it's kind of all quiet on the Rift, right? We did see that flash taken away from Closer, follow-up attempted, but he actually ended up getting a even to now ahead in CS number set up for him, and feels like this game is definitely not the advantages that Envy and Kyle really wanted to force, but now here's that level 6 coming up very soon here for Willer. He's actually coming here at 5, and it looks like they want to try to make a Drake play.
Yeah. That was a slight opportunity to stick around. Okay, he's going to be here once again. They do have the vision priority. Envy really trying to force this one. As Willer's just like saying, hello, I'm level 6 now, by the way. He was very close. He's able to get that XP, and now is going to go on to this dragon.
Mid prio here. You get that bottom side prio just by being around and having that huge Q damage come through there from Envy. His combo, and not much that you can do about this, as Kwangdong Freaks will be a Hex Tech solo Drake. Very significant actually for this comp. The cooldown reduction, or the attack speed, going to be pretty big. As gotta say, like, we're getting to the point in this game where Kwangdong Freaks, I think, are very happy with just losing one Drake so far, but otherwise staving off the pressure extremely well. You know, you lost Summoner on your Zeri, but she actually doesn't die. Now, left alone here, though, with that Maokai level 6 timing, he is seen. And Lulu is running down as fast as she can.
Willer's still sticking around. Take a look at the top side here. Youngjae and Dudu getting to work onto that Rift Herald, which they will just smite down. And that's going to be really nice for Youngjae to try to put on some pressure. You could see the bottom lane still in the same situation. Willer's just literally standing here. As the culling comes out, not very effective, but it does zone them.
Still late Maokai ult here.
It's going to come through into Wild Growth. June just going to flash over it, and they're trying to turn this onto Kyle now. Who did take a lot of damage, and they have some vision of that brush, but they say, well, we survived the game. That's good enough. As now, trying to get over the wall is Dudu, and Bertle's just going to flash it. Says, no, thank you. I would not like to buy what you're selling.
Feels pretty good here for Kwangdong Freaks. You get the Herald, you stave off the pressure bottom side here. Yes, both summoners expended here on June, and the cleanse is down for Taeyun, but that's not going to be too significant for a while. You know, unless a disaster happens or someone makes a huge mistake here, so you don't feel too bad about losing that. Now you've delayed these backs here as well. It's a small victory, but Silas has Catalyst. You know, one step closer to Rod of Ages. And all of the things that could have gone wrong were handled so well. It's, oof, that feels bad.
Yeah, nicely done by Dudu. Just expecting that one to come down. Here is the Rift Herald. As Youngjae is down on the bottom side, there's no wave. It's just a very pure and plain Rift Herald charge. I'm going to give the gold over to Taeyun. Split that one.
Not going to be diving or anything like that, just basically taking the Rift Herald out and putting the gold into Taeyun's pocket.
Yeah.
And that's all we're looking for here with this one. Play the early game slow, get that Rod of Ages. And Liv Sandbox here have tried to put some pressure on the bottom side of the map, but you see that even Zeri has a CS lead here despite that dive, despite that late Maokai ultimate. They didn't commit hard enough either on top side to deny Herald or hard enough bottom there, with even Closer potentially coming down. Bulldog didn't have TP defensively, didn't need it. Kwangdong Freaks with a 300 gold lead now with that extra plating going down.
And they are just hanging out, hard chilling. Every single lane, basically. I mean, Dudu was looking to make plays. Bulldog is being poked out a little bit here, but he's just looking to get his rod online. As Closer, same, looking for his first mythic here. Doing a good job of putting on the pressure and trying to get some priority in mid. Closer, his Azir has been definitely a topic of discussion. He does have a winning rate on it so far. He is 2-1. But we've liked him a lot more on stuff like Silas and Akali, but not this time.
He's a very similar player to Zeka, where you're like, okay, you don't hate the Azir, but
Ooh, now he's getting pushed onto the turret. Really nice divide, but now you've kind of made yourself on parity in health with Bulldog, who has his teleport and will have the rod.
Yeah. Not to mention the Azir ult, he'll hold for a little bit longer here. So this is a very scary timing here for Closer to stick around. TP is going to come through, and he dashes away.
He doesn't have rod yet, actually.
Yeah, he doesn't quite have enough. It's still sub 12 minutes. 10 CS down here in this lane. going to be very close, and we'll probably get it the next minute or so, but unfortunately he has to back here, so still significant. You got the TP, the back, but no rod means that you've delayed it significantly with this play.
Brittle hits level 10. Maybe considering a little play here against Dudu. There's the wallop. Messing up the unstoppable as here comes Bulldog now.
Yeah, this is really well hidden too.
It's not really a wave, and it's going to get cleared out pretty nicely here, but this is Mini Gnar. Might not matter, as they might just go for a plain dive, as no flash is available, and yep, over the wall they go! And Brittle should be going down here in just a moment, right? Right? Okay, in goes Dudu. He's going to pick up the kill, as first blood goes to the Cassante at 12.5 minutes.
This will cause Bulldog to drop a wave here in mid. And Youngjae was kind of hovering around here knowing this was very likely to happen, so it's going to get some of that experience, but still a big loss.
Culling comes through. Taeyun is going to pop his ult and then just back.
Now, if Bulldog actually has enough money now with that assist to buy his Rod of Ages, it feels okay to actually drop these minions. But if he doesn't have enough right now, it's going to feel really awful. Because if you're just going, all right, I TP'd back, don't have control of this lane to do anything but try to make something happen with this Emperor's Divide top, and then you still now don't have enough money for Rod of Ages, you're stuck under turret, like every single mini wave that you have to catch here, you are losing more and more value, losing more and more time on this Rod of Ages. You are super delayed. Like, this is kind of disastrous. And I'd say overall that even though they do get that kill onto Brutal eventually, a lot was expended, and the cost is massive.
It is really massive. I mean, bottom lane now, Envy and Kyle are getting multiple plates. Mid lane is quite obviously a disaster here, as Bulldog essentially dropped it to help out the Cassante. And the junglers are kind of just farming it out. They haven't really found an angle. So outside of that, you know, yes, Dudu's going to be in a nice place, but definitely got to worry about closer if you're a Kwangdong's Freaks fan, because he is quite massive in this game, even though he does not have any kills or assists. He has tons of plate gold and tons of farm in this one.
Who would have thought that aggressive Bulldog would have brought back mid-Viego? You know, I didn't think it was ever going to come back.
He's lost a lot of farm here, and he still picks up the Rod at 1330. But a lot of the money he needs for second item, you know, is going to be significantly delayed. As,
we really need to see the setup of that play.
This is the past. This is not the current. What is happening top side?
Yep, there it is. Picture in picture. So we are getting on top of Gnar here. Brittle in a bit of trouble. Is the damage enough is the question. The Heartbreaker comes through, but it's Mega Gnar right at that timing, as it looks like Youngjae will go down. They do get the kill, and Bertle's just, he's very relieved, I should say.
Yeah, he's very animated about this, but I think he should be happy with how he handled that, and like his flash was utilized well, gets the Mega, pushes them into the wall. Could have been disastrous, could have actually just been a free kill there, but he actually turned it into a trade. So you feel very nice about this as the Gnar. This game, we're sitting at even plate gold, 1050, 1050 across the board. But you look at where it is, the carry here for Live Sandbox in the late game, the Leandri Azir has picked up a majority of this gold. A little bit of money onto Bulldog, of course, here, but not the same amount. Looking for a skirmish here, our Live Sandbox right now on this Herald.
Yeah.
And Kwangdong Freaks just have to say, you know what, we're very behind at this point in time. We do not have a Zeri anywhere close to being ready to fight. Our Silas has a Rod, but it's not stacked up. Yeah. So some respect will be shown.
And it's, you know, it shows the gold ahead for them, but a lot of that gold is in the top lane. And Dudu's going to have to go carry Cassante, I guess. As the timing of this unfortunate for the Kwangdong Freaks boys, but very nice for Bertle, who is able to convert at least the one kill after getting dove.
미안.
I'm sorry, guys.
진짜 태영아.
so sorry. And he actually, despite playing that really well defensively, was way too far out beforehand. You could see in the replay, so that's why I think he's more frustrated about rather than turning the kill back. But he knows he overextended and leads to a kill here, just not showing the respect needed when Youngjae is missing.
And that's rough. Not easy to watch that one. We know that Bertle is definitely struggling mentally, you know, to stay in these ones, to not be nervous, to really be an impact for his team, but it can be difficult. And now Dudu is 2-0, and he really trying to force this pressure with the Lucian Nami, which is, again, what you should be doing.
Certainly true. Going to be a whole turret down into this Silas and Zeri, making the farm in mid. In order to farm here now as Taeyun, you lose so much map control, and see if we can get an extra charge, which is just insult to injury. But despite Bertle's flub there, like he turns it into 1-for-1. He's going to be farming over here without a turret, but this is not as concerning as a Sylas who now has to farm against a accelerated Azir, right? The Azir is pretty significantly ahead. His Rod, it's not like the latest Rod ever, but this comp really, I think, wants it to be up ASAP so that he could be a frontline for this area and they can take some skirmishes. They're 2 Drakes down. And going back to what I was saying, yeah, Birdall with a bit of an oopsie there, but ultimately it may not matter, actually, in this game. As this has kind of been the story of Live Sandbox. Birdall makes a mistake in sides or under turret or is too aggressive, and Live Sandbox win despite it, right? And later on in the game, this Gnar is still going to be very functional, even with less economy, and we've seen Birdall pull it off outside of lane so many times. Now, when the Sylas does come online, he will theoretically be the better Gnar in these team fights, but only time will tell how this is going to look.
He definitely will be in these fights. I think that may be part of the reason why they took the Gnar for Birdall is because it's you know, a lot of comfort for him. Maybe he's struggling to play champs that are not comfortable for him, and perhaps that's part of the reason why they went for this very questionable draft choice. So only remains to be seen how it will perform later on in the game. Because as of right now, he is it's not going well in his own lane, but he has seen a lot of focus up there, and his team have won in many other areas. So
Bulldog,
see how it goes.
DPS here into this wave is going to take a ton of damage from Leandres, and isn't going to stave off that much pressure here on the turret itself. Feels like a huge win here for Live Sandbox. Now, it is Chemtech Soul that they're trying to now set up Prio for, so not the most amazing scenario for them in any way, but still, this team fight here when Taeyun isn't quite online yet feels pretty amazing. And they have the TP coming in now.
Oh, sneaky play, but that's closer, so they all get spotted, as it turns out. And now 4 members of Kwangdong Freaks are around. He is going to take the Maokai ultimate as Gnar is not in range. That'll be good for starting up fights anyway.
Dudu coming down with Ghost here.
Culling. Much damage. There's some pretty relevant damage as it stands now. Lulu not a lot of sustain compared to some of the other enchanted supports.
I mean, Leandre's too on top of this. Kwangdong Freak's in trouble. Need to get out of here. This should be the Drake going over. Now you have to fight your way through this choke point, or somehow get Dudu in here with this Cassante. I mean, look at the damage.
Buzz is doing a really good job of just saying, you guys can't touch me. And, okay, that is the Maokai ultimate stolen and put through, but immediately there's way too much from Closer, and they do avoid that very nicely, but they still can't take down the Azir. They finally do, as he did go extremely far, and there was no follow-up from the rest of the team. Dudu is looking for a bit more, but this is Mega Gnar right now, and he is alone, dashes straight into a bubble. He is Cassante, so he's still going forward somehow. As Bulldog alone, and it's only a matter of time, I guess, right? Maybe? Okay, down he will go. God, that champ is very interesting. And he will get out.
Interesting is the caster word we use. It's our caster safe word.
Yeah. There were a lot of other words that were on my mind, but he does go down anyway.
The caster safe word since the StarCraft Brood War days, you know? But look, this is actually a play where Closer goes too far but breaks a stopwatch, and regardless of the result of his individual play, there's just too much damage here. Everyone's already low before this fight starts off. Bulldog has the perfect ultimate to turn, but look at how far Cassante is zoned out. If he's actually here when this Maokai ult goes off, that's stolen, of course, by Bulldog, maybe the situation looks different. Wild Growth here, almost no value. Good stopwatch here from Bulldog, and they are going to be able to take Closer out here. There's no follow-up damage, but then watch Envy spacing and the rest just not online yet, and they could just front to back super easily, even with Azir gone. This could have been much worse if Closer had probably just sat back and played it safe and used that Leandre's damage to push towards Drake, but it's still a one-sided affair.
Yeah, absolutely. And that just shows you where it's like, okay, well, Cassante's fed, but what does it matter? You know, like, he's going to tank forever at the end of the team fight, but so what? Because Closer and the rest of the team, the bottom side of the map here for Live Sandbox, definitely in a much better spot. So they're one step closer to the Chemtech Soul. Just one more needed. Chemtech Soul, you know, it is one of the souls in the game. But
it is?
Yeah, it does count.
For a while it was not, actually, in fact, but it is
again.
Yeah,
it's back.
Trivia, you know?
Yeah. And it's
it used to be very good. It's less good now than it was before, but much, like 1% more good all the time.
Chemtech, man. This is not fair. As Kyle's going to face check a brush, and he will have to flash away. Was it an elaborate bait all alone? Looks like it. As down will go the Zeri.
Their damage their damage dealer has to be the one who actually punishes, so he puts himself in range of an Emperor's Divide, and that should be another turret going down here in mid. And Birdall having a good time in the side lane right now too, just kind of over here, untouched, putting some pressure on this Cassante, who looks like maybe, if it's left alone here, will finally take that bottom turret out, but just doesn't have enough vision, will back away. And as this dust settles here, the Sandbox have control ward super deep on the top side of the map here on the red jungle. They have a control ward in that brush here. You can see that the observers are highlighting. They have a lot of vision control to just come over here and set this up. And even though right now they're not on the Baron, Quantum Freaks just don't have a ton of detailed information. As this, I don't want to say this is a bait. Like, I don't want to actually trust like that, but it ends up being their eyes are a little bit too big for the stomach here. Don't respect the amount of range that Closer can collapse in on with this Azir from, and ends up being the AD carry taken out here. Taeyun just trying to follow up on what looked like an overextension and what I believe still to be is an overextension. They get a flash, but the trade-up was way bigger. Now this is a super fed Azir.
Yeah, Closer is just going to be a fountain laser of his own, maybe one that we haven't seen in quite a while. I mean, we've seen some interesting builds from time to time, you know, a lot of Rod of Ages, people saying, okay, it's really strong, it's really OP, everybody should be building it, but I'm glad that now on picks like Azir, especially ones like Azir that have abilities to like get away from stuff, they have some defensive capabilities in their kit and stuff, just go full damage, you know, no Rod, no anything else, just the Andres, Void Staff, Death Cap, you are going to be blowing people up. Especially the Void Staff earlier because everybody's already building MR because he's the very obvious carry in this game.
Yeah.
And there's a Maokai.
You're absolutely right. You could see the Negatron cloaks popping up, and this game at first felt like it was really exactly where Kwangdong Freaks wanted it to be. You know, they staved off the pressure. They had that early Herald. Zeri was sitting down there fine. The dive failed. But then Bulldog tried to be the hero, trying to make some plays topside. Closer got so much money, and then he was gifted some huge kills. And now he's just such a big threat that he and Lucian alone mean that Zeri can't be anywhere nearby on the map. The turret's been down for a very long time because he took so much damage while Bulldog was top. And Envy has the leg room to actually do crazy plays like this because he's got an Azir to back him up. He's got a Maokai ult to back him up. So Envy is never really in any danger. He is just out there putting the poke on, putting the hurt on, and if they commit, it's a trap, right? Like, you just get locked down and you die.
Poke champion Envy, and actually is. I mean, take
look
a
at
look at this. Taeyun is now out of the fight. Azir wasn't even there. So Envy can just do whatever he wants. Liv Sandbox have Omega control over this mid lane.
If Silas gets the Rod of Ages faster in his tankier and can prevent some of these fights, maybe, you know, he can actually threaten this Lucian. But as it stands now, if he walks forward, he's going to get ulted by either Azir or Maokai or both. So he just has to kind of be on sides here. And if he tries to come over here and go for a flank, as you see here, caught by a ward, has to back away. Azir turret set up. This is Soul. This is Chemtech Soul going over the side of Liv Sandbox, the Sundist turret. So much value here. Birdall using this empowered plant just to make sure no one's coming over. They have no wards here. Look at all the choke points controlled in the vision that's up. Now this, if there was no ward in here, it would be a big problem. But Liv Sandbox see it.
Yeah, well, let's see how they go. I mean, there's a lot of damage here on the side of Kwangdong with the Zeri, but this is totally seen the entire way through. Their turn is quite good, but you do not want to group up against this Fed Azir. This is so incredibly scary and risky right now. Kwangdong are going to be looking for the turn, but massive tidal wave into Maokai ultimate, and everybody's just taking huge amounts of damage. I mean, Bertle's not even near as Bulldog is looking for the Maokai. As in we go, that's the real one from the Azir, as Closer's able to put them all down and get some insane damage done. Now Bertle TP's back into the fight.
Yep, I mean, he gives his life for that play, though.
Yeah.
Bulldog actually gets away,
No
flash
kills.
up. No kills whatsoever here, but they stop the Baron, and they have Chemtech Soul, which I was going to say as a positive. It's just the thing that you could see on your screen there. I don't know how much we really care about
exists.
it.
Yeah.
It's not the Lulu on their team, as it turns out. Is Bulldog here wants any flank he can get. Jumps into the backline here, and unfortunately doesn't connect to the target he wants. He wants to hit Closer and hijack.
How do they not convert on this?
Bulldog barely lives.
Cassante.
Cassante on the backside, teleport late from Birdall.
Yeah. I mean, that was pretty insane.
It's about as perfect as it gets, but
yeah.
Just not enough follow-up there.
I guess Closer just needs to carry even harder well. He did go pretty deep for that play, and it can be risky at times. Generally, it works out because a lot of our teams are really quick to pick it up, right? But
it's the second time, you know, he's gone for such a play and has been immediately picked off. The last time, though, it worked out. This time stops the Baron, but unfortunately gives over a lot of money to Kwangdong Freak. So we're only 1,000 gold, you know, 1,100 gold behind right now in this game, and the Zeri is on 2 items, looking for that 3rd item here fairly soon. Will be a ton of extra damage when the edge is complete, but the crazy thing about this game is it's, okay, hold on.
Okay,
hold on.
Trying to kill Toon, and he gets extremely low. Bertol, even he's got a lot of damage. Toon is going to hit the plant. Of course, this is Chemtech Rift, so he's going to be totally fine. But yeah, the amount of poke damage that they have just with their bodies, like, they don't care about range or whatever. And even if they did, they have a Azir. So it's like, okay, if there is an enemy champion, we can just dive at them.
Well, it goes back to what we were talking about in the draft, is just that Liv Sandbox identified, okay, Bulldog, he's played Sylas 3 times, but we're not too worried about it. His performance, you know, wasn't inspiring, it wasn't bad. We know he's capable, but he's clearly been pretty absent in this game, and his commitments topside really put him behind. And now they're just like, we're not scared of the Sylas at all. We're just going to push through. Our Azir is so fed that every time he even thinks about walking at us, he's going to take such a crazy amount of damage. He has to sit in sides the whole time.
Feeling edgy, Wolf. Feeling a little bit edgy in this game.
Yeah, certainly. And so, you know, I think going back to the draft, we were very critical of the Sylas leaving that open, picking the Gnar into it, but so far here, it hasn't been an issue at all. We haven't seen Bulldog be able to capitalize. That doesn't mean our analysis is incorrect, but in this particular game, a non-factor here, unfortunately, for Bulldog.
Yeah, I was surprised that Kwangdong weren't able to get more out of the very early aggression onto Closer's lane. And you remember that Closer was forced to flash very early on at level 3. And after that, now he is the most fed member and the most dangerous person on the Rift. Like, there was no follow-up from the Viego. Bulldog and Youngjae weren't able to put it together.
Him holding his teleport actually, I think, really stifled a lot of that pressure because he didn't come back to lane straight away and put that pressure on. He walked back, fell behind in CS, and teleported moments later anyways, wasn't able to use his teleport defensively bottom side. And Closer's just played this lane so well. I mean, he's just been free farming for so long this game. He's 50 CS up. And that's one of many reasons this has gone poorly, is Dudu going to eat a ton of damage. Where's the peel? The Sylas is locked down under turret top side, 1v2.
Where is the team?
Yeah. They're just trying to catch Birdall.
Okay, maybe a little flank here. A little flank action. Liv Sandbox very ready for this. Bulldog is...
It is here, dashes at the Sylas, and that tells you the state of the game.
Yeah.
And now Birdall's like, all right, well, you guys are gone now, so...
Yeah.
They had 2 up here trying to catch a Gnar. They failed to get him. Then the teleport comes through, very short range. That flank fails, and Birdall just stays top, keeps his teleport, gets a turret.
Death cap. Right? Should be. Yep, there it is.
Yep. Cool Kids.
And a control ward, just, you know, for the tilt factor. Here we go. We're going to get on top of this Baron. I love making fun of that. Either way, we are getting onto this objective, and it will be difficult for Kwangdong to get into this one. The Zeri threatening. Dudu is incredibly tanky, and Bulldog is not. He has to Zhonya's, he has to get Wild Growth. That is a couple of big pieces now of the puzzle that are gone.
Layered them together, too, and he has Flash Gnar, but he's just too low.
Youngjae just getting zoned away. Fantastic job by Birdall, in perfect position to zone them with his body and with his Gnar ultimate. That is going to be 2 kills. This Liv Sandbox a very safe Baron take.
And this guarantees Elder. It's up in 45 seconds here. TP, though, into mid, and I think they would just want to push their advantage down to Inhibitor at least first. They may be able just to end the game here. Bulldog's now up for 40. Elite Death really hurting him here. With all these minions and all the damage they have, it's pretty crazy. I think they're just going to push to end. If anything goes wrong, though, you've got that Elder to fall back on.
Yeah.
Looks like it's all said and done.
Yeah. Closer is so incredibly strong right now that even Dudu cannot tank against this, as Tatum's just going to get hit by a Maokai ultimate. This game is pretty much done and dusted as Birdall gets pulled back by the Cassante, who unfortunately got fed, and I mean, he's on top of Closer. He's going to take down Closer, but a little bit too little too late. He's going to get walloped, and then the Nexus will also get walloped as down it goes. Liv Sandbox take the series 2-1.
This may be a series where some people look and say, is this the first signs of Liv Sandbox showing some cracks? Is this the first sign of a series where they didn't win as dominantly as expected? But I think what I saw in this series was more so straight up Guangdong Freaks having a good game plan, coming in with some solid drafting, some disrespectful drafting at times from Liv Sandbox, leaving the Ashe open, leaving the Silas open in this game, which could have really come back to bite them. It did not. In this case, I think some of the inexperience of Bulldog still showing through. But this series actually ended up being a little bit more complex and a lot more exciting than what we expected. We walked into this one going, probably an open and shut case, 2-0 for Liv Sandbox. They're the stronger team. As Willer and Dudu, former Hanwha Life bros, gonna hug it out here. And it's a night of League of Legends that, you know, both teams have a lot to work on, but you're happy, I think, if you're a Guangdong Freaks fan, that you're showing signs of life again here in 2 back-to-back series.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty nice for them. At the end of the day, Liv Sandbox do pick it up. I thought that the draft issue was going to be a little bit of an issue, but it turns out it wasn't. You know, the Viego as well was like, okay, well, you did some stuff early, and then you were just there. I think Guangdong's still a bit of a way to go, right? They had some edges, and they weren't quite able to push those advantages. And at the end of the day, Liv Sandbox do pick it up. Some sighs of relief from the team. We even saw Envy on camera, head in hands after that one, as we're going to cut short that celebration.
Yeah, you can see the celebration is a little bit muted this week.
Yeah.
That one might win this week.
That solution. Oh, no, please no. Nothing against Envy, but as you mentioned, a little bit half-hearted.
Oh, he turned the V for victory into 2 Vs for W for win. I guess. I mean, that seems to be the theory.
Yes, or Willer. Yeah, it could be Willer as well.
Maybe. Look, Guangdong Freaks, this is probably not your season, right? You're probably not going to playoffs this time around, but we're reaching the halfway point here very soon. Next week is week 5 here in the LCK, but like we've talked about basically this entire time, the CV Max plot armor of the, okay, it's straight up a scrim. The scrim is becoming a reality where some of these drafts are starting to become very intelligent. Some of the early games and vision control we're seeing from Guangdong all season long has been good, and this team is getting honed into something greater than what we saw in weeks 1 and 2, but still not there yet.
Not there yet. They're going to need a lot more time, and maybe they can turn it on in round 2. The Sandbox, they got there in the end. Still a little bit worried about Bertol, but, you know, perhaps he was just the juicy bait in the top lane, because Bulldog came up here, kind of sacrificed lane. Youngjae was like, well, I got to do something. And Bertol got behind early, was able to trade one back here. And then after that, he was actually great in some of these team fights. I don't think I even saw one Silas Gnar either, because so many of these team fights were so broken up, especially because they were so lopsided due to how strong Closer was.
So many of these fights, Bertol just wasn't even here. He was just dealing with the Cassante inside and just having a neutral lane there. A lot of this game was played 4v4 or 4v3, frankly, here.
Yeah. And that's actually good for Liv Sandbox. Doesn't give Bulldog a chance to take Gnar ultimate. Not here either.
Nope. And so many of these fights on the Silas, he just looked like he was trying to force a flank so hard rather than utilizing the ultimates he had for initiation. And so, unfortunately, for the side of Guangdong Freaks, they didn't have really any initiation. They didn't have any frontline for this area. Every time Bulldog tried to go in, he was just instantly deleted. I gave my POG vote to Closer. I'll be transparent. I think he was the defining player in this game despite some overextensions. He still got it done. His build was great. The damage was real.
Absolutely. I think in this case, the boom boom damage makes sense. Even you could see in some of the team fights like how he was using the threat of his damage to just push them away and to just zone them away. Like, his positioning was fantastic. Sometimes a little bit overzealous on the ultimates, but I would agree with you on this one, Wolf.
Also the ability for him to just punish Bulldog's topside roam and his awkward teleport timer. Like, he handled the pressure early. Yes, he lost his flash, was forced to back, but he just still came back in swinging. Look at the difference in impact he made this game versus Bulldog. Bulldog just farmed a rod, and then that was the end of it. That's not the 6.9 you're going to give a nice to. You know,
this is 3 games in a row where the winning team has a huge boatload of damage, and then the losing team just has like nothing.
It's
crazy.
It's a very snowbally meta, right? It's a very like if you get ahead, you get more ahead type of meta, and if you're behind, especially with these low range scaling Zeri, but melee Silas, you're not going to do anything.
Well, that was the series. We had it on our hands, but now Liv Sandbox have it on their hands with the 2-1 victory. Let's hop over to Atlas, the Big Hoon, and of course, Chronic Keckler over there on the other side. Take it away, guys, on the space.
Okay, gentlemen, the series is in fact on our hands now. As let's break it down.
Over.
Well, I mean,
More
it's still
stuff.
it's on our
Gone.
hands now. It's because we now have to break it down. That's all we got to do. And unfortunately, we have to head straight into the draft first because I think this is where a few of the fumbles began. Gentlemen, do you want to take us through?
So the nice thing about the current patch is that we got really good at the first rotation, even though, again, Lucianami, even after the nerfs, are exactly the same. Bot lane didn't matter at all.
Yeah.
Nice. But 4-5 is often where some of our teams make some mistakes. Should Viego be in this game? No. No, Viego is not good, and the only reason you get anything out of him here is if you, for some reason, Sandbox hard commit on 2v2 skirmishing and you get ahead. But they didn't because they know they don't have to, and then nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to also point out the 3-pick Cassante as well. Like those, like people who's actually tried it a lot. I think the win rate is like pretty bad as well. Because the Cassante it is OP, but it's not like OP that you can actually just pick it no matter what, and you can't leading to Cassante just carry the game.
Yeah, we've seen Olaf, we've seen Darius, we've seen Gwen. Jax is still up, which isn't a hard counter necessarily, right? But like all these things are good into Cassante. The Cassante priority is somewhat baffling. And there is also a Gnar being picked when you just pick the Zeri and you know for a fact that they're gonna pick the Silas. Now, didn't end up mattering, but we still need to highlight these things as in, if you do this against better teams, you're gonna get punished. And even though Liv Sandbox won today, it showcases, yes, that Kwangno has really leveled up, but also that still, even on 13B, 31B, some of our priorities are kind of out of whack.
Yeah, and so I want to play a bit of devil's advocate in the opposite for the Gnar pick, because if you pick the Gnar and you're doing your very best to try and get a Silas pick, then maybe like that sort of mind game's cool, but Liv Sandbox, I just don't know whether we should give them that level of benefit of the doubt.
Well, in this case, the Silas pick also was struggling against the Azir, was just stuck on the turret the whole game.
Yeah, right. So like if you can bait it out and it works, then maybe it's 5-head.
It's definitely risky. I'm glad, I was afraid you were going to defend the Viego.
Oh no, absolutely not. That's just horrendous. Yeah, I don't worry. We're well in agreement on that one, gentlemen. Let's get into the first fight here, because unfortunately, it felt like Kwangdong Freaks never really had an avenue into the game. And this sort of illustrates the gigantic range deficit.
I mean, this is the thing that already, like, you pick Viego into the Maokai, you just don't even need to do anything. He just keeps throwing the sampling, and then there's
Oh no, look at the Lucian nerfs. Can you see the nerfs, guys? Can you see him?
You can't even walk up.
No,
Like,
but wait for Viego. Wait for him to pop off.
He has Lulu as well. That's a good combo, right? And we're not making fun of Youngjae here. We're making fun of specifically the Viego pick. This ultimate from Willer
was not even good.
No.
Like, it doesn't matter. He was like, nah, I don't need the ulti. I'll just throw the sapling. We don't need anything. I think the start was good.
Oh, this.
And like, how the Viego.
Oh. So if you're fed Viego, you have 3 kills, that works, but it doesn't.
And also closer make a bad play, like Turtle.
Yeah,
he didn't have to
goes
do
in
it.
too deep, didn't have to, but Envy's still alive throughout all this. And I think you are always favored if you go for this fight because of the advantage that you've already built for yourself. And now imagine that Youngjae's playing Zac or another champion that can engage. Amumu is another big one. Both of these two champions on this patch are very strong. And they help you in stalemates like this where you do have shorter range, but at least you have a go button, because now you don't have anything, and you don't have control, you don't have range, and you're just sitting there getting shot at by...
You're just waiting until getting just up.
Lucian and Azir, it's just...
Yeah.
Didn't really work. Even Kled, imagine Kled. They could have like charged in there. That'd be a whole lot of fun. Let's get into the next highlight though, as this was the kind of finishing moment. I think it was beautifully played by Liv Sandbox. Shout out to Bertle, being able to find the big nod to make sure the jungler couldn't get into the pit.
Yeah, I mean, Liv Sandbox didn't really manage well on the bot lane. They haven't touched the bot lane. I'm pretty sure it's like more than 3 minutes. I would say that's a kind of red, you know, like how they play the middle game was
red
kind
flag.
of red flag. But they actually played really, really well that oh, we just gonna go Nash and we're gonna just take a Baron, and while we just marking enemy jungler and make sure it's not 50-50, it's not flip, and they're just guaranteeing that we can just end the game right after we make the BD's play because they're just ahead.
Yeah.
And as a draft was like actually clearly better.
Yeah, it was a little bit of the Diffie in the draft situation. And let's see who picks up POG for this one on the Live Sandbox side. It will be Closer that collects it on the Azir. Interesting.
Thoughts? Oh, I was trying to throw Huni under the bus, but he threw me under the bus instead. So, Closer had a couple of high impact plays and showcases that you don't necessarily need to have to play be successful as long as you apply pressure, right, Huni? He does get a bunch of flashes there.
He did, but it's a gain. It's like those kind of plays, like a little bit unnecessary.
Calling it now. Closer is going to get POG, but it's going to be a split vote, and the rest of the votes are going to be split between Envy and
Yeah,
Envy
I mean, even these plays would have been like more make sense if he actually has a establish. I think he make a good play, but could have been better. That's it.
That's 500 points though. Closer out in front yet again. This is not the first time this season that he's had sole possession of POG lead. There's a few Envy votes. I think my vote probably would have also been for my favorite movie starring Ben Stiller and Jack Black. But
I like the Birdo vote. That's a cool one as well. Birdo had a tilt-proof game.
Well, I mean, honestly, this game is more so from the draft. Like, whoever gets it, it kind of makes sense.
It's a Ryu vote.
It was
it's
like
a Ryu vote.
It was just an easy game. Like, it's just smooth and natural. It just goes on. So,
well, let's see whether it's going to be an easy interview. So let's throw it over to G-Sun and check that out.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview on the side of Live Sandbox after taking down Kwangdong Freaks. We are here joined by Birdo, Closer. Congratulations. You guys just beat Kwangdong Freaks and added another win to your pocket. Birdo, how do you feel about this win? Today, it was definitely a very rough win, and my plays left so much to be desired. So, but still, I'm just relieved that we won. Birdo, this is your first POG for the Spring Split. In Game 2, draft went so well, and I was able to have, a good time on the top lane, but my skill shot was a mess in team fights, but I got POG, so I was like, okay, this is good. And Closer, how do you feel about today's series? I was so bummed to lose our previous match, but I'm so glad that we were able to get this win today. And today, Caitlyn was led through for both Game 1 and 2. Why do you think so? I guess Kwangdong kind of learned how to deal with Caitlyn. I guess that was their plan. So Envy played Caitlyn in game number 1 without cleanse. So he was struggling a lot for sure. He was taking heal instead. Why was that? I think he wanted to, focus on the lane a little bit more, and then we had some mistakes and it didn't really work. And back to Birdo in game 2. So Caitlyn decided to take cleanse, and then we had some better performance on the side of Live Sandbox. So after losing game number 1, what kind of feedback did you guys have? We had, a lot of minor mistakes in game 1, so we wanted to get rid of them as much as possible. And also Jace is a very good rotation champion for us, for top and mid lane, so it worked out really well. So we got a very clean win in game 2, and you were the center of that victory. So let's get back to the draft we had in game number 2. Jace actually played under a lot of pressure of potential ganks. However, you still went for the blind Jace, and you actually Live Sandbox actually went for a lot of ban cards towards the top lane. Dudu, he's really good at melee champions, so we definitely wanted to keep our eyes on them. We wanted to make sure that we're gonna remove all the best champion Dudu plays. Then, Birdo, what's your thought on Nar Jace matchup? Jace definitely has the edge. He can farm easily, and as long as he can do that, You can get items and he can have lead. And then we exactly had the desired Jace in our matchup, so I was pretty happy. And Xante was banned for 2 games in a row, and then you guys decided to let it through in game 3. And Dudu's Xante was undefeated so far. Why was that? Yeah, we knew that he was like 3-0 in Xante prior to today. But game 3, we didn't really have, you know, the luxury to ban out his Xante because we had so many cards just ban out. So we decided to, you know, maybe we should just deal with it. Deal with Dudu's Xante. And closer, we had Akali Azir matchup repeated, and then you were playing Azir in game 3 and 1 POG. Closer. When were you so good at Azir? I was one of the, you know, Azir hater in the past. I was like, I will never be good at this champion. And then last summer split, I was like, I really have to play this. I really have to know how to play Azir. So I was just like spamming Azir on solo queue, and I got confident at it. Now, I'm pretty confident in my Azir performance. And a lot of people were really surprised by Lip Sandbox, how they draft on the mid lane, how they set up the matchup on the mid lane. Is that because of Ryu? Yeah, I mean, he knows about mid a lot, as you guys know, so he understands how mid laners will feel under, you know, some sort of situations or matchups, so it's great to work with Ryu right now. And Closer, you are now having the sole possession of the POG first place. You are just on the up and up, ramping up every week. What has changed the most since last year? Last summer, I was actually, you know, like doing a great job, and then I was feeling a lot better because I got to play with my friends. You know, we are all like in a very similar age group, so we are really like friends. So I get to, you know, lead my team, have a lot of communications. And your upcoming opponent will be DRX, a very interesting matchup coming up. And we always just like have the ceremony awarding at the beginning of the week, and it's always Lip Sandbox players. Do you have anything other planned for the upcoming match? I do have something in my mind, but all of my teammates just love to, you know, put on a show, so you guys better tune in for the ceremony part. Well, if I carry as a top laner, I'm gonna do some ceremony, so maybe next time. Looking forward to seeing some Birtle ceremony after that DRX series coming up. And this will be the end of the interview from Closer Birtle, and back to Atlas, the Hoon, and Chronic Cackler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-san. The Chronic Cackler really is catching on. The Hoon was already well and truly established, though, as we knew. Do we go back to a round of Media Kek Ws or no? Or
Let's go with the standing first.
Yeah, let's go with that. T1 going to be facing off against Bro coming up relatively soon. They are, of course, still in first place. After this, Liv Sandbox hold on to their position in third, and we'll see whether that changes as the week goes on.
Not the best showing though from Sandbox. Kwangdong showing that even though they're 10th place, and I think they deserve to be, they are one of the worst teams in the league still. Look better week after week, and there are still issues, right? Drafts are not great, and every now and then they kind of beat themselves. But it really does showcase, like this Kwangdong also 2-0'd KT. So even though the standings give that image, I think especially east side, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, for especially Leap Sandbox, I think their performances like against a weak team, they're not doing great. Yeah. I think they actually need to prove themselves that they can actually win against a weaker team, like pretty like easier.
Plainly, because they beat strong teams easier than weak teams.
That's true.
Well, they've got a great opportunity in a couple of days' time up against DRX. After this, we've got T1 versus Bro. In the meantime, I think Hooney's going to be playing some Nara in solo queue to really shake off all of that extra frustration, and we'll be back immediately after that with our next series. See you then.
Challengers roster from last year moving into the LCK.
One on Freaks as well. They've taken on CV Max.
Sinden, he did get below half health, and that's it. He gets a double knockup, massive play, jumping a billion times. God, I love this. 2-0 for Kwangdong Freaks.
And I'll never give it up. I'm unbreakable, and we're never gonna stop. I'm unbreakable, till we make it to the top. Never give it up. I'm unbreakable, and Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to give you faith. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down
Hello and welcome back. We are here at the LCK for the second match of the night. T1 up against Brion, and this one, just like the first match we had today, we figured, okay, well, there's a team that's the favorite and a team that's, working to try to get their results a bit better. Kwangdong were able to take one game in that first matchup. What do you think about this one for Brion?
I don't think their chances are as high, but I would say that T1 have dropped a lot of big games in the last few matches. That Nongshim series is the one that sticks in everyone's mind, of course. They did come off of a loss before that to Hanwha Life Esports, which at the time was considered a pretty big upset. We know now that Hanwha Life Esports have figured out their identity, definitely looking like a stronger team right now, predicted by many to actually beat D plus Kia. But the standings, they tell the true story of the difference between these two teams right now, win-wise, as the middle of the pack here in the LCK just gets tighter and tighter as it just becomes so much more complex to figure out where these teams really stand. Because Live Sandbox up at 5-2 right now, but will they maintain that lead over D+? D+ has that match later against Hanwha Life Esports in the week. There's a lot of stuff that we still have to figure out here, but one thing's for sure is it looks like T1 and Gen.G are a tier above. We said the same thing about D+ Kia. That didn't ring true, but right now it does feel like the tier list between these two teams is significant, or the tier difference rather.
Yeah, it does feel like Bro and KT are around a similar level, and then maybe Hanwha Life Esports and DK are like one step above that, and Live Sandbox, we have no idea, especially including what we saw earlier today. God Zeus versus Lord Morgan, Battle of the God and the Lord. I'm not sure when Zeus picked up the God title. Generally, I reserve that for Faker. But, it's going to be a pretty cool matchup up on the top side. I think that Morgan's Renekton might definitely be respected in some of these drafts.
He is a god, not the god, okay? Like, he's a Greek god.
I see.
Zeus or Zeus, Look, that's my theory.
How about this support matchup, Wolf?
Well, if you look at the head-to-head record, it might surprise a lot of people that Effort has come as close as he has, because right now we might be looking at our best support versus our weakest support in terms of where we are right now in the LCK in terms of current form. I think Effort has had a little bit of a resurgence this season compared to what we saw from him, or what little we saw from him on Nongshim last year, where he was replaced by Peter. We even saw Snowflower drafted to the team. His performances were so weak that Nongshim didn't know what to do, but I think he's had a bit of a resurgence, like I said. But yeah, this is a matchup that arguably could be the most one-sided in terms of you look at player gaps here in the LCK. So we'll put this one up in English for you guys.
Yeah, and the team that is performing really well, who is currently number 1 in the standings, T1, they have a lot of good goal difference numbers, whereas the team that does not be at top also do not have good goal difference numbers.
But notice that the goal difference spikes at 30 here for Brion, which I think the stat that's really trying to be highlighted here is they have a pretty stable early game. Mid-game, there are a lot of problems, and then they're decisive on those final fights. The Souls and the Elder Drake, that's where Brion actually wins their fights and flips them. We've seen this across time as here come the big favorites, T1 tonight, but again, as mentioned, we saw the Twitch support fall a little bit flat from Carrier last week. We did see this team get upset by Hanwha Life Esports. I think the mood and the morale at the end of that Nongshim series was pretty low across the T1 roster. A little bit of too much cooking, perhaps.
And don't want to burn the house down.
There have been some drafts where we've seen Gumayusi play odd picks because the draft was pushed away from him a little bit uncomfortably. We saw him play the Jinx. That didn't work out very well. We saw him play the Ezreal. That looked very poor in terms of the draft they were facing on the side of Nongshim there. So tightening up the drafts, definitely what you're looking to look for here as a T1 fan. But I'll be frank, like I was last week when we cast that Nongshim series, it was me and you. I don't think that loss really means anything, but for T1, you're trying to get back that form and have some solid drafting tonight.
Might mean something for their mentality, and of course the standings. We'll see if they can pull it back. Brion here, on the other hand, it's been an interesting ride for them. They started off with a lot of Lucian Nami for the bottom lane. That was working out really well. Henna has kind of stepped up, actually, into a bit of a carry role for this team, which was definitely unexpected. They started off with a pretty weak strength of schedule. They went up against Nongshim and then Kwangdong Freaks in the first week. They started off with the 2-0. They proved at least they're not on the bottom of the rankings. And slowly but surely they have been solidifying themselves in the middle. as they have a lot of fans.
Yeah,
Wolf.
I was going to
People
mention.
are screaming.
I was going to mention that Breon has always been kind of a cult classic in the Western scene, but this year, suddenly, this team has exploded in popularity in Korea. This is going to be our key player matchup. Faker versus Karis here in the mid lane. You can see the CS percentage, by the way, for both of these players very low. This is how much gold on the map they are given. Faker has been consistently 9th or 10th all season long. I've checked every week. He gives all the CS to Zeus and Gumayusi. He takes very little. He's farming the least amount really out of any mid laner consistently. He's 9th this week, but he has been mostly 10th or 9th, of course, for the first time shooting up. So that's one of the big stats. In terms of everything else, Faker is outperforming Karis pretty much across the board. Higher damage per minute, higher damage percentage, even with the less gold that he's getting post 15 minutes, as we showcased there. So looking like a matchup where Karis may have some trouble here, but we'll see if on red side, Frederick Breon can get some counter picks for him.
It's going to be difficult to go up against Faker, who is pretty much just becoming all reliable on this team, surrounded by so many talented players on the roster. So it'll be interesting to see where he goes from. It was also highlighted that even though Faker's not getting a lot of gold, he's doing very high damage. I think he's 4th in the league. So I think in like half of that is, yes, Faker's playing it really well. Half of it is, I mean, they're winning so often, so of course they're going to have really high damage numbers. So
yeah.
I understand what they're trying to highlight, but at the same time, T1 are just playing well as a team, and things are going well for them as Carry is taking a little nap.
Yeah, taking a little rest, getting ready to jump into this draft.
Maybe he's trying to envision what he's going to pick next.
I mean, it's something that Faker has always done, is the close your eyes right before the game. Get that. Doa had a term for this, I can't remember what it is, but it's basically just like channeling before the game. And he's pretty well known for it. Karya just getting himself to the right headspace here as Bengi is on the stage here with T1's very elaborate coaching staff they have. They have quite a set of...
They have the max.
They have the max from this. That's the
yes.
way to put it. Versus Edgar over here, who's... coming off of that unfortunate loss last week to KT Rolster, where, a little bit of side selection mishaps did occur, and, it's pretty easy to bounce back from that series. I think ultimately that side selection didn't really affect the game that much, and you know that you have a tough matchup here against T1. You're going to have to prepare as best as you can, especially considering that T1 will have pick side selection. Blue side,
yeah,
chosen here for T1, but unusual right now, so that gives Karis, like I was saying, that opportunity to get that counter pick. And we were all talking about this before the show. Maokai probably banned every game this series, I'd say.
Yeah.
And it's the first ban.
It's most played for Umti, and Owner doesn't really play it. He plays a lot of Sejuani. He plays a ton of Vi, probably more than any other jungler here in the LCK. Owner a little bit specific in terms of his jungle pool. Like, obviously he can play pretty much anything, but in terms of what he is favoring in the jungle right now is a bit different from others outside of his, of course, Sejuani priority.
Kassadin also banned here. A lot of strong AD carries here that can be picked up early for T1 in this draft, if that's the path they want to take. We also see Zeus' Jace and Guma's Karya, or excuse me, Guma's Caitlyn. I associate Karya and Caitlyn together a little
Guma's Karya.
Yeah.
Karya's Guma.
So Elise is one of the picks we were looking at, like, okay, does this one actually get through the draft? Definitely first pickable here on blue side. But now you have picks like the Lucian, Varus, Ashe. Ashe definitely the one that has found the most success here with Sejuani. Could lock that one in first, and then it's very difficult to deny.
Oh boy. Let's
This is the common offer because it's the first champion in the alphabet. So
there are also other reasons nowadays. But yes, Ashe certainly going to be the choice. I think that's definitely the smartest choice. Generally, they do go for the Lucian Nami if it's available, but Ashe just too strong right now.
Insta-lock on the Wukong Varus here for Breon. I think it's a pretty easy response here. You don't want the Ashe Varus. That's the strongest duo right now in the game.
How about Ashe Sejuani? Is that a stronger duo, Wolf?
I think it is stronger, and I think it is what they're going to get, but very difficult to pick the Sejuani into the Ashe, because you get locked down very easily, and you will just be trapped by the slows. Very frustrating early game to play. So we do see a
take
stage.
them together.
And we've seen T1 specifically really like this Sivir Ashe lane. It's not the only team that's played it here in Korea, but gonna lock this one up early. This does kind of force a wave clear support, some sort of AoE here. In the lane, it looks like Karma is going to be the choice here for Brion.
Should have been Xerath. Maybe someday.
One day it's gonna happen, but today is not that day.
Not today. Yep, the Karma going to be very nice in the bottom side with the lane. It does feel a bit scary for Bro that they gave over not only Ashe to Keria, the best Ashe support player in the LCK, but also Ashe Sejuani. Could that have been avoided? I think you would have had to take some big steps to avoid it. As you were mentioning before, there can be some negatives from it.
I mean, look at the 3 picks they banned.
It's rough.
If you give any of those 3 instead by banning the Ashe on red side here, you're also going to regret that. But they're just, T1 is just such a strong team. You have to respect all these picks. And Cassante, not a surprise that we see that ban here on red side. Silas, another one to look at here. Karis has only played the 1 game of it this season. Did take the victory with it, but not a player you consider as a top Silas in the LCK. And T1 might be able to just simply look past it. And with the Cassante ban, you're not necessarily prioritizing Gnar here as T1 either. So I think that it probably will be left open. Fiora and the Jax banned away from Zeus, so preventing him from playing strong side laning champions here to buy time for the Sivir to scale and get to the late game.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. I mean, there have been a lot of top bans already. Akali, not one of them, but it will be the second mid laner ban, I suppose. The Jace can be flexed.
Now, as T1, you're like, you can pick the Azir away from us. We would like to have Azir, but if you pick it away from us, we can play Sylas into this ourselves because we left it open. So have a pretty nice matchup for the Sylas. You can, of course, fight and side lane really well with the Sylas later on, if that's what Faker wants to play in this draft.
Maybe he goes back to the Yone. It's not into Kassadin, but Victor.
We saw Faker play an amazing game of Victor in that first game in the Nongshim series last week. And he's going to lock it in here with the Gnar. Could see something like a Camille here if you really wanted to try to lock down these carries here for T1. I like the Renekton a lot more. And it's Lord Morgan. He's got a
no
respect
alongside to Lord Morgan's Renekton.
Well, the draft here for Brion couldn't be more basic, right? It's a very standard Varus Karma lane with Azir trying to get early control. You have a lot of really great team fighting around first, second Drake, first Herald. Second Herald, honestly, too, depending on how the first fights go, if you don't fall too far behind. But Sivir is going to spike early with Kraken Slayer, and the Ashe Sejuani combo we've talked about, I mean, so much it makes my head spin, is just so lethal into this draft for Brion. The only champions you feel like, I'd say champion you feel pretty good about that one coming towards is the Wukong, who could just clone away. Cleanse has to be taken, as you guys see on the Varus here for Hannah. There's just so many threats here for T1's draft, and at some point, it's hard to say draft difference. You just want to say Ashe difference, and Keria is our best Ashe player. You mentioned it earlier. I think there's no dispute.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Wolf. I think Keria is the best. It's very difficult to dispute that. The guy can play pretty much anything. You know, maybe not support Twitch. I'm sure he can play it decently, but, you know.
I think it's more about...
It's not the best pick right now.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's not about him as much as it is about how viable it is in pro play.
I like the highlights on the Counter-Strike, the spinning.
Yeah.
All the different colors, the red, the green, the orange. Very nice. No Jax in this game.
This is a draft where we like the Victor. This is a draft where we like the Victor. There's a lot of setup front line here for Faker to do a bajillion damage, and that he should in this draft.
Yeah. He will have to avoid Karis and a lot of that sweeping early on, and we'll see what Morgan can get done on the Renekton as well. Either way, guys, we are ready. Let's jump onto the Rift for Game 1. The Brion fans not holding back.
No.
Very nice.
There's such a big fan base for Brion, I think, because they're the underdogs everyone wants to cheer for, and they have punched up so many times. If you think back to 2021, where they did it the most, taking out Damwon Kia back then, which was coming off of their Worlds title, it was like, wow, the only team they can beat is the best team, which was so bizarre. And they play to the level of their opponents. That's something they're very known for. And going into a series like this, you know that they are, again, the massive underdogs. And so many fans want to show up today just to say that I know T1 is not only potentially the best team in the LCK, and right now that seems to be the case, but also the most popular team in the LCK, and we're still going to show up and cheer. You'll love to see it.
And you mentioned Damwon Kia. They also did this to T1 as well. It was 6 matches ago, but it happened, and it was a 2-0. So, you know, history repeats itself. Will it repeat itself today? I'm not so sure if right now are the best conditions for it for the side of Bro. But those wins came off of Umti, and generally they often do for the side.
So
Breon rather.
Yes. Keria, by the way, just uses Barrier to grab 60 gold, stack up his item with the Halo Blades. I think it's absolutely warranted. It's a really cool way to get an advantage and push this lane forward. Just absorb that cooldown from effort. And you're not going to be looking to trade super aggressively after this initially. Once Hannah does get a few levels in, you can use his kit fully to actually do that real damage. You're going to be sitting back and spell shielding that. But at level 1, get that gold as soon as possible. Try to get this sickle farmed out. Keria, I think, absolutely the right choice to force his way in there. Use that early Halo Blades damage and pick up that money. And he's going to push this wave in, too. Every time you see that plus 20, you know you're getting stacked up one step closer to finishing your item and one step closer to that Umbroglaive start potentially here.
Yep, that is the way of Ashe support and many AD carry supports. Carry support, not sure if that's a thing. AD support.
AD Keria. Come on, give me a response.
Sure, yes. Not going to spot him, but should spot that the camp is gone.
Should be enough information.
Yeah, they pinged it. So, yep. We're going to know that he could be going from Wolves to blue or from Wolves to the top side of the map, which is where he is. Owner back on Sejuani. He is like 5-1 on this pick.
Yes, 5-1. That's correct. He has been an amazing Sejuani, but he's been given the opportunity to play with Ashe so many times. Keria is 3-0 on the Ashe pick leading into this series, so half of those games with the Sejuani. And
Sejuani in general doesn't have the highest win rate, so a lot of the wins are actually T1. I guess that makes sense.
A lot of those losses, unfortunately, for Klid as well. In the early part of the season, he played the champion. I think he's like 1-5 on it. Has been a bit of a rough one. So
20.
Yep, picking up the money. We always have to mention this because it's part of why this champ is strong. As Owner C is seen.
Looking for the slow with the boomerang, but Owner's pretty far away. Looks like he was not quite in flash range, but there's the wallop, and Morgan not going to flash away from it. He will flash afterwards and just barely get out of there, as Owner was pretty close to setting that one up. Not quite close enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, Umti, I'll hold that thought. Effort.
Faker really doesn't want to flash here, and he will have to, actually. As the soldier dives forward, he will flash away.
Holds it to the last possible second. This is something we were talking about with Faker's Victor specifically into Fiesta last week, where he held his flash in so many moments where it looked like, oh, he is 100% dead if he doesn't flash, but he just barely walked it out. This time he is forced to use it. At least they're able to make something happen here with this Karma roam mid, because it was looking very bad here for Umti, not able to make a cross map, going top side, and then being so late to the party that he wasn't able to trade anything back. So at least they get Faker's flash here. See what he can do now with this red buff against Owner.
Smite securing that one. As tons of damage coming in. You can see what Sivir, even with just a pickaxe, is able to do, especially when you slow him down and you line up that Q.
Getting a heal out of effort. And Owner was never really in any danger. Gets the smite on the scuttle, and these types of aggressions.
Effort is really pressing the envelope here. And okay. He will be able to pick that up at least, but you see that Effort a little bit frustrated Really trying to be as proactive as possible, but unfortunately that means he has to flash and now back, which is not going to make this bottom lane any easier for his AD carry.
Certainly not. Should be a lot more gold going over here to Keria. Might even cause Henna to lose some CS here. Level 6, when that is reached, is going to be another problem that we have to talk about here once this Ashe actually is just going to be basically on cooldown, finding potential setups here across the map. Faker flashed, but is going to run right back to lane here and get control instantly. Picked up a Dark Seal and Boot, so putting the pressure on early and expecting that if this gets bloody early, he's going to be the benefactor of a lot of that extra ability power.
Yeah. That ult is actually really, really nice in terms of the timing. He's buying himself a way out of the lane when he doesn't have flash. He knows that, okay, there was some action on the bottom side. He was probably there. He could be coming mid at this time. It's also potential for his side, his team, to go for the dragon. So it kind of pushes in the wave, gives a little bit of priority as he wants to go for a back.
And they're just actually greedily pushing into the turret here instead of going for that early Drake. Trying to hit level 6. Here for Owner before that happens. I think it was part of the game plan, and he's backing now after Krugs. And every time Keria hits these players, just grab him plus 20. And you can see he's not doing it right now because he's already gotten it. He's just stacking it so fast. It's on cooldown.
That is going to clip Keria. Effort just trying to do his best to alleviate some of the pressure in this lane. It is not easy, though.
5:03. He's finished his support item at 7 minutes. 7 minutes into the game, he has it complete. That is a pretty quick completion there.
Yeah. In what world can Faker without flash run straight at Karus, who has flash and ult, when Faker doesn't have his? It's kind of interesting, as now they're trying to get on top of Umpty, who does not have his clone, does not have level 6, and does not have his flash anymore. They're going to give first blood over to Owner. Not probably the first choice, but still, he was the one who set it up.
He was. Uses his flash for that one. We'll grab the Scuttle, and this is right with the Rift Herald spawning. Keria did not quite get 6 here before this fight, but that's because T1 are just in such a good position so quickly to take this essentially right on spawn. That may not matter. He's going to share some of this experience with Faker and push this one through. Sivir has great wave clear and pushing power on the bottom side, so Henna has to decide right now, do I want to fight this with my, level 6 coming online for the Wukong soon, the early Renekton for Morgan, Karus is his ear with ult. Like, this is the fight that you're supposed to do with this comp. Like, it's not the best comp against what T1 has, obviously, in terms of the early leads and the deficit here for effort and stuff like that. But normally this comp wants to be fighting for Rift Herald, but right now they're like, it's just not really viable. It's not realistic here. And if we let this Sivir push, it's going to become an even bigger problem. You can see how much of a gold lead he's sitting on right now already. And T1 just setting this one up very well, threatening mid and bottom push. And Brionne are going to respond here. They haven't taken the Drake just yet, but Brionne have no control on top or bottom of the map.
Yeah. T1 did this in the past where they kind of just ignored the early Drakes. Nowadays it feels like the Drakes are more powerful and they don't really do it as much anymore. But it certainly does feel like, as you were mentioning before, they had some opportunities to go for it, but they've kind of just said, let's wait for a better opportunity, I suppose. And right now, they're going to pick it up. Not sure that Bro have really an angle to get on in here.
Level 6 for Owner. Umpty also has that, but has no flash, right? On Wukong, doesn't have ability to close the gap, and they have the choke point controlled. And Sivir is significantly ahead, as Zeus is really getting very annoying here.
Remember that Gnar was his debut champ, and it was the one that he looked super strong on, and we were like, whoa, this guy is crazy on Gnar. And then we realized he was kind of just crazy on everything. But he's also still insane on Gnar, so he kind of locked it in with a smile, because he was like, oh, you banned all these things like the Jace, the Fiora, the Jax. I'll just play Gnar. Why not?
Why not? And T1 take that control of the choke point on Drake. Grab the Drake. Move up here now. Start this Herald. Keria still hasn't hit 6 yet. Got to be very close to it.
Yeah. He's been trying.
Like, he's been spending a lot of time in this mid lane, soaking some of the experience there, but doesn't end up getting it. But either way, Herald goes over without a contest. Varus pushing bottom side here and is looking for a plate. I think he will get it, and I don't think the punish will be here fast enough, so at least Brionne going to get something back here.
Henna says, cool story, Bro, or perhaps T1. As, yeah, he's just going to kind of laugh at the on the hunt. He does not bite the bait. He doesn't think anyone else is coming, and he's like, yeah, I easily win this 1v1. And that he does. As Effort, still level 4. So we were talking about level 6 for Keria, but Effort's still working on level 5.
Yeah, he's spent a lot of time. Like, he obviously had to use his summoners. He had to back early. Spent a lot of time out of lane, which is part of why Hannah had that level lead for just a moment there on the bottom side as well, because he's spent more time in the lane alone. Yeah, and, you know, he's significantly behind in CS right now, about 20. Got that plate, but otherwise, right now, Guma feeling very nice with the advantages he has.
Just watching this top lane, like, generally we don't, but I think, especially in this game where T1 are basically just getting every single objective and Bro are kind of just sitting around, not able to do much. It's so awesome to watch Zeus' spacing, like his little micro movements that he does to basically just keep Morgan at arm's length the entire lane. Is so oppressive and so annoying.
Every
as
boomerang
a Renekton player.
Every boomerang he hits, he sends in, tries to set up a hyper proc. It happens to the best of us. Level 6, by the way.
Uh-oh.
Sejuani?
Ash and Sejuani? Oh, maybe he's Karis rather has something else to say about that. Sweeps in 2 of them and says thank you very much for the free kills. Now Keria's caught out. He's definitely going to go down. That arrow unfortunately misses, but I mean, who cares, bro? Get 3 kills.
Fans going wild here in the arena, and look, you had the opportunity there to go for the Ashe arrow into the Sejuani ult. You did it in the reverse angle there, and Keria waits so long. There's no follow-up damage. Victor, no Mythic just yet, just a bunch of pieces of items here for Faker, and he ends up going down here. Flash down for him too, and bit of an overextension here. You had a lot of power and a lot of ideas about what you were going to do with this setup, but just no one there. Guma's all the way on the bottom side of the map.
It was pretty
support
deep
Ashe
in the enemy jungle, too.
Yeah.
As we're going to see in the replay, they went very far for this one into an Azir and a choke point.
Yeah, with a ward just being cleared, too. Like, this is very aggressive, and Karis just flashes for this huge overextension. Keria ults him, and then it's just taken out here by the Wukong ultimate. So a ton of gold actually going over to Brion here. Big mistake. You know, Ashe, Sejuani, very good, but not quite that good.
They're so good, they'll bait you into fights. Sometimes. And the ones that look good because you know the power of the combo, but maybe not. That arrow does sail wide. That was actually pretty close. And T1 were able to finally use that Rift Herald and pick up some big plates in mid lane, so they're holding on to some of their power in the middle of the map, as Morgan is still struggling. Not really his fault.
Talk about the comfort pick of Zeus here in his opening pick. It's obviously Morgan's most famous. I think only the Camille really coming second here in this top laner's repertoire, but the way that this lane has gone so far means that this Renekton pick has gotten no value whatsoever. I mean, plate gold going over to Anar, and Morgan is just catching waves, so he has no prio here topside, which is part of why this Rift Herald went off without a hitch here, and T1 have gotten both objectives early, uncontested. Now, there was a unforced error, right? A pick opportunity that T1 chased a bit deep for, so Brion actually have taken a gold lead here, but game state still is, at the end of the day, Sivir's doing very well in lane, 30 CS up now. Guma's been left down there so long by himself. And you have a world where these Drakes are getting stacked early too, and with Cloud, Ocean, Infernal, Hextech, these are big souls that could be the ones that we get.
And Chemtech also on the cards.
We're hoping it's not that one. Well, T1 fans are. Brion, we'll see.
Yeah. Brion are like, please, I beg you, Lord Chemtech Drake. And it could happen. Bro are trying to set up for this. They must be feeling pretty confident about their current position just because of the last fight.
Teleport's unleashed. Brion here have one ward, but it's going to be cleared, so no flank.
And it's Chemtech.
Why you sound so hyped about that, Valdez?
It's a very, very good soul. Just got buffed.
Yeah.
We'll see how much it can do here for whichever team is going to pick it up. But
T1 very willing to let that one go because Morgan did have TP. He wasn't showing on the map. Didn't want to overextend. Brion had a lot more control over the Drake itself and have that Varus poke. Drake's got buffed in terms of their health a while back, but these longer fights you feel good as Zeus.
Just like helping him do the red buff. Not sure. Maybe baiting Morgan in? Bit of damage onto him. Very nice damage, actually, about 40%.
That was an insane amount of damage. The Trinity Force here stacked up very early for Zeus. And yeah, Gordringer not going to be too useful in this type of situation where no one's in melee range of you, as they're actually going to potentially set up a dive here onto Aeronect, and they have an Ash Arrow in tow here for Keria.
Oh, there it is. And now it's just easy follow-up. You would think they would use like the point and click or the at least close range ones first, but no, they believed in Keria.
I trust him, and the angle was really good. If Morgan goes left there, then he's more exposed. I do agree with you that, you know, the execution could have been simpler, but doesn't matter at the end of the day. They take out Morgan here. The Renekton's one being dove is Guma. You know, Sejuani here, obviously is good for setting up combos, and unfortunately for Wukong, not quite able to close the gap this time. Spell Shield very useless against Cyclone normally if you can really get on top of the Sejuani, but Umpty's not able to this time. Because, I mean, he's pushing inner right now.
Yeah.
Zeus is a man possessed after that last series.
And this is just straight up, like, yes, now Morgan has been ganked, but before this, it was still just as oppressive. In the 1v1, it's so difficult for Morgan to play this, as taking a lot of turret shots. Owner was definitely thinking about it, and Guma has just been the brunt of all of the action on the other side of the map as he's trying to get the kill here on the Guma. Umpty will eventually be able to do that and give the assist over to Henna.
Only got one spell shield. This is exactly what I was talking about a moment ago, so you can dive the Sivir here and hit that second one, get the knock up and secure the kill. But still, in terms of what is gained here on the map, it's hard to quantify what Breon really is getting because, I mean, this was just, yeah. I mean, we kind of said everything about it before. This moment down here, Guma knows this is coming, sticks around for a pretty long time to get that last cannon minion, is greeting for it, will get picked, but it's a Wukong picking up a kill here. Didn't go to the Varus. And a lot of the map control here, going to the top side of the map and the freedom that Zeus has now in a side lane, I think is way more valuable than this pick onto Guma, because he's already up 30 CS. He is Sivir, will have so much freedom to farm and wave clear in mid. That's what Sivir does best in the mid to late game, besides tons of damage. When we get to that later, if we ever have a 5v5 team fight. So at least they get something back here, but in the comparison, calling it a trade feels a little bit dishonest.
Keria even able to just waltz into the enemy jungle at this point. Alone. I mean, T1 are only up 500 gold, but you can see kind of the map state at this point. It doesn't really feel like the gold is this even. I think, you know, that one fight really kind of gave Bro a chance back into this game, and Karis was able to pick up 3 assists. He's got a Leandries and a needlessly large rod already, so at least Bro do have some outs in this game, but T1 still controlling the map. As here we go, Faker a little bit low on mana. Umpty here as well. 1v2 as Faker is just trying to run away and buy as much time as possible. As there is another Q from Faker, but eventually Karis will take him down.
Now, can we see a cross map here onto Henna? That's what they're trying to set up. Herald over the wall. And Henna is going to back away towards his team. He'll get out just fine, but this is going to be a lot of turret gold going over. These kills, though, are stacking up against T1, right? There's a lot of money on this Azir. You mentioned the 3 assists, now the kill coming over. He's going straight damage with this Leandries. And he's actually going to do a lot of damage here in a side, and no one is here to answer. He's being shadowed by Umpty here. And so advantages here diminishing quite significantly, I'd say, for T1. In terms of the gold with that turret going down, yeah, they took a huge lead, but the carry of the Azir here, one of the late game win conditions, is now completely online, whereas Faker picked up a Dark Steel, still sitting on 0 stacks on that one. Going for the Luden's build, it's not as much clean, long-term damage in a fight. Does go down the path of Void Staff next, which I think is a good choice, but gotta be careful about how many of these stray kills you give over.
Yeah, Faker down 40 CS. At the same time, it is a pretty large chunk at this point in time. Effort is going to press the mantra, and that's about it. But yeah, they're just going to fight over positioning here on this Chemtech Drake, as it seems like T1 very much looking to throw down and get into here. They will have control of the river for now, but the Scuttle Crab was taken by Bro.
They can actually try to collapse onto Morgan here now on the bottom side of the map to force this into a split fight. Look at
Uh-oh, Keria, he's all alone. He's got a barrier. He has to ult and flash just to get out of there, as Umpty does go pretty deep. Takes a beating there from Faker. As now Zeus just walks up to them in Mininar. He's going to have to flash away. Umpty taking a massive amount of damage, though, as even the Chemtech Drake is getting in there.
You get Guma's damage here. It's massive, and this is going to be a back. And yes, Keria overstepped a little bit here, but his teammates were so close by. Sivir is pushing mid during this, and Rion eventually just have to pull the trigger. They can't wait any longer because Morgan can get collapsed on, right? He's under what's left of that bottom turret. And so you're losing out in mid, you're losing out in bottom, and you see this Ashe and you're like, I gotta do something, right? And this is gonna be Faker getting caught here in the side. Really nice ult from Kara's proactive play. Umpty's down here too. So this is where, you know, you do start to worry a little bit about how many kills are being given over to T1. This one given over to the proper carry. Karas picks it up. But look at the map here. Like, Morgan is caught under turret, right? He's stuck here. And Ashe just gets blast coned, by the way, from your favorite long-range blast cone next to the blue buff. That's the only reason why he was ever, quote-unquote, air quotes, in danger. And you can see how quickly the rest of T1 can collapse and support him. All the long-range damage here from Faker. Guma pushed that wave into inner turret. And then comes down here and over the wall is basically single-handedly pushing them away. So it looked like an overextension from Keria, but realistically it's just a desperation move from Brion. They almost got a gift. Well, they're not able to close that out.
Yeah. One Chemtech Drake now over to T1, so we get +1, I believe, percentage points compared to last patch on the tenacity and heal power for the support Ashe. But yeah, they're gonna pick it up. They're gonna get it. Very nice. One step closer to the soul. As the side lane is still kind of unsolved here for Bro, especially now that Zeus is even more fed. 1-0 and 1 did go for the new improved Grievous wounds on this Chain Pug Chem Sword. Zeus is in a little bit of trouble, but he has Meganar on the way. Can they burst him down? Yes, they can, as the teleport comes in. Faker's on top of two people. He has to flash, as Bro will very much accept that gift.
Bit of greed here, you know, from T1 in these moments. It feels like you said, the problem wasn't solved, this side laning Gnar. But, I mean, without Mega Gnar, you do commit to that fight, you do push it down, and you have the Azir side laning elsewhere, so it's not like you're losing much from this. And then Faker TPs and has to flash, you still kill the Gnar. I think if T1 had just shown a little bit more respect, I mean, this is not a Jax pushing, right? This is not a push where you're going to go ahead and take the inner out. It gets you a little bit more vision, but the objective isn't up for a long time. Bit of greed. Does once again get punished here by Brion in a side.
Yeah,
lots of money.
Zeus is trying to put on as much pressure as possible, and he will get caught out there. Keria takes 2 big bolts from the Baron as he's trying to volley over the wall. Got to be careful about that. Faker now no flash. Karas has his, so there is actually a little power play here for the side of Bro.
Yeah, no stopwatch for Faker either. You can see he's significantly behind in experience as well, about, you know, 1.25 of a level at this moment in time. So he's been pushed out of lane so much, those kills really stacking up. No flash means he has to be careful here. And Brion, if they had better wave clear, or if this Renekton was relevant in the side, this would be a really scary situation. But as it is, even with Faker having to kind of farm under turret here, T1 can group up faster. They do have the better engage here with the Ashe Arrow and the Sejuani ult. So Brion, no flash on this Wukong means you're kind of walking at T1, but you can't really commit to anything without a Chains of Corruption. You know, the initiation is missing big time.
They'll have to wait for either Faker or Zeus, but Zeus is kind of off in, you know, side lane territory. But yeah, if Faker gets out of position, he'll definitely be a little bit of a sitting duck. He does not have a stopwatch yet, which might be his next item.
Yeah, and like this is what I'm talking about. He has no stopwatch, he has no teleport, he has no flash. So if Brion are decisive now around this Baron, then maybe you can make a plays. And live, okay, nothing really significant. This is just the pick that we were talking about where Faker has to flash here. Does drop his gravity field off and will get away barely, but if Brion had pulled the trigger on this Baron, maybe they could have actually made this work, put Umpty on the choke point, control that with wards, and then maybe if T1 tried to rotate him with this Victor, who's not very strong at this point in time, you could take it, but they're not decisive enough, and it's not a ton of damage in their comp. They need the Azir to be on the Baron itself. So it's tricky, but I feel like the walls are closing in around Brion's comp and the scaling. Once Faker starts to get his items online, even though he's behind now, it won't be forever.
Guma also win for these fast quick blades. Not sure if you mentioned that, Wolf.
I was about to, but yeah, I mean, it's
pretty interesting. We didn't see that at all in our first series. We didn't see it that much in Challengers earlier on Monday and Tuesday, but it seems like Guma thinks it's going to be the way.
more Qs, more Ricochet. I mean, these are things that are going to be very frustrating to deal with in a team fight, and the wave clear he has is pretty massive. Has noticed the difference here. An itemization is going to be the anathemas for this Aftershock Sejuani. So killing Sej is good luck.
It's not a thing. Probably put that on Karis, I'd have to imagine.
Yep.
Even though this is the on-hit Karis at this point in time. Zeus just going to take this dragon. Nobody really cares about this. Just going to take it for free. And
this happens to be closest to the lane he's in.
He's like, oh, I might as well. Feel like I'd rather be farming right now.
That's the t-shirt. That's a t-shirt. Yes, or I'd rather be farming.
rather be side laning.
Yeah. Well, Brion, once again, get control of top and the Baron itself, but because of this Gnar on the side and Morgan being under inner, they can't start it up. T1 very little vision.
They're going to start it up, but Owner's really tanky, so he can face check everything and get them positioned early. Let's see if they can actually threaten this, though. is taking a lot of damage. There's the arrow into Karis. Look at the laser as Karis is just being burst down, and Owner gets in there and steals it away. Very much a flip, and T1 will get away with murder and some more as the Gnar ult doesn't hit too much, but still going to get a lot of value at the end of the day. Karis also might be going down here if Keria has anything to say about it. No, he'll live. But maybe not so good for him, as this should be 4 kills and the Baron to the side of T1.
Pretty sure he just changed his Anathema's chains to Umpty as well right in that moment because it went on cooldown. He's like, yep, there's just no way you can kill me. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. And that's not on a very long cooldown, so he'll be able to reset it back to the carry. Karis, whenever he wants, essentially, there's not that much potentially left in this game. Honestly, Valdez, with this last exchange, the Baron going over to T1 it looked good until it didn't, right? Morgan has this long blast cone. It looks like, okay, they're going to turn, right? Surely they'll turn, right? They have an Azir, right? Who's level 16, right? No. And just casually with Faker's damage, walks up and takes it, Owner does. And Morgan, they just leave him out to dry. He's like, a long-range blast cone. I think we're turning, right? We're turning, Brion, right? Like, my team, we're turning, right? And they do not. And then Zeus gets in there with the Gnar. Faker does a ton of damage. And that may just be the back-breaking moment here, honestly. There's a lot of gold picked up for Faker. He's going to have a death cap soon.
Yeah, going for this build we see very often, except this time with Luden instead of Leandries. Morgan, once again, he still has Flash, actually. I guess he didn't bother to use it in the last fight. And yeah, take a look at that gold graph. That's why, you know, I like the decision to be proactive and try to go for a Baron. I think it's okay as long as you have a plan B and not, you know, the support from challengers, but just a different plan from let's just try to flip it and see what happens, because that generally does not go well here in the LCK.
Live Sandbox support is called Plan B for those who didn't get the joke in Challengers.
You should watch Challengers, by the way. We cast it in English on Monday and Tuesday. It's very fun.
LCK CL Global 2023.
Yeah, we have a lot of fun with it too.
Check it out.
Definitely watch. Like and subscribe. Make sure to hit the bell.
That's right.
It is, though, for real.
It is. It's pretty sick. That's Joint Atlas is putting on a list of support players who are adding to the
Man, the space debris. Yeah. It's a really big problem here in Runeterra.
Well, lots of control here to the side of T1. And as Keria normally does, most people build the Umberglaive and then push through with their vision advantage. Keria usually just rushes Mandate. He did that again this game. He doesn't have it, but they still have an immaculate amount of vision across the map now after this Baron take.
Yeah. The Chemtech Soul, the Chemtech Rift, definitely helping with that as well.
Yep.
As you just hit a couple of those scryers. Good. Faker spots the guy behind. Yeah. Empty scene. And they have some really nice range as well, as oh no, Var is so close to his cleanse. Poor Henna. Didn't have flash, might not have mattered, but yeah, looks like T1 is going to put them out of their misery here in game number 1. 30 minutes in, Zeus has, well, he had a nice shield, and now he's gone. So T1, they lose their Gnar. as the two junglers are going head-to-head. Morgan and Karis together are relatively threatening, so in fact, they're just going to go away. Owner was just 1v1ing the Wukong, and he's just going to die as they take down the third inhibitor.
Look, it's not the cleanest T1 game we've ever seen. But they have a 6,000, 7,000, just keeps going up in the middle of my sentence. 7,000 gold lead here, taking out some inhibitors. And it's a little bit disjointed here after they take this one out. As you can see, they do take Henna down, and then I think there's a split call on from Zeus, like being like, all right, we just push to end this, right? And we get Faker, Guma pushing towards the top side of this, and then Zeus gets Emperor's Divided, is taken out, and then, Umpty's still on the flank, somebody's chasing him, and then the team is very split. Keria takes a ton of damage here, and yeah, looks like Owner, maybe this time he didn't get the Anathemas on the Wukong, so
maybe he was trying to taxi the wave in. Maybe taxi isn't the right word, but just like, you know, kind of shadow the wave, make sure it gets in, but like, I don't know, like they had a wave on the Nexus turret, so I was just trying to think of reasons perhaps other than just, you know, having a little bit of end game fun.
This is one of those moments where T1 is 5,000 gold ahead now, you know, I mean, still massively ahead. They are going to have the soul. You know, they've been securing these Barons. They played great early mid. And we're like trying to find fault, you know, because they messed it up, but like they're still going to win. But we're like, yeah, a little bit weird, but does it really matter at the end of the day? Like, I don't think so.
They got Chemtech Soul.
Now, does this if this happens again, like if Umpty finds another flank, maybe, you know, Brion could come back in this game, but that's a big if and that's a big maybe. It's a big flank that will probably be spotted.
Yeah, take a look at where Keria is just throwing out the hawk shot. He's going to find Umpty.
He has flash.
He's just going to throw out an arrow. He's like, guys, I'm just going to throw this in. I might die. This Umpty's flank might come through here. They are still pushing into an Azir, so this isn't just free by any means, as Henna's trying to 1v1 Zeus here. Decent amount of damage, but Faker just says goodbye to the Karma, as he did flash forward for that one. Doesn't seem to care, but now he's going to get swept up as Karis is pretty low, and he's got a Sivir on top of him, so that should do it. T1 now will be able to push in and end the game.
Very clean stuff here until the end, where it was...
until it wasn't.
There were some rocky moments, but I think we could just forgive because the game was essentially over on that Baron call where Brion decided to go for the flip rather than the turn. And they had some tools to turn, but it's not the most amazing turn comp. Either way, T1, Faker pushing in, are able to take it out. It's a tough POG vote for me, I'm going to be honest with you, Valdez. I think I'm leaning towards Zeus, despite some of the errors in the sides, because he dominated so hard and opened up the map. It's either that or Keria for me.
Yeah.
And I mean, look,
Production chose Faker.
I know, I saw that. I think I'm just going to go with Keria. As the Ash support defines the game.
He got a lot of arrows that actually hit targets.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to go with
did
Keria.
some good stuff. Like, he actually helped Zeus get ahead as well. So, I think it's fine.
He did help Zeus get ahead. He helped the bottom lane be dominant. He farmed up gold early, picked up that mandate. And
Faker's kind of like the boom boom damage vote. Like, he died twice, and he went for some very risky plays. And then eventually he, like, boomed the Karma after they were very far ahead. So
yeah,
I wouldn't vote for them.
I don't think
But
yeah, I don't think I could, in good conscience, vote for Faker this game. Although it's the second win on Victor.
It's probably Zeus or Keria. I guess maybe Owner. Owner had some good plays in the 1v1 jungle matchup.
My first instinct was Owner for sure, but then I had to think about it more. I mean, look at the damage on Zeus here. He spent a lot of it just pushing Morgan off the map, just straight up. Like, you can't play the game. It's not allowed. And this Renekton pick looks totally flat against Zeus' Gnar. Not even a chance. Sorry, Morgan.
Yeah. It's okay. We'll see what Morgan's got cooked up for next game, but T1 pretty cleanly, most of the time, maybe 95% of the game, we're able to take that game number one. Guys, we're going to have a break, and then the space. We'll be right back.
썬더인. 오공 여기 있다. 오공 여기 있다. 아래 있다.
부메랑에 써요.
오공 여기 날렸어. 너 조심. 야 오공 좀 사줄게.
레이 빠졌고. 공항 꽂을게.
오공 뒤에 있다.
세주고 아래 좀 해줘. 세주고 오공 아래 좀 마크하고 하자.
미카이 빠졌어. 내가 오공 할게.
바로스 딜 세다. 바로스 녹음. 바로스 녹음.
오, W.
괜찮아. 바로스 볼만해.
오공 W 없어.
레니튼 봐줘. 11. 아래 괜찮아. 야 나 너무 토스형이다.
야야야.
괜찮아. 아래 이겼어.
위에 되겠어?
내가 번째하다.
막을 거야. 톰한테 또 피드를 뜯겠다.
나이스. 톰드백.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. As, yes, a little bit of a hint there as to what we might be talking about throughout this episode, and also another hint as to a special occasion that we are celebrating. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Huni and Chronically here today, and let's start with the draft, gentlemen. Let's move a little bit quickly. As yes, there were some things that were great about T1 and some things that our analysts are upset about.
Yeah, we'll talk about it a little bit later, but what I love about the item discourse is that it doesn't matter if you're just better. And that's what T1 showcased here as well. We don't often like, even though, you know, everyone does this, to say, oh, the game's over when a single pick is picked.
And also we pointed out, especially the right before this set, because Ashe Sejuani win rate, how great it was. And it's so funny that it actually just keep happening over again.
Yeah, Keria can't have Ashe.
Yeah, that's rule number 1. We learnt this. Kwangdong Freaks, they died to teach us this message. This is the message. And look, I'm not saying that Brion had all that much of a chance of winning this series, but if you want any chance at all, you have to at least take that step.
Yeah, because Ashe Sejuani, incredibly strong. The Sivir, to me, I quite like it because Sivir is able to counteract some of the shove, even though Karma is a losing matchup into the Ashe because she can't really contest. With the Sivir, you really push it over the top. And I don't know the exact stat, but Guma and Carry are playing like 70-80% of the lane for the first like 15 minutes, which as a result meant that the Sejuani was able to play really aggressively around the mid lane at Prio and the top lane at Prio. And Brion just couldn't really do anything with his draft, and it was just not great.
Brion did do something in the early game. So, Huni, do you want to take us through how they started this game off as in our first highlight? Let's bring it up right here because
this was great.
This is actually pretty good.
They actually just catch the T1 overextended, which is like Sejuani was absolutely deep, and Karius had a great play with the flash using it, and I thought the game is like pretty tough. Like after that, but I think from the draft, I think they were not. Actually, even though this happened, they were not losing any lane prio. They didn't really matter. Sejuani just farming. Mid was okay.
Yeah, this is the problem. This is the T1 issue. Is that, yeah, you can have these moments, but they're so much better at extracting money from the map that you look at the top of the screen and there's always a goal difference in their favor.
Yeah, like 10 seconds after this, they got another tower, so you're losing objectives on the map, you're losing map control, and then you're playing into, again, a composition with incredible hard engage, really reliable damage, and you don't really have great tools to deal with it. So the rest of the game was just T1 rolling bro.
Yeah. It was a real rough situation. Of course, that was the goal difference at about 21-30. So that was the game over. Let's get into what else we were talking about, which was the fact that it is Keria's 3-year anniversary of his debut, and we can open a present that Keria got for us.
We haven't actually opened these. We don't know what's about to happen here.
Yeah,
and so they're all the same.
And of course, for Keria's fans as well. So we can just show you what's in here. Because we actually haven't opened these. We actually have no idea what's going. Oh my goodness!
That looks amazing.
I'm on a diet.
I got 2 cards.
And it's got a cute little.
I don't know about all you, but I got 2.
You got 2 cards?
Happy birthday today!
I know. Look
Whoa.
at these 2 cards.
Favoritism.
From Keria? I know.
Ooh, what juice did you get? So we got juice.
It's all the same juice.
Oh
no, I've got different juice.
I got the wait. I got the.
Oh, you got OJ.
I got the fresh OJ.
Oh, that's very cool.
I guess lemon, apple. I'm not sure. We'll see. It just says juice, and it's fresh and natural.
And we've got a waffle in here.
Yeah, we got some waffle
and
action.
A cookie.
We got a really cute cookie. We got a walnut pie, I think. Some macarons. Wait, I'm just gonna take this out.
An egg tart.
Yeah, this is.
Whoa.
Very nice, guys. They're displacing a bit, but handwritten card. Love it.
Very, very cute.
Very excited to dig into this. A Madeleine, like a French buttery cake.
That's glorious.
We showed
very, very
doggy
cute.
cookie, maybe. Here, look. Look at this. Look at this cute doggy.
Wow, this segment would have been so awkward if T1 had a loss.
There you go. What a cute doggy. Adorable.
Very, very cute.
Waffles, some strawberry jam. This is great.
It's very, very pretty. I'm jealous of the OJ because I'm more of an OJ guy.
You can take it.
You want to trade you an apple juice?
I'll look for it.
You guys already knew that Huni was a sweetheart, but he's even more of a sweetheart than you even knew before.
You guys don't even know.
You don't even know. I mean, you sort of did, but you don't really as much as you know.
I didn't know.
Yeah, no.
Now I do.
Chronicler didn't know, and now he knows. As we're still learning, this is the great part about it. We can do an unboxing, but all the while, there is the answer to what happened in the last game right there. So if you're worried about a lack of League of Legends, just observe right here, and that'll give you a bit of an insight. As let's go to the POG and see who's going to pick it up. Is it Freljordian in flavor? It is indeed. Owner's going to pick it up on the Sejuani.
Another one of the from the owner.
Yeah. 500 POG points.
His KP is really good, and he make a really, really good play after the mid game. Whatever bad happened, it doesn't really matter. He definitely accelerated on the top of the lane matchups as well. Like, this was crazy good, and he just, after that, Nar was just pushing just top tier to buy just 1v1.
Yeah. It also, again, watching these highlights, I voted for Owner as well. I think that he is one of the most important pieces of T1, where if he doesn't get a lot done, in a way, it's funny, it's similar to Umti, where if Owner doesn't seem to be able to connect to the rest of his lanes, not even an individual thing, but more so in terms of cohesion, the team just looks way worse. But when Owner is on, they look nigh unbeatable, as clearly is being highlighted here in terms of POG points. And it also showcases, again, don't give Sejuani over, because a lot of those, and a lot of votes, justifiably so, also going over to Keria, because really was a team effort. They are loving the split of votes.
Yeah. I was kind of expecting a little bit more to be thrown Keria's direction, almost purely because it's his 3-year anniversary, but also he picked Ashe. And honestly, that was what won them the game.
That's more than enough.
His Ashe is just too good. And I think maybe people are getting bored of banning Ashe against him or something like that. Maybe he's getting bored of playing Ashe.
If I was a Keria, I feel like I'll be bored. Ashe's open again, I gotta pick that, man.
Yeah, I guess we win, I don't know.
Keria just wants to play Nautilus.
Yeah, well, I think we're just spam talking now. We need to get into game number 2, so let's talk back to Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you, Spacemen, for that wonderful breakdown. Yes, Owner does pick it up. And there were 2 other guys that could have gotten it. They got some votes. It was a very split vote. That is the way it goes.
Almost a 3-way tie.
Yeah. If only we had 12 voters. Maybe someday.
Probably good to keep it at an odd number, I'd say.
Yeah. Although you still can have a 3-way tie. If you have 3 votes for 3 roles, and then you have 1 vote for the other 2 roles.
By the way, I talked to you about this during the break. I was expecting that Brion would pick red side and we would end up with the same side selection here, but they've actually now, after losing game 1, chosen blue side. So we are going to swap sides here. The first time we are going to see blue side prioritized today. Interesting stuff. Let's see what they have in mind here, because the Ashe pick, obviously, if T1 are not going to ban it, they'll get it to their hands. I think T1 will ban it. Or they'll just ban it themselves on blue side here, so that's not the pick they're fishing for. Maybe Henna's Lucian. It's 4-1 on the champion. It's been by far his most successful this season. Could be another thing they look for here. Taking the Caitlyn away. Maokai going to be banned every game. Sorry, Umpty. Not happening today.
Just play Lilia, man.
He might.
It's time. It's game 2. Game 1 didn't go your way. Kind of got bopped. There was the 1 play you guys had. Just play Lilia.
I do feel like a first pick Lucian is potentially on our way here. Kassadin ban. Let's see what T1 banned last year. Varus still very strong here as a first pick on blue side. Silas, interestingly, making it through the draft. Now banned away.
Nami?
I mean, yeah, you could do that. You could also first pick Lucian.
Yeah. They always seem to first pick the Nami, though.
First pick Azir. I don't think that is what they're going to do, but the Silas ban does feel really suspect. And, I mean, this is a pick that is still very strong, but the reason why when I see the Ashe first ban here on Brion's side, I'm like, well, they want Lucian, it's Henna, right? It's a Henna-specific pick where he has looked, like you said, like a reliable player for this team for the first time in 3 years, and now he's got a strong pick. He can first pick prioritize, and it's very difficult to deny the Nami away. We have seen Guma Keria play the Draven Nami. But unfortunately, with this Vi pick, he won't be able to take both. And I don't think they wanted to play that anyways. The Draven's still a risky pick, actually, into this. Usually teams will just kind of shake hands and say, we are going to play the Zeri. All right, well.
Well, they know what they're going for. Let's see what Bro go for now that Yumi's not a champion. And Lucian Yumi kind of taken away. Umpty's nodding his head.
We have seen a lot of teams trying to break up Lucian Nami just falling flat, though. We have really seen this. It's going to be Sona. Okay.
Wait, who's this champion? Never seen her before.
Well, it's very popular for a Nami replacement. Allows you to push through very hard. You have a lot of sustain. And there's a lot of poke damage as well from Sona, actually, in the lane.
Maybe they'll play like Sivir or something. Or just Zeri Nami? Okay.
Can't say this was on my bingo card for today. Did not put that one on the list. Yeah. All right. Well, there is not a lot of synergy with this duo. Now, obviously, there's a ton of burst damage if you end up getting hit by the bubble. You know, the push is real. You can force your way through there, but you don't want to be trading very aggressively with Lucian Sona in this lane. T1 with a lot of confidence with how they've been playing their bottom lane, but some of their very few losses we've seen from T1 this season have been around unlikely duos, let's say, in the bottom lane. The Twitch Ezreal, that comes to mind in the most recent. We saw the Jinx pulled out by Guma. Didn't go very well either in the Hanwha Life series, so this does make you skeptical, as we will see a ban on the Gnar here. So Renekton and Gnar taken off the table.
Very interesting. I thought Zays could just hop back on it, but maybe with the Renekton ban and a lot of other kind of split push heavy top laners still available.
Yeah.
They don't want to go for it this time.
I think that now it's going to be, okay, you better ban Cassante, and if you ban Cassante, we'll take Fiora or the Jax if they'd like to. There's the Cassante ban. And even blind, I think you feel pretty good with Fiora, but they don't have to blind it because the Sylas is banned. They can take the Azir first. T1 in a really good spot in this draft for getting Azari online later. With the exception of that Nami, we'll see how it goes. So the Akali is open here, and it's going to be the response for Karis.
That's probably been a little bit for Karis. Feels like that gets respect ban against him a lot.
Yeah, he's only played it once this season.
Yeah. Efforts. We'll pick the Jax for the team.
It's going to be Jax Fiora on the top side.
You would think so. Let's see what they want to go for.
Let him cook! Valdez, let him cook!
Oh my god. Xayah top? Riven?
Don't do it. Don't do the Gragas. Don't cook that one. It's very strong here, very safe. And he will do it.
Imagine if he just pulled out the Riven and just... Not meant to be this game.
Nami. Lucian, Zeri, Nami, Sona.
Yeah, they were listening to my thing, and I guess they got the names mixed up.
All right, well, there is a lot of power in this Lucian Sona lane, and the Sona ultimate is not as long range or as deadly as the Nami ultimate can be, but it's still very strong. And when you hit level 6, you can have that power there. In the early game, too, you can use that in the first 2 Drakes, first Herald, for example, depending on when those are taken. You have a Wukong, lots of skirmishing power here. Whereas on the side of T1, you have Azir, mid-game fighting, you have Zeri scaling. With the Nami, you can peel very well and also set up big ganks. So, I mean, it's not... The Nami's not all bad, right? It's a very strong support in terms of what she can do on the map. It's just in the laning phase where this could cause problems.
That is kind of crazy.
Scrolling through too fast.
Yeah. Carry a fan and Guma fan. Also a couple
appealing
more
EOG votes. Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to wait until the gameplay comes up first, okay? I did vote for Carria, top left girl. I did vote for Carria the last game. Didn't go through.
She said she has to take the last train back to Busan.
Well, that's a long journey.
Yeah. So she says, you know, get the win, please, because I got to go home. Hoping for the 2-0, perhaps.
Well, if she's taking the last train, she probably got her ticket already. Whether it finishes early or not, she's going home late. But she's still probably hoping for a 2-0 for T1 standings here. Unique draft with the Nami denial. We'll see how it plays out.
Very strange. Let's see how this one cooks up a game number 2 for us as we hop onto the Rift. here we are. And yes, that is Sona, and yes, that is Zeri Nami. You have come to the right place. This is the LCK.
There has been a lot of discussion about, you know, in the past, especially when sometimes you'd see, because Lucian and Nami were always picked together, sometimes you'd see a Nami ban, for example. Like, are there other champions that can push as hard with Lucian? And Nami has been slightly nerfed, so has Lucian, but the discussion about Sona has always been there because you can get the movement speed, so you can push forward very quickly, you can get the heal, so you can sustain into trades. You also have that level 6 I was talking about. You can push and do some damage. Like, it is a very much, let's push, let's do damage, let's trade, let's be aggressive pick. Seraphine offering something similar in the lane, but a little bit more based on whether you can hit those shots, whereas Sona just kind of works by default. So I'm not sold on this pick necessarily here for effort, especially if you're going to trade aggressively here and take a lot of damage, but you can sustain through it. Pop a pot.
Okay, double summoners here for both sides. Actually, Henna didn't use his Ignite, but everybody else did use their secondary summoner.
This ends up being kind of deceptively pretty good for Henna and effort here, because of that healing I was talking about.
Yeah.
And Scorch on the Sona, unsurprisingly, Airy. Just talking about it for like a second, it's been a while. Oh, I remember this.
Yeah. Well, Yumi doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately, so good times, I suppose. Or bad times, I guess, depending on who you're asking. Peter not having a fun time in that game. But naturally, the Zeri is going to get the level 2 first. Neffert just standing up to that, and now they're going to get level 2. Ignite comes down on Naguma. Remember, he saved that. Henna did the flash forward, and one more auto will do it, and Guma Yusi is going to go down, and Keria might be next, since he will have to flash away to survive.
Valdez, they picked away the Nami again. They're cooking, and I don't know about this one.
They keep doing it.
Keep doing it, and by the way, 10-0 Gragas for Zeus. It was every time he picked it when he was playing this last year, it was like, oh no, another Gragas game. But he never lost. Like, you were just like, I want to see him play the flashy ones. It's really fun.
Yeah.
Very good Gragas player. But back to the level 2 fight down there. Remember, Sona, she does a lot of damage in the early levels.
Henna saved his Ignite.
Henna saved his Ignite, as you mentioned. And there's only so much you can do here as Nami. The cooldown on the W is pretty long. This was just a complete misjudge of the damage output of these champions here at level 2, especially considering the Ignite. And I don't know what else to say besides that. Like, it's a bit of a surprise pick, certainly, but nice advantage here for Henna and Effort to have this wave now under their turret.
Yeah. CSing basically perfectly until that last one.
Caster Curse.
Got a little Caster Curse in there. Very difficult wave to last it, though. But yeah, gotta be careful. I mean, I guess they assumed, like, I kind of assumed as well. I thought, you know, Zeri Nami should still be able to get the push advantage, just with the pushing of the Zeri. And they kind of did. They hit level 2, and maybe they assumed, okay, we should be able to win this trade, but then Henna and Effort at level 2 as well. So it wasn't like they were that far behind the pushing war. As Smite not here for Owner, he's going to have that stolen away. No double scuttle for the Vi player as the flash in front, and Owner will have to flash as well.
Okay, definitely a scary moment there. Owner will be forced to flash. I thought for a second he was just going to flash one auto too late, but he does get out of there. It is Aftershock on this Vi, by the way. Not too uncommon, but just wanted to point that one out. And Conqueror proc there for Umpty does end up stealing the, does end up losing the control of the scuttle. I believe it was Umpty who got it, right? And
yeah.
lost it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
making sure I get
my
facts straight, because I got a little bit caught up in the flash there. But yeah, okay. Nice body.
Hey, on the top side, here is Umpty looking for Zeus, who does have a very nice angle, though, and he's quite tanky on the Gragas, and now the Vi is here, but they don't want to fight it anymore, as Zeus now just going to flash away, and Owner's like, well, at least I'm here to support.
I'm going to try to set up potentially for a surprise brush. I wonder if he saw that. He probably did, right?
I don't think so. It was just the pet from the jungle that oftentimes shows on the spectator client, but yeah, just
backs anyways.
Yeah,
be fine. Could have been a cool surprise, gank there, but on the bottom side of the map, it's been a little while since we've taken a check-in here, and Saikana has a slight advantage, but nothing massive. But obviously we know that Lucian is going to have a big edge in early fights when the Gale Force is done. Going for an early Sheen, actually, as well, for some aggressive trading. Might not even be a Gale Force first this game. And, I mean, trying to get that Spellblade to proc and do some extra damage here in this lane, but it's hard to all-in now and get those kills before level 6.
Yeah. It's going to be very interesting to see how the Sona is going to work in this professional match. I mean, just because it has been so long, it's been over a year. And the Sona, as we know, it scales incredibly well. Just needs a lot of time. It's why we were seeing Sona a lot in the AD carry role, if you can call it that. Maybe just in the carry role alongside of stuff like Seraphine and other enjoyable champions. Because eventually your team becomes really unkillable. If the game goes long enough, you just provide so much in terms of buffs and in terms of healing as well.
It is crazy what you can do in the late game, especially on setting up for objectives. And T1 have this hard engage, right? They have the Nami, they have, more importantly, the Gragas, right, the Vi, and Faker can even set up for a scoop. But anyone who comes in for that type of engage can just get Sona ulted. And then there's follow-up damage, right? They have the Wukong, so trying to go in on this Sona becomes very complicated because there's so much peel. And then high damage on this Lucian. And the single kill actually did go over to the Sona, as was pointed out earlier. So it's not a massive lead for the Lucian or anything like that. It's not first blood, it's just an assist. So these are small things that T1 have that make the situation a little bit more manageable. And there hasn't been any follow-up, it hasn't been able to do anything 3-6 like we mentioned, and the Lucian Sona kill pressure is just kind of a little bit slow at this point in time because Keria can help sustain on this Nami pick. So we're watching a Jax versus a Gragas.
For quite a while now, I'm
kind
of mesmerized by the small micro movements of Jonas Strong, our observer, as he tries to keep it centered on this. More so than actually watching the matchup, just because, I mean, it's Gragas, right? So, I mean, now Umpty is up here.
Yeah, level 6 is hit, but Zeus
expecting that.
Yeah,
very safely.
He knows that Owner has hit 6, and so likely Umpty will have it as well, and they don't have vision of the Wukong, so... Because
they have a really good read.
Yeah.
Wukong is on the top side of the map right now.
Yeah, they're going to set up for this dive here.
Uh-oh. Henna just dashing forward, so this is going to be their opportunity. As Owner dashing further, culling is huge on a Keria, but now Henna goes way too deep, not noticing the Vi behind him, and they will hand that kill over to Gumayusi.
Either he didn't notice, or by the time that the vision was there, he was like, well, I'm dead no matter what, I'm going to see if I can get this kill first, but he's unsuccessful.
This is, going to be the Wukong flashing on top of the Nami. There is the Sona ult as well, straight Naguma, who did have flash, but was not able to react on time, or decided to save it. And that's going to be the end of that. Really nice turnaround.
Owner getting off that Drake real fast after that. As, they were like, Umpty should be topside. They had a really good read on it. I think that was a really good call out from you, is that clearly, based on the positioning there of Owner and where they were in the lane, they were like, okay, well, he's probably topside. Zay's showing a lot of respect, and then they collapse in, force that kill, and right afterwards, he does show up. Umpty's like, I am here. So they're going to go all the way back to this Vi. And at this point, Henna has level 6, Effort does not. So there's no way Effort can heal. And I think Henna just realizes, like, I got to try to go for this. He's unsuccessful, doesn't do enough damage. Effort gets away. Then hits 6 here during this fight. As Umpty comes in with Flash, there's the 6 with the first kill. Boom, just at basically max range. 2 kills for the Wukong. And Owner is out of there. Not holding on to that Drake.
So now Umpty's in a really, really nice spot. He is going to be hitting that first item very quickly. Henna, no flash. You can see that there's a little bit of a setup now with Owner in the bottom side. Let's see if they can set this up. If he face checks, no, he's just going to put in a ward and not just run straight into the Vi. Good for his sake.
Still could be hiding, they don't know. I'm going to be playing this one very carefully. Speaking of, trying to clear a ward.
He's still here, but so is Umpty. So there is a chance we get a little 3-on-3 action depending on how long Owner wants to stay here.
Umpty has no flash, so hard to close the gap here, and Keria sitting on that tidal wave, so I don't think Rion really should try to force this.
Our observers are still keeping this a secret, and now...
He's in base, you could see him on the map. Yeah, their top side. Now, as you say, now it's revealed. Don't watch this. I don't... I mean...
Wait, you don't want to see Morgan CSing under turret?
I love me some Zeus 10-0 Gragas, but... How about Faker? Yeah! How about some Macaulay versus Azir in the mid lane? How about some Macaulay versus Azir in the mid lane?
Nope, back to top lane. We have to watch this. We must learn.
I think what the observers are showcasing is that Zeus has handled this matchup so well, so early. He's actually pushing waves in. He has a lot of control here. Isn't using his cask, still has his flash up, and a matchup that if you mishandle, obviously the Jax can very well get the better of you, but it's just so safe, it's so hard, because you can just body boop every time he tries to counter-strike. Now this time he does get it, though.
Yeah, a little bit of an issue for Zeus. He's just going to walk it out, though. Doesn't ult, doesn't flash, nothing like that.
Really good for Morgan to not commit the flash, because the flash and the ult are there, and Zeus could have actually just turned that into a kill easily if he decided to flash there. He'll end up under turret real quick with that cask available. Been a very quiet game after those exchanges on the bottom side. So maybe Owner will do something about that.
He is hanging around. He's getting a lot of vision in the enemy jungle as we speak. Umpty might run straight into him.
Umpty
take this camp.
An item up, a level up. Don't think that Owner's going to be sticking around very long. They said they nerfed the leash range. I don't know about that. Brings the Raptors all the way back to his base.
Trying to make him into a new jungle pet.
Jungle pets?
Yeah, a new jungle pets.
Caitlyn told Violet, you only have one pet. Don't bring those Raptors home. Don't give them names.
Yeah, the second you name them, it's over. It's the end. They are part of the family now. Sona has the greatest gold lead in the game over Keria. Sona
First blood.
Yeah. Very strong. The Infernal Drake did go the way of Bro because of that bottom side fight as well. Maybe a Hextech this time, or maybe just another Chemtech. So what do you think, Wolf?
Another Chemtech.
Surely.
At this stage, you know, with the speed of which this game is unfolding before our eyes, it's the only thing that makes sense. It's the only thing that's on theme, you know.
True.
I could see an ocean. You know, I could see an ocean, but no, Hextech.
Yeah,
absolutely
I think
not
it's
out of the
definitely not Hextech.
No, absolutely not.
Like, there are only 4 possibilities, right? I think absolutely it's not Hextech. Anything else, I could probably.
Umpty!
Oh, here's
Where
Umpty.
Are you from?
Where did he come from? Where did he go? Well, he's actually going into the death chamber as the bubble is huge. Keria just going to put an end to that as Guma says he wants another piece. And he's going to be regretting that. Baker is coming down here, but uncertain about whether or not to go. He will decide against it.
I think that's why Guma went in, because Faker's calling, I'm coming down, I've got ult, I've got flash. Zeus, can he boop him?
Well, he did in one way.
Cask boop.
Little cask boop.
Please don't watch it anymore. Ult advantage to Morgan.
Yeah.
Hype. Jack's ult advantage. Okay, so Umpty, look at where he is. He actually wrapped all the way around while Faker was backing with Karas here. And he is seen, but the stun comes through. And he actually just gets tidal waved and bubbled. Just very clean from Keria, very easy. This is why dives are so difficult. And then Guma just wants to chase with Faker and...
We're back to the top lane. It looks like there was a trade of summoners.
Flashes, yeah, and Jax ulted.
Yeah, so I guess that's why. John Strong was showing us that. T1.
Stop showing me that, Jonah.
Oh, it's Hextech Soul.
All right,
I guess I cursed it into existence.
Yeah,
very good job, Valdez.
If you cast your curse hard enough, your dreams can become real. And these will be heavily prioritized now, thankfully.
Yeah.
So...
Wow. So we're going to be fighting over these. These are going to matter.
Yes, and very good for both teams. Extremely good.
Extremely good.
Pretty much that's the rule. There are very few comps where it's not good, but I think both of these are on the higher tiers of how good it is for comps. And it's going to be spawning here in 4 minutes time. We've traded Drakes. T1 picking up the Cloud. So no action just yet. But strap in.
Just you wait.
Strap in, LCK fans. As Brion actually on the top side of the map grouped up here, we'll start off this Herald. And with the Sona set up here with ult in the choke, very difficult to actually collapse in. Faker down a level, probably about half a level at this point, but not going to be rotating over. There's no objective on the bottom side of the map except a lonely Henna. And it looks like they want to set up for this dive. Really quick reaction here, but the Hextech portal for Keria means he can come over and try to set up the tidal wave. And Henna actually reacting very quickly.
Yeah, this is very on vision. They cleared that control ward. And so they're just going to try to push into this turret. There's not much of a wave now, though, but 4 members of T1 in position. Maybe they're setting up for the Hextech Drake in 3.5 minutes.
Surprising that Morgan decides to back here and not actually push hard top while they're all down here, because there's no defending this turret with or without him. And he's just going to Hextech back to lane.
I guess maybe he picked up his Sunder?
I think he had it.
Yeah, I didn't quite see the finish on that.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think he... I don't want to assume, but I thought he had it. Anyways.
You're on vision. Owner in a little bit of trouble. He's going to get stunned up as well as double Cyclone, and Umpty will flash in and secure that kill. Immediately, that's going to be pinged. He's like, well, there's a ward there.
Yep. And that's going to be the turret going down here. So even though Jax didn't get a bunch of damage done on that top turret, which whether he had his Sunder or not, with that much of a commitment, definitely could have gotten some damage done. Get this one bottom side.
Oh boy, Faker's just doing insane damage. The tidal wave into double bubble as... Oh man, I guess they just didn't have any flashes, or they just selected not to. They all get hit by everything. Yeah, the two of them just not able to flash out of that one.
You may not like it, but this is what peak League of Legends looks like.
Zeri Nami. It's okay if Keria does it, right?
Yes. And that's not the first time, and it's probably not the last time in this game where we will see the tidal wave into bubble setup. This time it was fat, not just hitting the...
With a PH?
Yes.
Nice. Bringing back that old slang. That slang is older than most viewers in the chat right now.
I know. It's wild, but it's appropriate in this case.
Yeah.
It's too old for Keria, frankly, but if he watches this VOD, maybe he'll learn the vocab. So right now he's definitely making some big plays here defensively on the bottom side of the map. Because dropping the Herald here, catching the Vi, that's great. You know, Owner's backing on a ward, pings the ward as you say, he's dead, commits a flash.
Thumbs up.
And then we're pushing for a charge. We are pushing for a charge. So much damage from Faker. And then double bubble after tidal wave. Faker gets the scoop, which is wholly unnecessary, but it was definitely cool.
야, 나 너무 잘했고.
Oh, I did so well. I'm so good.
너무 피라였다 방금.
I didn't hear what he said at the end there.
He's just so, let's say, self-confident.
I mean, honestly, like, that was a huge overextension, and he played it perfectly.
Yeah. He did cast the tidal wave at them. That was very good.
Faker has done such a good job this game of being aggressive and trying to punish those bottom side plays. Like, we did see him rotate over onto the Dragon that one time when he had some extra prio. He's just not going to sit on his lead and take it forever.
A lot of these plays at the highest level is just like, okay, well, Brion were trying to push that advantage, and then they didn't expect Faker was quite there, and they were already over-indexed, and so they just kind of got clawed out by Faker and...
Getting a
area.
Yeah, and getting a second charge, Valdez, on that turret seems insignificant for that moment because there's no plates or anything, right? You're not getting any money, but could be significant if you're fighting over Baron. T1's trying to start that up, and Jax is on the opposite side threatening that inner and then potentially the inhibitor turret.
You're really trying to push those very slight advantages, and then T1 are playing against the play and kind of catch them off guard. So the positioning is really what is so key for Keria and Faker. So even while I jest and I say, wow, he pressed his R button, it was more so that he was there in position and got aggressive against what Brion were expecting.
Yeah, and Keria was there with Tidal Wave. We talked about how Nami doesn't necessarily synergize very well with Zeri, except to sustain her in the lane, but you could see how many times
the dive denial has been so huge. Similar to how Nautilus was super popular for a really long time with Zeri, because you deny the pick, but you also have the ability to deny dives with those roots. As we have had this frame drop issue a few times, we've had a few flickering screens and stuff like that in the game. It looks like Henna is reporting that right now, so we're just investigating it at the moment.
Yep. It says that he will restart the client. It doesn't say that in English, actually. But that is what it says at the end.
Yeah, that's what it says in Korean. Because of the frame drop issue he's reported, they are restarting the client or reconnecting to the client.
I guess it's kind of like assumed, like what else are they going to do? So
yeah,
not calling out the lack of translation, but thought you guys should know.
Yep, just always adding the additional context. So we'll be reconnecting, and it's a pretty tense moment here. But I think T1 with this play and denial of that second charge, or the punishment of that second charge, ends up putting Faker into a really nice spot. He's got a lot of money. He's going for a damage build this time around. Zeri is starting to come well and truly online, and the Jax hasn't been a very strong split push win condition just yet. He had the opportunity topside to push turret, but backed instead, and then, you know, now we're in a world where this Gragas is going to be some of the best initiation you can get. Okay, this is levels deep. The Baron head is tasty, like...
Yeah, I think we're missing a reference, but that is the...
well, it's a lot of different Hanja here that I don't know. Although I think the translation there is that the second Hanja is head, and then both of them is repeating for being tasty. I don't know.
Perhaps.
I'm rusty on my Hanja. Oh, so there's a... Okay, so Jisun gave us the translation, or the context. There's a kind of a saying that the fish's head is the most delicious part, and that's why I'm saying the Baron's head is the most delicious, because T1
definitely disagree.
Getting Baron. No, I'm into it.
You're into the fish head?
Yeah, why not?
I mean, I would eat it, but I wouldn't say it's the most delicious part. And you would only eat it in very special circumstances.
No, there's a Korean saying.
Okay, yes, there is a Korean saying, yes. There is.
There's also a saying amongst LCK fans, the Baron's head is the most delicious.
True, yeah. That is an official LCK saying as of today. So
I assume
something new.
Based on T1's Baron tendencies, that was a T1 fan. But by the way, we're back in.
A T1 fans. There were 4 signs.
Yes, that's true. But someone came up with the idea.
True.
I don't think they all just like telepathically were like, you know what?
Any Chempunk chainsword enjoyers? Just wondering.
I know a few haters, one of them over there on the space, one of them on a live post.
Is this
right
an
now.
okay spot where you're like up against a Sona? Maybe not. I'm not, yeah, you know, maybe I need to brush up on my 13.1B.
Look, it's early in the meta, and Sona is a rare pick, and obviously heal deny is going to be pretty significant against her, but it's not Moonstone Senna. It is the Shirelius for the extra vision.
Sona.
What did I say?
Senna.
Sorry.
I mean, that was pretty close, though.
Sorry. Sona with Shirelius.
At least you didn't say Aatrox.
With movement speed. Yeah, I didn't say Aatrox this time.
Yeah. Urgot. There are a lot of worse champions you could have gone for.
So the movement speed is very good here for these champions, but I always generally like to give pros the benefit of the doubt. I know not everybody does, but I think it will be useful. Is it the most efficient item? I don't think so, but hey, you know, owner's going to do what he wants to do, and he will deny some healing, and they are very ahead.
He's a big fan of denying healing, I guess. He will do that. Okay, we're going to get on top of Henna here as he will be swept up and down he goes. So that's going to be the end of him. Effort also just going to die. By the way, guys, this is 20 minutes into the game, and they're diving nearly the inhibitor turret. And they're not even that far ahead. Nope, did it.
I mean, their comp allows for this type of play. Faker ulting for this, and now they have control over the Baron pit. No AD carry here. And the Baron's head's the most delicious part.
Yeah, there is a saying amongst LCK fans that the Baron's head is the most delicious part of the Baron.
Here we go. Oh, max range.
Well, in goes Umpty, in goes Morgan as well, because they have to, as this is a 3v5. Faker is pretty low, and he will get traded back. Car's going to miss the shuriken, unfortunately, but...
Wait, hold on.
Hold the phone.
Karis.
They stopped the Baron with that.
Yeah. And no one can push towards this really strong Akali right now. And with Sona back up, efforts here, no ult or flash or anything, but just don't want to be messing around with that. And they will stop the Baron. Faker shut down, and T1, I wouldn't call this greeting, but it was definitely a bit of a messy team fight, as this is Henna's death here. Moments before, Effort ults, but is caught by the end of the Nami ultimate here and is taken out, so lots of burst damage here. In this fight, Morgan does a ton with this Counter-Strike and, of course, the Wukong coming in. So Wukong comes over, then the Counter-Strike is there, so lots of CC on top of Faker. And if there was a Lucian here, this would have been a wipe. But they decided to go for this Baron because the Lucian and Sona were dead. It was still really nicely played from Umpty, and then the Counter-Strike follow-up there from Morgan. So lots of CC means, ultimately, the team want to push off the Baron. Still only a 1,500 gold lead. But it feels like it's higher when you consider where this area is at right now.
And Owner just has no chill in this game. I mean, he's going to knock up Henna here, and we do have the tidal wave, but he's alone. I mean, he is so deep in here to make this happen. And it looked okay, but the rest of T1 just could not extend that far.
By ult with a lot of different CC in the game, you go, yeah, thumbs up, synergy's there. You know, Ari's banned a lot when this happens. But, you know, the tidal wave, not the most quick one of the synergies that you could have. Very far away, very slow to get the follow-up damage.
I think they wanted to pick Seraphine. This is a lot of poke, though, as a massive cask is just going to separate everybody. As here we go, the Sorelia's there in it. And looking for the kills, although Umpty is pretty far alone on the right side. He will back up and look for Keria now as Faker just on the run. But look at Karis, he is chasing them down.
They learned about this. They turned. They learned and they turned. And now Zeus here.
Any turn learners?
Any learn turners?
They learned to turn.
They learned to turn. It's improvement in real time.
Wow.
And this ends up being pretty good for Breon, all things considered. Trades like this, you are feeling very good about getting back into this game. As, going all the way onto this Lucian, the follow-up tidal wave is there, but where is the damage? Guma, Keria, super far away. And just dying here, and then getting this Baron down to 8,300, deciding, okay, now we need to back away. The cask, not great here, actually, just kind of pushing them away, and then the follow-up is there. So much damage from Karis. Numpty is so sticky here onto Faker, and this team is cut in half. The DPS is on one side, the support and frontline on the other. So 1 for 1 here, but when you're trading and you're the team who's behind, you feel really good. Now, Zeri is still a big problem. We haven't seen T1 actually take a quote-unquote front-to-back team fight on equal footing.
It's been a lot of skirmishes.
And Faker did not go for the Leandri's build. He went for Burst, so there's a bit of a disconnect between what he's trying to do in this draft to set up for the Zeri and some of these skirmishes T1 are opting into, right? Like, Owner's playing this like it's a pick comp, Faker's playing it like it's a burst pick comp, and Guma's like, well, I'm Zeri still, and
Zeus is playing this like it's a burst comp as well. A burst pick comp. He has gone for AP Gragas. Not looking to survive that long, but he's going to have a lot of health, I suppose, and the shield, so alongside of the AP. So, new age AP Gragas.
Yeah, you can see the magic resistance coming through here from Morgan. Merc Treads, the Negatron Cloak, going to be going for Force of Nature, and very difficult to kill this Jax in the side lane, but scary times. I had to hold my breath on that one. This Jax needs to actually start threatening real objectives, though, in order to get the worthwhile.
Look at this quick call from Bro. Just going to run at the Baron. They don't have Henna, though. They've got Karis in a really nice flank spot here, so they might just try to get on top of Zeus here. The TP comes in as Zeus tries to run with a flash now from Effort. Not enough, though. Zeus is just going to get out. Meanwhile, T1 are taking down a free Hex Tech. That is the Hex Tech sole point.
Yeah, this is a bit of an overextension here for Breon in terms of what they tried to set up here. Don't have the damage just yet without Henna, as you mentioned, and 3v4, T1 could say no. Certainly have.
As Karis is still up there in no man's land. They're really trying to take that part of the map, but at the same time, they're just kind of losing a turret.
They really want to control T1's rotation back towards this Baron with the Akali, but it's going to take a little bit longer here. Still no inhibitors down. And Jax is just not going to side lane this game. Morgan is just...
Team fight Jax?
Yeah, I guess so.
Uh-oh. Okay, he's gonna scry it. Good call from Faker. Didn't know what was on the other side of that bush.
If Morgan had put a little bit more pressure on in so many of the moments in this game, whether it was that top side that he was left open to, the bottom side has been left a few times when Zeus is on vision, maybe there's a threat for a split push win condition in this game where you can slow T1 down on a Baron. You know, try to set the Akali flank and hard engage there and stop some backs and get an inhibitor and win a team fight that way. Teleport the Jax in, but he has no TP now, and Zeus with TP advantage means that right now playing this waiting game, the poking, denying Baron game that Brion is playing isn't going to work out long term. Because you're just always going to be down a man.
I wonder if part of why Zeus went for AP is because he wants wave clear against the Jax side laning.
I think
wonder if that was part of his thought process.
I think that's definitely part of it. The other part is that Lucian, in order to do damage against this really long range, like great CC and frontline comp that T1 has with even disengage with the tidal wave, is that you have the ability to blow up the Lucian. If he steps too far forward, you can just instantly delete him yourself, and then that's the end of that. That's half the damage gone on this team comp. So I think two-way is very strong.
T1 very threatening here in the Baron River. And you see that there is a bit of vision. Bro are trying to push forward together. Effort not exactly tanking on the Sona, so he'll need help if he wants to clear vision. Goes a little bit there.
Kraken Slayer, by the way, and the Essence Reaver, we talked about the Sheen build, and now he's got the Kraken Slayer online, so a very different Lucian build, no Gale Force, no aggressive pushing to look for a blow-up. You know, especially with the game state here, I think this is very good, but they planned this from a long ways away. There's a lot more damage long-term in this fight with the CC they have set up. You know, there's 3 champions that can really lock down T1 and give Henna the opportunity to wail on him and hit those Kraken Slayer procs. So Morgan just doesn't have enough vision here, nor his jungler to actually look for any side laning. So once again, he's pushed away.
They're, for a second, I thought they were trying to collapse like really quickly onto Morgan. Not quite the case. Faker just saying, okay, I'm going to push the bot lane. There were a couple of pings down there for him.
I mean, Brion have to either pull the trigger here and force something to happen, force a TP out of Faker, or they will just keep following the Jax. And Brion are just going to be like standing around Baron doing nothing, you know? You do eventually have to make a choice. You can't just say, hold on, wait for it. TP's coming up. You know, now Morgan has his teleport, but he's sitting under turret as Jax, and T1 have freely taken this whole thing out.
T1 are saying, okay, we're just going to push. If you want to try to rush Baron, you can.
And they will, but very late.
Are they just going to let this one go?
TP for Zeus. I mean, he can get in there very quickly.
They should know that this should be the call from the side of Brion. The question is, can T1 get in position on time? As here comes everybody on both teams. The engage here on the Zeus. Again, he's not that tanky. Big boop, though, and a huge cast gets everybody away. And that opens up Faker to get in there deep, and Guma is untouched on the left side of this fight as well. They're able to just zoom through the entirety of this bro composition. Karis, the only one to survive on the left side, and that is just going to be T1 collapsing and taking the Baron.
And this is why there was so much hesitation for Brion to try to start that Baron up. It's because you're just going to get obliterated if you actually can't do it quickly enough, and spoilers, they couldn't.
Karis, he may have overstayed his welcome, as now he's got to go into a stopwatch. Not even Azonia's at this point. Faker going in, he's got Guma with him. They're just diving everything. As it does feel like T1 now with the Baron should be able to take a huge bite out of this map.
That should be able to open up some of these inhibitors pretty easily. It was a beautiful fight from T1, by the way. Looking back at this, the turn attempt here from Brion is pretty good. Look at Karis' angle here on the backside, but Keria and Guma come through the choke point. They say there's no escape, no retreat. Guma goes behind enemy lines here, and then Faker, once the threat of Karis is unlocked, he just stopwatches. He's like, nah, I have enough of a front line here. We have enough damage. The Akali is not going to get a pentakill. Not today. Not on my watch.
Yeah. My favorite part of that was Zeus baiting them in and then booping 2 and then casking 3 and separating the Wukong away from the team. Umti just dies immediately. And the other 2 are just no longer threats because they got cast away. So it's immediate team fight win. And even though Gragas is not that tanky, he can still survive for quite a long time. It's very difficult to burst down, even with the AP build.
Well,
T1 now should be able to, as we've talked about, open this base up completely here, take out multiple inhibitors. But they could also potentially end here, as there's no flank threat. A ward here for Karis.
There is a little bit. The question is, do T1 really care about it? Karis is looking for it. There is the Zone ult. They burst down Faker. That's going to be good enough, I think, as Karis now is in the back line. They're trying to turn this one. Nope, Guma did not die. Forgot about him. He's just going to get a Quadra and will be looking for the Penta on the Zeri of all champions.
Deus knock him out.
Oh, Morgan. Oh, Morgan. You darling, you.
Giga Chad Morgan. Giga Chad Morgan.
Hands it over. And Guma will pick up the Penta. Congratulations to Guma. And big thanks to Morgan for letting it happen. T1 gonna pick up the 2-0.
Zeus is like, I could have cast him out. If he tried not to, I would have cast him. Don't worry, Guma. You got a real Penta because even if he hides, I've got cast. Wasn't even used in that fight. The flank angle that's set up there, the cross angle for Karis is just so hopeful because there's so much peel, and you put everything into Faker. He dies, but you didn't touch Guma. You didn't touch the Fed Zeri. And they have such a front line. The Sona pick was interesting, and I think that wasn't really the defining factor. I think the defining factor in this game was some poor macro decisions from Brion, and this Jack's never, ever, ever able to threaten on sides the entire game. And he wasn't strong in the team fight either because of the game state. And T1, there was some rocky moments in this series for sure, but they were by far the better team. I don't know.
Is that a celebration?
Saying stay hydrated.
Is that going to win for week 4? I think it might. But yeah, at the end of the day, T1, some overextensions. You know, we had a little bit of
happy gaming,
Vi syndrome, if you will. But, you know, they were still able to hold on. I think that certainly Bro are going to have to go back to the drawing board. It's 2 games where they didn't get smashed, but it still felt pretty much in control for T1 most of the time.
Well, that's the thing.
Like, I think it's going to be some good learning opportunities for Bro, to be honest.
Every time T1 tried to get too cute or made a small mistake or backed in a weird place, every single time they were punished, but the gain was so small each and every time that you can't even really blame T1. Maybe a stronger team punishes them harder and wins the game, but that's how in control T1 was. It wasn't clean, it wasn't perfect, it wasn't their best series of League of Legends, but ultimately it's a 2-0 win. +2 in the standings, pick up another victory, stay number 1, stay on top, and this is your easier match of the week.
Yeah, definitely is. They will walk away happy from this one. A lot of smiling faces. Doesn't feel like the last series they fought, which was a bit more down and dirty, a bit more of the 3-game series. Bit back and forth, some happy gaming, some overly happy gaming. So they weren't really doing that this time around. They kept it pretty tight for most of the game, as Karya had a very fun game on the Nami. He eventually built a Staff of Flowing Water as well, which is an item I haven't seen in quite a long time. T1 very aggressive, even with a slight lead, just saying, oh, okay, bro, you don't want to get proactive, we're just going to kill you.
Every ultimate is a combo, is basically what T1 has said this game. This time kind of comboing, unfortunately, themselves into a Counter-Strike and Wukong ultimate, and they did lose control of this Baron. But again, trading up in kills. Again, it doesn't matter. These small victories are like this one, where you see an overextension from Owner. Does it lead to anything for Brion? Not really, not substantially. And every time we saw Brion try to pull the trigger and really be aggressive and really try to use their initiation, there's just too much peel here for T1. Look at how far back they can get on the side of T1, and it's like, well, you're chasing so far, you're losing the other part of the
saves play. Boop. He actually booped 3 of them.
Yep.
And then just cast.
On top of Karya completely locking the door with the tidal wave.
Yeah. Umti was like, yeah, I'm going for the flank. I'm like, well, you're just going to get casked.
야 미드 터칠 수 있나? 미드 쳐볼래?
미드 가보.
미드 올려. 아지한테 진짜 까불면 포킹 볼게.
나 미드 간다.
Talking about push mid.
덱스 반피. 바텀 막았다. 응 높여. 응 높여. 바텀 봐줘야 돼. 바텀 봐줘야 돼.
맞아.
Karya is calling for the help in the bottom
Yeah,
side.
he's like, please protect me while the collapse comes through. And he's already calling Penta. Already calling Penta. I want to see the reaction of Morgan.
POG는 내 건데 펜타는 주라 일단.
He's like, it's my POG, but I'll give you the Penta.
And we'll see if Carrier does in fact pick it up. I think it's a pretty good chance.
He just said
Yeah.
Yahoo. No specific thanks over to Morgan.
Any Muyaho enjoyers for that old meme?
Oh, no. I wasn't a big fan. But
I mean, it was a great game for Carrier. His Nami, he had an unusual AD carry with him, but he played it extremely well.
I think Guma might get this one. This might be the boom boom damage one that's like, it's fine.
I don't know, man.
I think it's okay.
Carrier with some really good bubbles and titles and stopped a lot of those bottom fights from going the way of Brion. That's my personal pick.
I think that's fair. I think there might be a couple of Zeus votes too. Like, he actually played the AP Gragas really, really well.
A little bit biased observing, just always watching top lane, giving him the spotlight a lot.
Yeah, and he had a fun time up in the top side. Zeus definitely, over the course of 2 games, definitely getting the better of Morgan, but it doesn't matter. Morgan's still getting a chat in the end. Either way, guys, we are done here on the casting desk. Thank you for watching us, but we're not done. Join us at the space. Atlas, and Huni, and Chronicler are all waiting there.
We are indeed. Thank you so much, Valdez. I am indeed Atlas. This is Huni and Chronicler, and that was a game 2 that, Bro started off kind of okay, and then it was the same sort of result.
It felt somewhat inevitable. The Sona is yellow because I do think that the Sona had a great place in the meta, and even in situations like this can work. Would have been my preferred call for this a lot when Yuumi was still meta, but the cat's dead, so can't pick it in that anymore. But Sona, I think, is deceptively strong if she is not playing into hard against champions because she is extremely squishy. But we did actually see that the Sona early game worked out quite well. But then when you get to the mid to late game, you do need to be able to kind of play the death pile style of composition. And then if you have Lucian, Sona, and Wukong going for Akali and Jax, doesn't really work because you're kind of then looking for flanks, you're looking for 1v1, you're looking for side laning. So would I not have minded if that was like Orianna and Ornn, go all in on that kind of identity, because maybe that would have helped, but it's not really a draft gap here, I think.
I mean, well, the thing is, like, also T1 could have chose like Draven over Zeri.
That was our expectation.
Their Sona would have been like even more, like it would have been like way harder for Brion. But because it worked well in the early game because of the Zeri, which is like early game is kind of rough.
Yeah.
But I mean, also then the 4-5 pick, and I think Zeus had a great counter pick in the team fight against like Kali Jax, those kind of champion that like it's a perfectly it's able to discounter in the team fight, like with just having the Gragas and Azir.
Yeah, the disengage was really big when they were, even in some fights where Brion looked pretty good, as long as Zeus was there, they were never really at any threat, right? His backline plates was able to stay so safe, and you see that Guma, when given some space, used that very well.
Yeah, but the game sort of played out a little bit more chaotically than that. I do have a fun fact. Last time we saw Lucian Sona was in 2014. It was Captain Jack and Che playing against Arrow and Hachani.
Captain
from
Jack
Jin-Air.
on the
KT, Arrow, and Hachani, and then Jin-Air, Captain Jack, and Che in 2014. They were against Twitch Nami. So 3 out of the 4 champions. The more things change, the more they absolutely stay the same. Let's jump into our first highlight though, because this was T1 behind an inner turret in 20 minutes.
This really gives a good idea of how one-sided this game was, even though when you look at the gold here, right, it's not really like they're that far ahead.
Even kill score too. Like this is the thing that like T1 is really good at it, like just holding the map pressure. They know what to do, and then they find the angle that how they need to actually snowball. I mean, even this fight, honestly, it's like I would say it's a little bit more unlucky that they have a Gragas. Sometimes it actually happens. Usually when there's a Gragas and like those kind of champion that it makes a little bit more team fight like kind of wonky, I would say.
Yeah.
Like that's what happened. But I think still like it and being ends up like really good for T1, it didn't really matter.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's like one of the good fights. Outside of, obviously, we have some early ganks that worked out. Umti had a couple of great moments and then followed by some not so great moments. So as far as like bro favorite moments go, moments like this where they were able to punish T1 playing that aggressive were okay, but it's not enough.
No, it certainly isn't. And as we get into our last highlight here, this was just beautifully played. Yeah, I think that Zeus' Gragas is pretty good.
Like you see the ulti, it perfectly just countered where the Wukong is, and the Jax is completely out of the fight. And as soon as Wukong just die like that, I think just the fight is over.
Yeah, just so well done, right? These are the type of moments where you can really see the coordination of this T1 roster and why Zeus is undefeated on this champion. It's not necessarily the laning, especially into Jax, was, as the casters pointed out, very boring lane. But then when you actually get to the team fights, especially if you have a hyper carry like that, looks incredible.
Yep, looks really good. Let's have a look at who picks up POG for this one. I'm actually a bit, it is going to be Carrier. Justice for Carrier. Yes, Gumyushi got a pentakill, but as we heard in the comms, pentakill for Guma and Carrier.
Talking about penta, about POG's mine. That's what I said.
Oh yeah.
100% kill participation in a game as chaotic as this.
Yeah. He was just landing so many incredible bubbles this game. And it was also Nami being played without the reason you play Nami these days.
So we've seen this now multiple times. The more I see, I'm firmly of the belief that the Nami is the better half of the duo. We also saw that Hannah going into a more traditional Lucian build, right? Going much more AD heavy, more DPS focused with PTA. And without Nami, Lucian just doesn't feel the same.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, there's way more AD carry can pair with the
Like
Nami.
Draven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, with the Lucian, it's so exclusive. So it's really hard to find, like, there's not many proactive support as much as Nami.
I agree. 500 points here for Carrier. Both him and Ono picking them up together and so joining each other at 500.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping now that Canyon and Pace join the party as well tomorrow because all their other shared first place contemporaries have all moved up to 500.
Yep, and they were all tied on 400.
Yeah, some Guma votes. That was fine as well. Had a good game.
Yeah, bit of the pentakill vote. Sometimes you just got to vote for the pentakill.
He had like 11 kills before that as well.
No, I know. He was very, very good. He was playing some Zeri. Let's throw it over to Ji-sun, though, to take us through the interview with Owner and Carrier.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the PUG interview, and we are here joined by Owner, Carrier, the PUG leaders, after a huge win up against Bro. Congratulations, you guys are the first team to pick up 6th win this season. Yeah, we got 6 wins already, but we didn't really get many 2-0 wins so far, so I'm so happy for this clean win score and also about this POG. This was the first game, or first match rather, after the recent patch, so we always thought Bro is really fast with the meta read, so I'm so relieved that we were able to beat Bro. Owner, another Sejuani duty on you, but still you were able to get another PUG on Sejuani, so a lot of people are now saying, Owner, he has to play Sejuani forever. What do you think about that? Totally not true. Well, Sejuani or champions like Sejuani is not my type. I'm just praying for the meta to change ASAP. But still, Sejuani is a really good champion to set up for plays together with the support. So, what kind of communication did you guys have as a jungle support duo? Nothing much. We didn't really talk much about our game plan. But whenever we saw the angle, we were making calls you should come here, and then we were able to make plays. And Carrier, game 1, Ash was just, finding everyone with that arrow. And everyone is just saying ban Ash, but nobody is still banning Ash. So are you happy that Ash is having a great time? When I was preparing for MSI last year, I tried Ash in Screams and solo queue, but I've never actually tried it on the LCK. So I cannot really call myself as the pioneer of Ash, because I thought Kwangdong was the one that actually played it on stage. So, but still, it's great that Ash is doing a great job. Owner, how was playing up against Umti today? Well, I mean, he was doing a great job as usual. Early on, I was overextended a little bit, but other than that, I think my performance was also on point. Game number 1. Well, T1 was behind in kills, but you stole the Baron and T1 was able to turn the table. So let's take a look at this replay together. We took a closer look, and then when the Baron HP was down to 32, you were able to smite that away. I mean, since last year, I always kind of predict when it comes to objective stills, but today I just saw the number 32, so I was like reacting to it immediately. This time I can call it was my reaction. Usually I just predict. In Korea, today Gumayusi played Sivir and also Zeri, and he both actually built for Navoris. So with these updates on the items, you know, Guma, me, our analysts, you know, our coaching staff, we were having a lot of discussion regarding the itemization. And then we kind of realized, yeah, Navori is pretty good right now. In Korea, in game 2, we had Sona from Bro. Did you see that coming? Yeah, I mean, also that our analysts mentioned it already, like Sona is viable, but still, we didn't really think that it's gonna happen, so we were quite surprised. What do you feel about Sona's support right now? It was tricky to deal with, actually. Can we see some Korea Sona in the future? I mean, I might. It's always like viable. In Korea, this spring, it was just Nami season. And then none of the support players actually won a POG on Nami. You are the first one to win POG with Nami. In Korea, you said in the previous interview you shouldn't play Yumi, Lulu, Nami in order to win POG, but you actually just won POG on Nami. I mean, it was like, it's something impossible to happen, and there were better Nami players than me who still couldn't win any POG, so I felt so bad for them. I think I just got so lucky today. And at the end of game 3, Gumayushi got his pentakill, but you were trying to steal that away. Faker was like, steal it. So tell us what happened. I don't really exactly remember, but Faker got his penta stolen once. Maybe that's why, I don't know. But I was looking for the steal as well, but he got so lucky, he got the penta, so I was so bummed. There's no way he got that penta. In Korea, today is her LCK debut 3rd year anniversary. So Korea, your mother actually came to support you here at Lowell Park. She prepared so many presents and snacks for the fans and the LCK crew. Tell us about it. I mean, like, I always think that I do not deserve this much of a love and support from my fans. So I really wanted to, you know, repay all the love that I got from my fans. So I wanted to, you know, prepare some events or gift for my fans. You know, I just want to say thank you. I love you all. Owner, any words for Korea? Congrats. So lastly, before we go, anything you want to say? Oh, this will be the end of the interview from Owner Korea, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun. Great to hear from Carrier and Owner. Also, really cute that Carrier's mum brought us all gifts that you guys all saw during the space in our last little segment we had before. Really cute stuff. And let's have a look at the standings and go over exactly how everything looks at this point in time. T1 remain in first place. No real changes there. Bro, not going to sink too far, as they've already racked up 3 match wins and everyone beneath them hasn't been so lucky.
And tomorrow for Gen D, opportunity to even the score up again with T1, as they of course will I think still be second because of the head-to-head, because they lost their first series against T1. But regardless, in terms of game score, can equalize if they beat Nongshim, which is definitely expected. That D+ versus KT series though, that one,
that's the important one.
That's the crazy one.
You never know.
We have no idea.
We make the prediction as a DK, but you never know. That's a KT.
I think we say DK because we're supposed to. That's all we really know. This is for Morgan, by the way. Just a bit of a Giga Chat. If you guys could throw Morgan a Giga Chat, that would be be fantastic just before we leave because he gave the Penta to Gumayushi like an absolute bro. And that's why he's on bro. Absolutely amazing. What a great note to leave you guys on, as we'll be back tomorrow for more LCK. But for now, good night.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we talk. Yeah, I'm falling to you. I'll keep falling. I'll keep falling for you. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest weakness. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump.
Challengers roster from last year moving into the LCK.
Fun on Freaks as well. They've taken on CV Max.
Sinton, he did get below half health, and that's it. He gets a double knockup, massive play, jumping a billion times. God, I love this. 2-0 for Kwanda Freaks.